Let's start with the traditional invocation. If you like, you can join me. Om Bhadram Karnebhi Srinuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshabhirya Jatraha Sthirairangai Stushtvagam Sastanubhi Vyashema Devahitai Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vriddhashrabaha Swasti na Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarkshyo arishtanemihi Swasti no brihaspatir dadhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, O gods, may we hear what is auspicious with our ears. May we see all auspicious things with our eyes while praising the gods with steady limbs. May we enjoy a life that is beneficial to the gods. May Indra of ancient fame be auspicious to us. May the supreme all-knowing Pusha be propitious to us. May Garuda, the destroyer of evil, be well disposed towards us. May Brihaspati ensure our welfare. Om, peace, peace, peace. Namaste, and it's wonderful to be back here in this beautiful atmosphere at the Sivananda Yoga Ashram once again. And the subject is the Mandukya Upanishad, the Mandukya Karika. This subject, it's actually the heart of Vedanta. It is properly in the path of knowledge, the way of knowledge. You see, spirituality, it comes in different forms, different paths. Let's put it this way. There can be one approach which is based on devotion, the way of bhakti, of love. The distinguishing characteristic of which is that we have devotion and faith in God. The way of love, of devotion, cannot start without faith. If from the very beginning you start questioning, why should I believe, then that's not the way for you. But if I can believe, if I can start with faith, with Shraddha, then the way of devotion is very powerful. So there I believe and proceed. Most religions are like that. Most religious paths, in all the major world religions, most of it is bhakti actually, devotion. But there comes another path, the path of yoga, which says, no, not so much bhakti, but experience. When you come and do yoga here, whether it is the Hatha Yoga or the meditation, the Raja Yoga, there it is not enough to say, I believe in yoga. Will I get the benefits? No, you have to do it. You've actually got to do it, then only you get the benefits. You have to do the Hatha Yoga to get the benefits for your health. You have to do the meditation to get the higher experiences promised in Raja Yoga. The path of Patanjali Yoga says, spirituality is not just a matter of belief, but it's a matter of experience. Practice these techniques. This is the way you sit and breathe. This is the way you focus and visualize. And eventually, long, stabilized practice over a long period of time, dedicated practice, you will get the various mystic experiences promised in these texts. And that proves to us the truth of spirituality. That it's real. There's something in it. We actually experience it. That's the path of yoga, the path of experience. As distinguished from these, the path of belief and the path of experience. By the way, when I say path of belief, path of experience, path of knowledge, I'm not making a watertight compartment. In each of these paths, the others are also present. But predominantly. So path of belief, path of experience. Now comes the path of knowledge, where the objective is neither believing in something, nor is it getting extraordinary experiences, mystical experiences, but rather investigating our ordinary experience to discover the ultimate reality about ourselves. What do I mean by ordinary experience and mystic experience? I have had the vision of Kali or Jesus, mystic experience. Most of us don't have it, suppose. It's limited to a few. Not only limited to a few, even those mystics, For them it comes and goes. It was not constant. It came as a result of intense spiritual practice. So those are mystic experiences, rare, very valuable, rare. But in the path of knowledge, what is used is reasoning, inquiry. Inquiry into what? Investigation into what? Into our experience, daily experience, something that everybody has. In this Upanishad, we'll take up the experience of waking, dreaming, deep sleep. Who does not have these experiences? We are all awake. At least most of us. Because Vedanta, occupational hazard, is it immediately takes you into the state of dreaming or deep sleep. But stay awake for the duration. So these experiences serve as the material for investigation. So in the path of knowledge, it's not a question of belief. It's not even a question of getting certain specific mystical experiences, but rather investigating the daily experience of living and thereby discovering the ultimate. See, ultimately in all of these paths, it is promised that there is something to be found. Call it God or Brahman or Nirvana, whatever you call it. The common factor in all paths of spirituality, there is a claim that there is something to be found by finding which, realizing which, seeing which, attaining which, we go beyond suffering. Dukkha nivritti, the cessation of suffering, this is the promise of spirituality. At a temporary level, we get it in the world through all kinds of both secular and other kinds of practice. But ultimately, the Buddha's quest to go beyond suffering completely, that is the path of spirituality. Attainment of lasting and profound peace and joy and going beyond suffering. Path of knowledge. Swami Brahmananda shared a nice anecdote with me about Carl Jung, the great psychoanalyst. Towards the end of his life, he was interviewed by BBC and he was asked, "Do you believe in God?" He said, "I do not believe in God. I know God." You see, I do not believe in God. I know God. Believe in God, path of love and devotion. I know God, that is the culmination of the path of knowledge. So what we're going to talk about here, it lies firmly in the path of knowledge. So in the next few classes, that's what I'm going to talk about. Now, this was just to make things clear about what we are going to do here. If you ask, so are you saying we should abandon our devotional practices and meditation and all do the path of knowledge? Which is the better path? Which one should we follow? The answer is all of them. All of them. All the great teachers of Sanatana Dharma never excluded any path. Devotion, meditation, indeed service, karma yoga, which many of us we are doing. I see so much karma yoga going around here, service. And knowledge, jnana yoga. All of them are components to a wholesome spiritual life. It's just that different masters, different spiritual teachers had a different mix of these. So for example, Shankara, the great teacher of non-dualism, whose text we are going to take up. Shankara, he kept knowledge at the top, but you start with karma, with action, karma yoga, and proceed to upasana or Raja Yoga and Bhakti Yoga, meditation, and then finally Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge. By karma, according to Shankara, in Shankara's structure, by karma yoga one gets purification of mind. With a purified mind, when you meditate, you get a concentrated mind. And when we have a pure and concentrated mind, and we come to this, the path of knowledge, then by the path of Jnana Yoga, knowledge arises, ignorance is removed, and we get enlightenment and liberation. Karma Yoga removes impurities of the mind. Raja Yoga or meditation removes the distractions of the mind. And finally, Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge, removes ignorance from the mind. That's Shankara's structure. So you can clearly see he's privileging knowledge above all others. But others are not excluded. They are preparatory. If you come to a teacher like Ramanuja, who lived about 1,000 years ago, there, almost the same structure. Action first, but then knowledge second. Higher than action is knowledge, but higher than knowledge is love. So in his path, love comes at the highest. Outermost action, inert to that is knowledge, innermost is love. But you see, my point is, all the great teachers included all of these paths. Here, today, just now, notice the session. You had Hatha Yoga exercises before this, which is action. Then you had meditation, which is Raja Yoga. Then you had chanting, which is a practice of Bhakti Yoga. Now we are doing the path of knowledge. See, all of them are included. By tradition, this lineage, which is a common lineage to us also, Swami Vishnu Devananda ji and Swami Sivananda ji, they belong to the Saraswati lineage, and that's a knowledge lineage, that's a Vedanta lineage, going all the way back to Shankara. So this text is definitely a text which is a foundational text of this lineage. What more do I want to say? I can put it in another way, slightly different way. The spiritual journey in this path we are going to take up, the spiritual journey is not a journey from one place to another. What do I mean by one place to another? Say, what is religion? It takes you from earth to heaven. Where is God? Not here, there. See, there is a place word, a journey in space. Not here, but there. Vedanta is not about that. What Vedanta is talking about is both here and there and everywhere. So it's right here. It's not about a journey in time. When will I see God? After death. In America, you sometimes come across these big billboards. After death, black, very ominous. After death, you will see God. Call 1-800 for the truth or something. After death. But notice the word after. After is a time word. When do you see God? Not now. After death. Post-mortem spirituality. Now, I am not denying that such things are possible. Are there such worlds which you can call a heaven? I'm quite sure there are. Is it possible to have visions of God after death? I'm quite sure it's possible. I'm sure people do have. But Vedanta is not talking about that. It's not a journey in time also, from now to then. No. What Vedanta is talking about was in the past, is now, and will be in the future also. It is everywhere and all the time and right here and right now. So what is it a journey? If it's not a journey in space, it's not going somewhere, or it's not waiting for something to happen, then what kind of a journey is it? It's a journey from ignorance to knowledge. When Carl Jung says, I know God, it's a journey from I don't know to I know. So this is the path of knowledge. What is the role of these texts? What do the Upanishads do? Let me tell you a little experience. As you heard, I have had the privilege of being in Boston the last few months, and the university has given me a nice apartment on the highest floor of the building. It's the 20th floor, and from there, when I open the window shades in the morning, I can see the Charles River, and opposite is this building which I did not know, this whole campus, which I did not know. I would see it every day. It's actually the Harvard Business School. But the funny thing was, when I went there are certain things I wanted to see. I had heard of the Harvard Business School. It's the best business school in the world. So I should go someday and see it. Even every day when I would open the window and look at that also, I would think, one day I should go and see the Harvard Business School. Never realizing I was looking at it directly. There. One day I was walking and I went to that area and I was thinking, oh, very nice. What is all this? Which I saw every day. And I asked a lady, what are these buildings? Are they part of the university? And she said, it's the Harvard Business School. Oh, this is the Harvard Business School. Now I know. Did I see something new? No. I saw it every day. But now I know this is the Harvard Business School. Now, what did it take for me to know this? What did it take for me to see, within quotes, the Harvard Business School? I told this story to somebody back in New York, and they said, oh, you have to open the window shades. But no. Every day I was opening the window shades. Every day I was looking also. Just by opening the window shades, I did not know. Then what helped? What actually tipped the balance? That lady had to say, this is the Harvard Business School. Then I knew. something which is continuously experienced, and yet we miss it. It has to be introduced to us. It has to be pointed out to us. The Upanishad does that. There is something which it's already there in our experience all the time. When we become enlightened, do you know what the experience will be? Oh, I did not realize that I am the Atman, pure consciousness. Now I see it. I was the body and mind earlier. Now I am pure consciousness. No. We will feel, oh my God, it was always there. I never saw it. It was always there all the time when I didn't even know anything about Vedanta. When I knew about Vedanta, when I tried my utmost to try to realize this, I was always experiencing it. In fact, there is no possibility of experiencing anything else. People who don't know the first thing about Vedanta, people who are not at all interested, the most materialistic person, everybody, all the time, it's always there. It has to be introduced to us. These texts do it. These Upanishads are part of the Vedas, which are a very ancient collection of religious, spiritual texts, the fundamental texts of Hinduism. Even by modern scholarship, they are maybe 3,000 or more years old. And the Upanishads are the final teachings. Don't worry about what the Vedas say, because you're going to get the essence in the Upanishads. Upanishads are many in number, large and small. The biggest of them, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is a vast text. The smallest of them is this one, which we are going to do. The Mandukya Upanishad. It has only 12 mantras, the shortest. It is the shortest of the Upanishads and the most powerful. It is the most packed with pointer. The pointer which will say, not this is Harvard Business School. This is your real nature. This is the Atman. Here, you are experiencing it. See it for yourself and be free. There is a nice story of Ramachandra and Hanuman. There is Hanuman there. And Rama and Sita in his heart. So Hanuman asks Ramachandra once, how can I attain moksha, spiritual freedom, going beyond suffering? How can I attain that? And Ramachandra says, Mandukyam ekamevalam mumukshunam vimuktaye. This Upanishad, the Mandukya Upanishad, by itself is sufficient to give liberation to those who seek it. Ramachandra says this. No better advertisement. That this by itself is sufficient. But suppose I don't get liberation after the classes are over, I'm not yet liberated, then Ramachandra gives to Hanuman a list of 108 Upanishads. You better study those then. So that's why we have to be very alert in these classes, and let's try to quickly get liberation by studying this shortest and most powerful of Upanishads. Otherwise, 108 Upanishads. So the Mandukya Upanishad, which is part of the Atharva Veda, shortest Upanishad. One more point I would like to add before we enter the text directly. The Upanishad itself is very short, 12 mantras only. Shankaracharya, who is the great commentator on the Upanishads and is at the source of our common lineage, Adi Shankaracharya, who lived about 1300 years ago in India, he wrote commentaries on these Upanishads, and thanks to him we are able to understand these Upanishads. I remember in our classes at Harvard University in Divinity School, we are studying the Upanishads, and the attempt was to study them directly without the help of commentaries. It's not very easy. But anyway, and the professor would again and again say, I'm trying to keep Shankara out of the door. Because once he enters, then everything follows in lockstep with Shankara. So that was his influence. It's thanks to his commentaries that these Upanishads, sometimes they seem very difficult and cryptic, but they open up their treasures because of his commentaries. Now, before Shankara, Shankara's guru's guru, Gaudapada Acharya, who was, Shankara's guru was Govindapada, and Govindapada's guru was Gaudapada. So Gaudapada Acharya, Shankara's guru's guru, himself wrote a commentary on this Upanishad. So his commentary, which is in the form of Sanskrit verses, like poetry, is called the Mandukya Karika. Karika means verses. So there is the Mandukya Upanishad, and explaining the 12 Upanishads are the Mandukya Karika, the verses. And those verses are divided into 4 chapters. Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. The first chapter is what we are going to take a look at here. The first chapter contains the entire Upanishad, which is only those 12 mantras, and certain karikas composed by Gaudapada, Shankara's teacher's teacher. Very profound, very powerful, non-dualistic teacher. And also, I'll be drawing on Shankara's commentary. I will not present you directly with the Sanskrit of Shankara's commentary, but what you'll be hearing from me is basically Shankara's commentary. Shankara wrote a commentary on the Upanishads and on the Karikas, his teacher's work. So that is the structure of the text. Upanishad. So nowadays if you study the Mandukya Upanishad, this is how you normally study it. The Upanishad, the 4 chapters of the Karikas, and Shankara's commentary on the whole thing. The Upanishads in one voice proclaim that there is an ultimate reality. They usually call it Brahman, but other words also, Purusha, whatnot. Simply sometimes that. So an ultimate reality. And this reality is pure being, pure consciousness, pure bliss. May sound very abstract, but the Upanishad says this ultimate reality is our real nature. That's who or what we really are. Because we do not know it, we think of ourselves as these little creatures of flesh and blood, born today, dying tomorrow, suffering in so many ways, and ever unfulfilled. We think of ourselves as that, whereas we are actually infinite. I love this saying that we think we are human beings in search of spiritual experience, but the truth is that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. That's very nice. And that's what the Upanishads mean. They would just replace it. Instead of saying we are spiritual beings, it would say we are spiritual being in the singular. We are all one spiritual reality called Brahman. And all the Upanishads have different ways of pointing it out to us. Remember, this is Harvard Business School, pointing it out to us. We are already experiencing it. As we shall see, it's not talking about a single thing beyond our experience, but it points it out to us. You think, is that so easy? Just point it out to us and I know, okay, I am one with God, I am Brahman, I am the absolute, done, finished with life. Probably not. Otherwise there would be many more enlightened people walking around. The trick is in the fine print, because they want a certain preparation of mind and body, a certain purity and certain ability to focus and dispassion. When we madly run after things in the world, we tend to miss the background. It's an ever-present background. It's always there. But we miss it because we are looking for... We miss the screen because we are so engrossed in the movie. The screen is always there. Without the screen, no movie. But we are so delighted with the movie. We say, we laugh and we cry and we are terrified. If it's a good movie, good comedy movie, good tragedy, good horror. So we are scared. We cry, we laugh. We are engrossed in the movie. All the time it is light and screen. That's all. But we miss it. How do we miss it? Today I was talking about this. I've had the experience of living in the past 3 years have been very interesting for me. I lived in Hollywood for 1 year, and then in Manhattan, and now at Harvard. You have fame and glamour and all of that. In Hollywood, the biggest people are the stars, not the night stars, the Hollywood stars. So they are the famous. If you're famous, you've made it. And in Manhattan, Wall Street, if you're rich, money is very important. So you have to make it means you have to be a millionaire or a billionaire. And at Harvard, it is learning. It's at the top of the food chain are the Nobel Prize winners. So you have fame and glamour, you have money, and you have learning. Some of the most important ingredients of what people think, if I have those, I will be happy. I will be fulfilled. This is the goal of life. One thing I observed, if people have a spiritual quest, along with that, glamour or money or learning, all very good, even better and better and better. But without that spiritual quest, it could be in any form. It could be devotion, it could be service, it could be philosophy, it could be meditativeness, whatever it is. A spiritual quest, if it is not there, then the rest are meaningless, meaningless, meaningless. It takes time to realize. The world is mad after these things. Sense pleasure and money and fame. And we think that we'll be very happy with that. And temporarily, like a band-aid, it works. But not for long. Deep satisfaction is possible through spirituality alone. This is my reading. This all the texts tell us, but it's good to see it for yourself. It's good to see it for yourself. Sri Ramakrishna put it this way. Line up as many zeros as you will. Still the value is 0. But put 1 and then add zeros, the value keeps on increasing. The 1 is, call it God, spirituality, and self-realization, whatever you call it. That core spirituality, if it's there, everything else in the world adds to it. Everything is better. But without that 1, everything is empty. You cannot fill up. There's no fulfillment possible. There's no end to it. It's like a bottomless well. So, okay, with that in mind, this is what we are trying to do. To discover our real nature and attain that ultimate fulfillment. Vedanta gives us the amazing news that what we are seeking for is already there. That ultimate reality. And it's you. You are that. That's why I say Vedanta is the most interesting subject in the world, because it's about you. I am the most interesting subject in the world to myself only. Everybody else thinks I am a bore. But it's about me. It's about ourselves, our innermost reality. So how does this proceed? Let's take up the first 2 mantras. Yes, there's verse 1. So remember, 12 mantras. We'll take up the first 2 and then I'll talk about it. You can chant after me if you like. Om Ityetad, Om Ityetad, Aksharam Idagam Sarvam, Aksharam Idagam Sarvam, Tasya Upavyakhyanam, Bhutam Bhavat, Bhutam Bhavat, Bhavishyaditi, Sarvam Onkara Eva, Sarvam Onkara Eva, Yaccha Anyat, Trikalatitam, Tadapyonkara Eva, Sarvam Yetat, verse number 2. Sarvam Yetat, Brahma, Ayamatma Brahma, Ayamatma Brahma, Soyamatma Chatushpat. Alright, let's go back to verse 1. What does it say? Om Ityetadaksharam Idam Sarvam. It may all sound very strange at the beginning. Don't worry. By the end of these classes, all will be, so you'll be like, that was so simple. Why didn't I get it earlier? Om Ityetadaksharam Idam Sarvam. It means, Om, this mantra is everything that is here. Everything that we know in life. The entirety of the universe is Om. I can see how. Don't worry. Pretty easy. We'll see soon. Om is everything in this universe. Tasya Upavyakhyanam. Explanation of that and investigation of that. Bhutam Bhavishyad, Bhutam Bhavat Bhavishyaditi Sarvam Onkara Eva. Whatever is there in this world means whatever was there in the past, the entirety of the universe, whatever was there in the past, all the people and animals and beings and planets and stars, whichever existed in the past. All that is Om. Bhavat, what is there right now. Everything that exists in the world, external, internal, all that is Om. And everything that can possibly come in the future, all that is Om. So everything in time is Om. What about something beyond time, something eternal? Yaccha Anyat, and that which is the other. Trikalatitam, beyond the 3, transcending the 3 periods of time, past, present and future. Brahman, the ultimate reality. Tadapyonkara, that too is Om. So whatever is within time is Om, and whatever, if there is something beyond time and eternal, that too is Om. And then the second mantra says, Sarvam Yetat Brahma. All of this, remember, all of this is, we said, Om. Now it says, no, all of this is Brahman, the ultimate reality. And what is Brahman? I am Atma Brahma. This very self is Brahman. This very self, I am means this. This very self is Brahman. I am Atma Brahma. Okay, we'll stop here. What have we got here? It all sounds very, very cryptic, and in America they would say it sounds cool, but what does it mean? Vedanta proposes to reveal the secret of the universe, of everything. Everything that we see all around us. It just uses the language of time. To explain everything, it says everything that ever existed, everything that does exist now, everything that can possibly exist in the future, all of that is within time. And everything within time is Brahman. It is that ultimate reality, Brahman. And everything beyond time is also that absolute reality, Brahman. Now to explain this, to understand this, the Upanishad starts inquiry. 2 inquiries. One, an inquiry using Om. Why inquiry? Remember the background. This is the way of knowledge. So Upanishad does not say straight away, start meditating, or go and do the dishes, karma yoga, or chant and sing. No. Inquiry. Inquiry into what? 2 things. One is the Om, the mantra Om. We'll see later. And the second thing is an inquiry into the self, Atman. Why? Notice, to know the secret of everything, the entirety of the universe, is nothing other than Brahman, according to the Upanishad. And Brahman is nothing other than the self. So what is the self? You! It's talking about you. You are the self which we are. That itself is Brahman. And Brahman is the essence, the reality of the universe. Therefore, to know the reality of everything, you have to know Brahman. To know Brahman, you have to know yourself. Therefore, an inquiry into the self. Atma means self. By knowing the Atma, you know Brahman. By knowing Brahman, you know everything that there is to know. So, first inquiry, first investigation is into the self. Who am I? What am I? And that you find in just about almost every one of the Upanishads. What am I? Why? Because when we discover what we are, we'll discover the ultimate reality. And that's expressed in the second verse it's called the Mahavakya, the great statement. Ayam Atma Brahma. This very self is Brahman. That short statement, this is very important in Advaita Vedanta. Conventionally, there are 4 statements all across the Upanishads. 4 statements are taken as great sentences or Mahavakya, the great propositions or statements. All of them mean the same thing. What do they mean? They mean you are the ultimate reality. So, in the Chandogya Upanishad we find Tat Tvamasi. Many people have heard of that. That thou art. Tat Tvamasi. In California there was this gentleman who changed his name and called himself Tat Tvamasi. That thou art. That's from the Chandogya Upanishad. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which I mentioned, the biggest of the Upanishads, there is this short sentence. Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. And in the Aitaittiriya Upanishad, you come across the sentence, Prajnanam Brahma. This very awareness is Brahman. And here in this Upanishad, we just read, Ayam Atma Brahma. This very self is Brahman. Whether it is that thou art, or I am Brahman, or this very awareness within me is Brahman, or this very self is Brahman, do you see that it all means the same thing? It's pointing to one central truth. The identity of Atman and Brahman. The identity of the self and the cosmic. That I am one with the universe. But how can I understand this? It's easy to say it. We need an inquiry. And the inquiry is, one inquiry into Om. 2 inquiries are proposed here. One inquiry into Om. We'll see why. And the second one, the important one, the inquiry into the self. Inquiry into the self means, let us investigate our experience of ourselves. How do we experience ourselves? Look at our own experience and we will discover the ultimate truth. So that's the background. How do you proceed here? The 2 inquiries. first Upanishad mentioned the Om inquiry, and now in the second verse it mentions the self-inquiry. But first it will take up the self-inquiry. So from the third mantra onwards, up to the seventh mantra, it will talk about self-inquiry. And that's where we will concentrate. And then from the 8th to the last, the 12th mantra, will bring back the Om inquiry and show how it is connected with the self-inquiry. To repeat then, what do we have ahead of us? Mantra 1 and 2 introduced us to two kinds of inquiry. Inquiry into Om and inquiry into the self. The important one is the inquiry into the self. From the mantra number 3 to 7, inquiry into self. And mantra number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, which we will take up in short order at the end, it's inquiry into Om. By that time, hopefully all this will be clear, and a few at least will be enlightened. I'm only half joking. It's quite possible. Prepared mind, anytime. It's like Sri Ramakrishna used to talk about a dry matchstick. If you strike it once, it bursts into flame. Compared to a wet and sodden matchstick. Keep on striking it, no flame. And it might even break. So that preparation, if one has the preparation, little bit of pointing, this is Harvard Business School. It took a lot of preparation for me because long time I'd been thinking I must go and see it one day. So that prepared mind, when you point it out, yes, enlightenment. This Upanishad is going to point it out to us, our real nature. What kind of inquiry? The inquiry has already started when it says, Ayam Atma Chatushpat. It says in the second verse, you see, Ayam Atma Chatushpat. This is the inquiry. Investigation into ourselves. Upanishad says, all it's doing is pointing it out. Remember, look at yourselves. Your experience of yourself, our experience of ourselves has four aspects. One aspect of our life, ourself, is when we are awake. Now, for example, here we are. There is a world before us. Here is a body. And I close my eyes. There is thoughts and feelings. I am there and the world is there. I am a subject. Here is the object. Here is my life. This is called the waking life. I am the waker in the world of the waking, and this is my waking life. First aspect. Four aspects of the self. First aspect, waking. Second aspect, I fall asleep. And dreams come. Somebody said, I don't dream. You just don't remember your dreams. You do dream. We mostly forget our dreams. So dreams do come. Almost everybody dreams. So dreams. I'm not aware that I'm sleeping on the bed or the couch. I feel maybe I'm walking in Boston or New York or in the Bahamas and I'm meeting people and things are happening, practicing yoga. It's a dream. But it's all happening. I can see myself, I'm the dreamer, and here is the world of dreams. That's the second aspect of the self. And there is a third aspect, which we tend to overlook. Deep sleep. We all have the experience of blank. Nothing. Just relaxed. No waking, no external world, no body, no mind even. No dreams. And it is not even an experience that I am experiencing deep sleep. Then you are not in deep sleep. You cannot think. You cannot even have the thought of the ego. The ego also disappears. The mind shuts down. It's like a computer which is in hibernation. But it's all there. If you touch the mouse or just click one button, it'll all come back again. Similarly, push the guy who's in deep sleep, sound sleep. Sound sleep maybe is snoring. That's why sound sleep maybe. Anyway, you just push the guy. He's awake. It's all there. The same personality, same thoughts, same good and bad points. Everything is there. It just comes back. But that's another aspect of the self. Deep sleep. These are the three aspects of the self. We are conditioned. We know ourselves. We experience these things. Mostly we take, this waking life is the real me. And the dream is, it's just a dream. It's just sort of hallucinations in the mind. And deep sleep is basically nothing. So this is the real thing. What Vedanta says is, you are missing, you are forgetting, you do not see the real self, which is the fourth. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep, there is a fourth. And that fourth is not a separate state apart from these three. It is in and through and underlying these three, all the time present, right now also. In fact, it's the only thing that is present, and yet we are missing it. something so extraordinarily obvious, and yet we are missing it. What Vedanta says, what we need is knowledge. The pinnacle of all spiritual practices. According to Vedanta, all our devotion, our meditation, our service, our moral life, all are very good, and they are all meant to ultimately bring us to this point where we realize the truth about ourselves and the universe. People call it Bodhi and Satori and Samadhi and God realization, and so all these names. It is commonly, it is known throughout all the religions of the world from the very beginning of time as the highest thing that those religions can give. In Advaita Vedanta, you find it in a very pure and pared down, very precise way, and no more precise than here. That fourth is what we are looking for in Vedanta. The first three are known already. All of us know. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep, well known to us. Now we will investigate these waking, dreaming, deep sleep to discover the fourth. Alright, I have a little time. Now I'm going to give some heavy duty, philosophical foundation laying. What I'm going to say, pages and pages have been written, volumes have been written discussing both sides of these issues. So, if you are not trained philosophically, you're safe. If you're trained philosophically, many of the things I will say are issues of great controversy in different philosophical systems, not only in the West, but also in the East. Here it is. This is the foundation for what's going to come next. Knowledge, way of knowledge. But knowledge depends on what? You see, the awareness, in connection with the mind, experience the thoughts and feelings and emotions in the mind. I am aware with an active mind when I am in connection with the body. Through the body and mind, I experience the world. By knowledge, by experiencing, I mean, I see, I hear, I smell, I taste, I touch, I conceive of, I remember, I understand. Also, I love and hate and want and do not want. All of this is within experience. Knowledge, it comes from the knower using an instrument of knowledge to produce knowledge about an object of knowledge. There are Sanskrit terms for this. The knower is called pramata, the knower. The instrument of knowledge is called pramana. The instrument of, by instrument of knowledge, I mean eyes are instrument of knowledge, ears are instrument of knowledge. Sense organs are instrument of knowledge. But mind also, when you are using inference. So they are instruments of knowledge. And the object of knowledge is called prameyam, the thing to be known. And the knowledge which is produced is called prama. It is effortless. As easy as when you go out there on the dock there, open your eyes in the morning. If you're awake, mind is functioning, eyes are open, you see the vast ocean, the vast blue sky above. Immediately, choicelessly you see. If the eyes are open, mind is working, you're awake, you will see. If the instrument of knowledge is there and the knower is there, object of knowledge is there, knowledge will come. Choicelessly. It's not a question of, you don't say, oh, I believe the sky is there. I believe the ocean is there. No. Like Jung, you will say, I know this is the ocean. I know this is the sky. Because we see it through the instrument of knowledge. Now, what I'm trying to say here is this. First controversial statement. Existence depends on knowledge. Why is this controversial? Usually we think it's the other way around. Bahamas existed. The ocean and the sky here existed. I came here and I knew it. So my knowledge comes later, existence comes first. So things are existing and then I come and know it. That's our common sense way of looking at it. I am reversing it. The Upanishad says, the first thing you got to understand is, existence depends on knowledge. What do you mean? Notice one thing. As far as dream objects are concerned, people and objects and things which we see in dreams, they don't exist apart from your dream. True or not? Only when you dream. You're eating a pizza in your dream, and it's time to wake up for the yoga class. And then do you say, do I put the pizza in the refrigerator after I'll come back and dream some more and eat the rest of the pizza? No. It will not exist without you dreaming it. Objects in our dream exist only because of our knowledge, our dreaming it. So they depend entirely on the dreamer, on our awareness of them. They have no independent existence. But that apart, you will say in the waking world at least these objects exist independently of us. I am saying no. There is no use, no possibility, no meaning of speaking of something which is not an object of knowledge. It must become an object of knowledge to someone, somewhere, at least in principle it should be knowable. If you talk about something which exists and which can never be known, if you say X exists, you say what is X? I don't know. Where is X? I don't know. When is X? I don't know. Who has seen X? I don't know. Can one see X? I don't know. But I still say X exists. You say, you're silly. What are you talking about? Something you can never posit, you can never claim the existence of something if it is not in some way an object of knowledge. Say, but Bahamas existed. I did not see it. I'm seeing it now after I'm coming. It's an object of knowledge for me after I came. But it was there before I came. But yes, it was there as an indirect object of knowledge. You had seen it on the website. It's a nice place to go to, the Sivananda Yoga Ashram. You have not seen it directly. But you already have knowledge of it. If you did not have knowledge of it, you could not have come here. It existed as an indirect object of knowledge to you. Now it exists as an object of direct knowledge to you. Things which we do not know. Suppose there are many things which we do not know. You say, I don't know them. Something happening in some planet, somewhere. Nobody living is there to see it. How can you say it does not exist? It exists as an object which is unknown to us. But as an object but it can possibly be known, but right now I do not know any particular details about it. In that sense it is an object of my knowledge. Object of awareness as known, object of awareness as unknown. But both are objects of awareness. If at all there can be no possibility of making it an object of awareness, then you cannot speak about it at all. I have made a big controversial statement to be thought about. I also always used to think that, so existence first and then knowledge. But no. I'll give you one more, a very powerful argument for this. Argument for what? Things cannot exist apart from knowledge. Things cannot exist apart from awareness. What is the argument? Very simple argument. Think about it. Two things can exist separately and independently if they can be experienced separately. Let me show you. Here is a flask and here is a piece of paper. The two can exist separately. I can show you the flask. You can experience the flask separately without the paper, and you can experience the paper separately without the flask. And you can experience them together also. If you can experience them separately, you can say, yes, the flask exists independent of the paper. The paper exists independent of the flask. The two are separate, independent things. So, now apply it to knowledge or awareness. What can exist independently of awareness? Remember, the principle of existing independently is, can you experience it separately? So is there anything that can be experienced separately apart from awareness? Is there anything in this universe which can be experienced apart from awareness? It's a trick question, because when you say experienced, awareness is already included there. Without awareness, no experience is there. Without knowledge, no experience is there. So, knowledge or awareness, I'm using the terms indiscriminately. Without that, you cannot have any experience. So there's no question of experiencing anything apart from awareness. Whatever has to be experienced in awareness. Therefore, there's no question of having anything independent of awareness. Alright. Not easy to grasp, but just keep it in mind. Now we'll move faster. Here, there's a chain of logic here. Existence of objects cannot be proved, cannot be claimed apart from knowledge. Knowledge cannot exist without a knower. For every knowledge, there must be a knower. If there is an experience, there must be an experiencer. If there is seeing, there must be a seer. So knowledge depends on a knower. And the knower depends on awareness, consciousness. We are all knowers. What do I mean by that? We all see, hear, smell, taste, touch. We think, imagine, love, hate. All this is the kind of experience, knowledge. All of it depends on awareness. Minus awareness, minus other things. Without eyes, I'm still aware, but I'm aware that I'm blind. Without ears, I'm still aware, but I'm aware that I'm deaf. Without awareness, nothing. If you think about it, it just becomes blank. Nothing, it just disappears. Without awareness, there is no knower. Awareness or consciousness. Let me use the word consciousness. Now, what have we got here? Things do not exist apart from knowledge. Knowledge does not exist apart from the knower. Knower does not exist apart from consciousness. Consciousness is fundamental to knower and known. Knower, knowledge, known, or at least knower and known. Knower, knowledge, known, if you say use, that is the Sanskrit word is triputi, the 3 points of knowledge. Knower, knowledge, and the known. Or simply, knower and known, subject and object, they both depend on consciousness. One more brick for the building block which I'm making, the foundation. If something depends on something else and cannot exist independently, this is called falsity. In Vedanta term falsity, a thing is false or mithya, does not mean that it does not exist. It does not exist independently. Classic example is given, heat of the fire. So you have a hot potato, it's boiling. Does the heat belong to the potato? No. It was cold earlier, and if you keep it outside for a long time, it will become cold again. Heat does not belong to the potato. The heat of the potato is borrowed. Does not belong to it. It's false there. It just appears there. But where did it get it from? Boiling water. Does the boiling water have heat of its own? No. It was cold earlier. Now it's hot, but it will be cold later. Where did it get heat from? From the pan. Does the pan have heat of its own? No. Unless it's an electric pan or something. No, it doesn't have heat of its own. It gets heat from the fire underneath. So the heat which is in the pan and in the water and in the potato, borrowed. Vedanta calls it false. In the sense that it cannot exist by itself. But the fire, does it have heat of its own? Yes. As long as the fire exists, with the way we understand fire, it must be hot. So it has intrinsic heat. It has intrinsic heat, not borrowed heat. So the intrinsic existence, it belongs to consciousness. It does not belong to the knower or the known. Both the known and the knower, they depend on consciousness. Because they depend on consciousness, neither knower nor known is real. It's not intrinsically real. Consciousness alone is intrinsically real. The duality of knower and known, they appear in awareness and disappear in awareness or in consciousness. They are not real in themselves. Now the connection to what I was saying will become obvious now. This knower and known, they come in pairs, knower and known, subject and object. Notice, in the waking world, we are there. You are the knower and this is known. Remember, as I said, none of it is new. It's all what we are experiencing. We're just pointing it out. Right now you are the knower and this world is your known. In dreams, you are the knower, the dreamer, the knower. And whatever you dream about is the known for you. In deep sleep, there is no separate knower. Knower and known are merged together in a unity, and there is just this blankness. Let's just call it the known, that blankness known. So you have a deep sleeper and which knows only blankness, just complete cessation. In each case, knower and known, they are all these pairs, knower and known pairs are false. The reality underneath is this consciousness. Three knowers and three pairs and three knowns. Three knowers, waker, dreamer, deep sleeper. And three knowables, waking world, the dream world, and the deep sleep darkness. They all appear and disappear one after another in one reality which lies underneath all of them, and that is consciousness. So that consciousness is the fourth. The self has 4 aspects. What are the 3 aspects? Waker and waker's world. Dreamer and dreamer's world. Deep sleeper and deep sleep darkness. All three are known to us. What the Upanishad is pointing out, there is a fourth. The fourth is the reality in which these three appear and disappear. And that is what is going to be pointed out. One more point. The waker's world is called the gross or the physical world. Here we have the feeling there is a world out there, and with my sense organs I am contacting the world out there. I am transacting with the world out there. This is called the gross world. Gross not in an American sense. Americans have different meaning for gross. In a physical sense, physical world or gross world. And then we have a dream world, which is a subtle world, sukshma. And then we have the deep sleep world, which is technically called the causal world. The causal state. Causal, not casual. The causal state. So three. Karana, sukshma, sthula. Causal, subtle, and gross. Waking, the deep sleep, dream state, and the waking state. All these three states, they are all in Maya. And what underlies these three states is the Atman, the pure consciousness, which we really are. The fourth aspect of the self. So this is going to be our inquiry. I know that's a lot to be going on. Don't lose sleep over it. Go into the deep sleep state. We will go over it again and again in the next few classes. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Yes, there it is. Those of you like, you can join me. Om Bhadram Karnebhi Shrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshabhiryajatraha Sthirairangai Stushtvagam Sastanubhihi Vyashema Devahitai Yadayuh Swastina Indro Vriddhashravaha Swasti nah Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarksho Arishtanemihi Swasti no Brihaspatir Dadhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And we are back. The Mandukya Upanishad, in common with all the other Upanishads, presents an inquiry into the self. Who am I, or what am I? Yes. Thank you. Who am I, or what am I? Why should we do this inquiry into the self? After all, ourselves, who knows me better than myself? I know myself. What is there to learn? Here I am. And what good does it do to learn this? So Vedanta, the philosophy of the Upanishads, says that we do not know ourselves. Swami Vivekananda, when he came here more than 100 years ago to the West, in the United States, he would sometimes say, if only you knew yourselves as you truly are. And that's the solution to all our problems. In fact, the end of all spiritual practice, devotion and knowledge and service and meditation, yoga, Vedanta, bhakti, all of that is ultimately this knowing what we truly are, already are. So this self-inquiry, each Upanishad presents it in its own unique way. And in the Mandukya Upanishad, the shortest and the most powerful of the Upanishads, it is presented as an inquiry into the self, into the waking, dreaming and deep sleep states. We read last time, this self has four aspects. Remember, all the time what we are talking about is available to us immediately. I mentioned yesterday that sometimes in religion or spirituality we talk about something that has to be taken on faith. God, heaven, on faith. Or sometimes we talk about things which are meant to be experienced, but only after a long period of practice. Ultimately, we don't have it now, but we will get that experience. But in Vedanta, the amazing thing is, we are talking about something all the time present. And it is just being pointed out to us. So this self has four aspects. Three of them are very well known to us. The three are waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. And by examining these three well-known aspects of the self, we are going to discover what the Upanishad really wants to tell us. The Upanishad really is not interested in our waking, dreaming, deep sleep. Upanishad does not really start until the 7th mantra. What is going to be done now is just pointing out what we already know. Just drawing our attention to it. It's already there for us. Everybody knows this. And then inquiring into it to reveal a 4th aspect which we do not know. That's what the Upanishad really wants to tell us. That will come later. An example which I found very useful, I often used it, is the example of gold ornaments. So suppose there are these ornaments, 3 ornaments, maybe a necklace and a tiara and a bracelet, and somebody comes and tells you that these ornaments, the reality is not these ornaments, the reality is something called gold. There's something real here which is called gold. And if I do not know what gold means, I might think, oh, there is a 4th. Apart from the necklace, the tiara and the bracelet, there is a 4th called gold. Let me throw away these ornaments and look for the gold. Will I find it? No. Because the gold is right there in and through those ornaments. Those ornaments themselves are made of gold. They are gold themselves. One mistake is to mistake the ornament itself for gold. Oh, so the necklace is gold means this thing which looks like this and you put it on your neck and you call it a necklace, this is gold. No. If you melt it and make it into a bracelet, then the necklace form is gone. The necklace use that you put it on your neck, that's gone. Even the word necklace is gone. You can't use it for a bracelet. A new word has come, bracelet. A new form has come, like this. New use has come, you put it here. New name, new use, new form. Nama Rupa Vyavahara in Sanskrit. Changed. But the reality, that substance, the material, same. Same gold was melted from a necklace and made into a bracelet. The gold continues. The one who has understood what gold is will say, oh, it's the same thing. The same material is still there. The one who does not understand, who thought necklace was gold, will say, gold is gone. Gold is not there anymore. So, the reality gold is something which underlies the ornaments. It's not a new kind of ornament. Gold is not a 4th kind of ornament, new type of ornament. No. Necklace is an ornament, bracelet is an ornament, a tiara is an ornament, jewel, ornament. But gold is not a new kind of ornament. Gold is the reality of these ornaments. It's actually a very beautiful example. Notice one thing about it. So, let me relate it to what we are going to do. Our reality is not the waker or the waker's world. Our reality is not the dreamer and the dream world. It is not even the deep sleeper and the deep sleep blankness. But the consciousness which runs through all of them and underlies all of them, to whom all these appear and disappear. Just like gold and the ornaments. Like necklace, tiara and bracelet, we have waking here, dreaming and deep sleep. And like the gold, in and through, underlying it all, we have this consciousness. That's what we're going to be talked about. That 4th consciousness, that will come later. Notice how this example is so interesting. Gold is not stuck to any of these ornaments. You see? The gold can be a necklace, it can happily be a bracelet, it can happily be a tiara or something else. Not stuck. It's not clinging to any of these ornaments. You can melt it and make it into something else. But these ornaments depend totally on gold. Without the necklace, the gold can be a bracelet or a tiara. But without gold, the necklace cannot exist. The tiara cannot exist. The bracelet cannot exist. I hope you are with me. It's a very common sense example I'm giving. Similarly, consciousness is not stuck to any of these states. You, the consciousness, you are not stuck to this body. You are not stuck to this mind, even these thoughts. Imagine, the body has changed so much from babyhood to childhood, to teenage, to youth, to middle age, to old age. The body changes so much. Same awareness experiences all of these changes. The mind changes even more. How much the mind changes in one day, from early morning till now. How many times sleepy and alert and bored and excited and irritated and happy and hungry and satisfied. All of these in one day, from now till now. From the morning till now. How much the mind changes. Imagine the mind we had when we were little children. What we thought of, what we liked, what we wanted. And then when we were teenagers maybe. What we thought of, what we liked, what we wanted, what we knew. And then we grew up further. How the mind changes. Our knowledge, our likes and dislikes and projects and dreams and angers and disappointments. All of them come and go to the same consciousness which you are. So that consciousness is not stuck to the body or mind. The consciousness is not stuck to waking, dreaming or deep sleep. Waking, dreaming and deep sleep come and go to the same consciousness. So gold and ornaments is a very good example. One more. Gold is that from which the ornaments emerge and disappear. Similarly, consciousness is that from which the states of waking, dreaming and deep sleep emerge and disappear. The ornaments are not real apart from the gold. Take the gold away from the ornament, it will disappear. It has no existence of its own. Similarly, the claim is this entire waking state and this waking person, it has no existence apart from the underlying consciousness. The entire dream state and the dreamer, no existence from the underlying consciousness. And the deep sleep blankness, no existence apart from the underlying consciousness. So these are different ways you can relate the gold and ornaments example to consciousness and waking, dreaming, deep sleep. Before we go on, I was just reminded right now of a story I thought I'd share with you by seeing the picture of Swami Sivananda ji, which is right there at the back. This goes back many, many decades to the middle of the 20th century. Many of you may have heard of Swami Chinmayananda ji, who founded the Chinmaya mission. He was also a disciple of Swami Sivananda ji of the Divine Life Society. Chinmayananda ji in his earlier life was an investigative journalist. So he had gone to the Himalayas to expose the monks there, to write an investigative article about the Swamis in the Himalayas, and he became a Swami himself. So he was very impressed by Swami Sivananda ji. But he had a desire. He said, can I learn Vedanta in the traditional way from a traditional Himalayan master? Can you direct me? So Swami Sivananda thought, and then he was acquainted with a number of great teachers in the Himalayas in those days. And so he selected one, who was Tapovan Swami, who lived in the Himalayas, spent most of his life there. Great master, long before my time. But I have gone to the hut where he used to live. So this Swami was a great teacher of Advaita Vedanta, but a very traditional teacher. So the lowest he would come down physically also is Uttarkashi, which is 5,000 feet. So in winter he would come down to that, no lower than that. And then when the snows melted, he would go up to Gangotri, which is 10,000 feet, or Tapovan, which is 14,000 feet, and so on. And he lived most of his life there. After he went to the Himalayas, he never really came back. Enlightened, knower of Brahman, enlightened being. So Swami Chinmayananda was sent to him to study Vedanta traditionally. And traditionally means he would accept only those who were monks as disciples, brahmacharis or sannyasis as disciples. And you would have to go there and beg for your food. And there were very little places to beg for. Very, very meager food. You are to take care of your own food and your own residence. Residence means either a hut or a cave. And none of it heated. So if it is 10 degrees Celsius outside, it is also 10 degrees, and your bed is also 10 degrees Celsius or at 0 degrees, whatever it is. And there would be 2 classes in the day with Tapovan Swami. And you would have to go, and the classes were of the Upanishads. And whatever was taught in one class, you would have to repeat back verbatim in the next class. If you failed, you're banished forever from the class. So that was the kind of traditional training which Swami Chinmayananda had to look forward to. Anyhow, the story concerns one particular part of it. As you can guess, he had very few students. Not like this. I met his attendant I think he's still living, Swami Sundarananda, who lives in Gangotri, in the same hut where his master Swami Tapovan lived, and where Swami Chinmayananda came to study. Sundarananda also told me the stories of how the first day Swami Chinmayananda came to study, and he escorted Chinmayanandaji to Tapovan Maharaj. I think at that time Swami Chinmayananda was the brahmachari probably. But it concerns one particular aspect. At that time they were studying the Mandukya Karika, this text. And Swami Chinmayanandaji had a question. If there is pure consciousness, and I am that, and that alone is real, Brahman alone is real, that ultimate fourth, that is real, then why the other three? Why is anything there at all? Why does this appear? Why does the world, I'm sure, alright, let it be an appearance, let it be Maya, illusion, whatever it is, but why does it appear at all? What is the necessity? Why is there a waking? Why is there a dreaming? Why is there a deep sleep? Why couldn't there be just pure consciousness? Because that's the only reality. So that's the question. What is the necessity of all of this? What good does it do? It just seems to create trouble. We feel we are trapped in samsara, then we have to learn Vedanta and all of that, and then become enlightened. Why go through all of that? Why all of this anyway? So he had asked this question, and Tapovan Swami did not reply. Next day in the class, suddenly in the middle of the class, Tapovan Swami asked the students, Chinmayanandaji, to get me a glass of water. No, he said, get me some water. I want to drink water. Get me some water. And Chinmayanandaji was surprised because usually that did not happen in the middle of the class. And there you have to get water from the Ganga, the river flowing. It's very narrow and fast there, but very clear water. In some seasons. I mean, rainy seasons, it's very muddy. So he goes down and he takes this brass glass made of brass, and he takes some water from the river and climbs back up again. I've seen the place where they used to study. So climbs back up again and brings it here to his master. And suddenly Tapovan Swami is fierce and angry. What have you done? I got you what you asked for. What did I ask for? I said, glass of water. Glass of water? You asked for water? Yes. And what did you get? A glass of water. Why a glass of water? I didn't ask for a glass. I asked for water. And Chinmayanandaji says, I stood there stunned for a moment. Here was the answer to my question. Here is the answer to the question, why is there any of this manifestation at all? See, you cannot get water without the glass. To make the water useful, to get it, you need a container. Otherwise you can't get it. What is necessary is the water. But for that, to make it useful and to get it, you need a container. Similarly, Vedanta says, the only way to experience yourself, the only way Brahman can experience itself, pure consciousness can experience itself, is through manifestation, through names and forms. So it's a very profound answer. Why does pure consciousness manifest itself in all these ways? Because this is the only way it experiences itself. As pure consciousness, there's no question of subject-object experience. In another form, this beautiful story which I like very much, there was a wonderful humorous teacher of Vedanta and Zen in the 1950s and 60s, Alan Watts, in San Francisco. I'd never met him, long before my time, but his books are very nice. One of his books, easily remembered, it's called The Book. So you can easily remember. You can Google it up. At one time it was very popular. It's a small book, but worth reading. It's called The Book, The Taboo Against Knowing Who We Are. Taboo against knowing who we are. So there he starts off with an answer to this question. Why does that fourth, pure consciousness, manifest itself at all? So it's a children's story, but I think it's really instructive. I mean, it's very beautiful. We learn so much from that little children's story. He says, in the beginning there was nothing at all, God alone existed. From eternity to eternity, God alone existed. But existing alone can get to be a bore very fast. So God got bored, just existing. So God thought God would play, but whom can he play with? He has no friends, there's nobody else. So poor God thought about it. And because he was God, he's awfully clever because he is God, he hit upon a plan. Whom can he play with? He needs a friend. So God pretended to be not God. Now there are two, God and God pretending to be not God. And now God could play. But a problem came up. Because God is God, and he is awfully good at what he does, when he pretended to be not God, he truly completely forgot that he was God. And now God pretending to be not God and totally forgotten his own God nature is now looking for God. And this is samsara. Here we all are. That's a nice story, but it's really an answer to this question. Why is the fourth appearing in all these forms? The fourth, pure consciousness, appearing as us, you and him and her and me. And we've totally forgotten what we are. And we're trying to find out what we are. So, Vedanta says, start with what we know. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep. And that's what we're going to start with. Verses, the mantras. Mantras 3, 4, 5 and 6 deal with waking, dreaming and deep sleep. Let's take a look. Mantra number 3. Yes. You can repeat after me if you like. Jagarita sthano, Jagarita sthano, Bahish pragyah, Bahish pragyah, Saptangam, Ekonavingshati mukhaha, Ekonavingshati mukhaha, Sthulabhug Vaishwanaraha, Sthulabhug Vaishwanaraha, Pratamah Padaha, Pratamah Padaha. The self, Atman, has 4 aspects. The first aspect is Vaishwanara, whose sphere of activity is the waking state, who is conscious of external objects, who has 7 limbs and 19 mouths, and whose experience consists of gross or material objects. So what's all this? It's talking about you. Right now, I don't have 19 mouths. Yes, you do. We'll take a look now. As we go into this, remember, it may sound strange, but it's actually a discussion of exactly what we experience our waking, dreaming and deep sleep to be. We'll take a look at these and then penetrate deeper. So first, how does the Upanishad describe the waking state? In the waking state, that Atman, that consciousness has got a special name, Vishwa. Vishwa. This name is not given in the mantra itself, but later on Gaudapada will add it in the Karika. Vishwa. So your name, his name, her name, there's a common generic name, Vishwa. What is Vishwa? Consciousness limited by the mind and the body in the waking state. As we are exactly now. Upanishad calls us Vishwa. But as we go, we'll find there are 2 things to keep track of. One is us individually, and there is a cosmic aspect. Look, here you are. An individual being with a body and a mind. But look around you. There are hundreds, thousands, millions and billions of other human beings and living animals and plants and, from dolphins and whales to tigers and lions to bacteria, all kinds of living beings and non-living world, material world. All of this is called the cosmic. Now when the Upanishad will go through waking, dreaming and deep sleep, what the Upanishad will do is, it will describe 2 things. One is you or I, the individual, and the cosmic. So the individual and the cosmic in Sanskrit, Vyashti and Samashti. Vyashti means individual and cosmic means Samashti. This cosmic is the Vedantic idea of God. You see, we come across the idea of God in all the theistic religions of the world. But there is no precise definition or clarity about it. You will see now, Vedanta has a very precise understanding of what God is. Very clear understanding. Just as you or I, we have these 3 states. Waking, dreaming and deep sleep. A gross, a subtle and a causal state. An outer, intermediate, innermost state. Similarly, God too has all these 3. A physical being, the entire universe, just as this body is my body. I, the Vishwa here, I have this body. God has this universe as this body. As I have a mind, thoughts, feelings, emotions, ideas. God too has the mind, the cosmic mind, all our minds put together. Think of an incredible mental internet, like a world wide web, so all our minds connected together. Imagine if what will it be like? A cosmic mind. And as we imagine a potential state, a deep sleep state, like an hibernation deep sleep, God too has that causal state. That is called consciousness plus Maya. And so these ones we will see. At each stage, waking, dreaming, deep sleep, there will be a description of the individual, there will be a description of the cosmic. Description of the individual applies to you or me. And description of the cosmic applies to God, the totality. At this point, someone may object, Swami, you promised nothing of what is going to be said is a matter of faith. It's all what we know. Yes, I made a little exception there. When you talk about the cosmic, that you exist and I exist, we can see. I know from my internal experience that I am awareness, plus there is a mind and a body, and you know that same from your internal experience. But how do we know that there is a cosmic person and consciousness associated with everything, what is being called God? How do we know that? That you have to take on faith. Now remember, it does not do any harm to the actual teaching of the Upanishad, whether you believe in that or not. But it's rather cool, the way it's described. So we have the individual and the cosmic. Let's see what it means, step by step. Jagarita sthano, the waking state. It is characterized by bahishpragya, an externalized awareness. We are contacting the world through our senses in the waking state. This is how it defines the waking state. Imagine a man who in the morning opens the doors and windows of his house and conducts business, buying and selling with the world outside. After some time, he pulls down the shutters, goes to his living room and watches a TV program maybe. And after some time, he goes to his bedroom and sleeps. So when he's interacting with the shutters open with the world outside, that can be like the waking state. And when he's withdrawn inside, shut the windows and doors, the shutters, pull down the shutters, and watching a TV, it's like the dream state. Withdrawn inside and watching a movie. And then when he goes to the bedroom and sleeps, that's deep sleep state. Similarly, in the waking state here, it is said, our attention is externalized. We are aware of an external world. And what else? Saptanga, 7 limbs. I will come back to that. Ekonavingshati mukhaha, 19 mouths. What are the 19 mouths? The 5 sense organs. The 5 sense organs. Eyes, by which we see, ears to hear, and nose to smell, tongue to taste, and the skin to touch. The 5 sense organs are 5 mouths. The 5 motor organs are also called 5 mouths in the sense it interacts with the world outside. The 5 organs of action, karmendriya. What are they? The tongue to speak, or so same tongue which tastes also speaks. So the organ of speech, the organs of grasping, hands, the organs of locomotion, walking, feet, and the organ of reproduction and evacuation. 5 organs, the organs of action. 10. We have got 10 so far. 10 mouths. 5 plus 5. Then the pancha prana, the 5 vital forces, which is very important in yoga. Prana, apana, vyana, udana, samana. There are 5 vital forces which have their respective functions. Now we are up to 15. 5 sense organs, 5 organs of action, 5 pranas, 15. Now the internal organ, what we generically call the mind, has 4 functions. The mind itself, and there's a specific definition of what the mind is. Sankalpa vikalpatmakam manaha. Mind is that which considers all kinds of alternatives, the seat of emotions. Intellect, which understands, the ability to comprehend something. That's also a function of the mind. Then the chitta, the storehouse of our memories and vasanas, the tendencies accumulated. That's also a function of the mind. What you might call the subconscious mind. And finally the ego, ahankara, the 4th function of the mind. That's also a function of the mind. We are not the ego, the one which keeps on saying I. That's a cognition in the mind. It comes and goes. It's not you. It's not me. Consciousness and ego are different. Ego is the unifying function of the mind. When the eyes see, I says, I see. Eyes, I, the vertical eye. I see, I hear, I smell, or I taste, or I touch, I walk and talk, I think, I remember, I want, I love, I hate, I remember, I understand, or I do not understand. I. All the other things are functions of the different parts of the body mind. But the I is something that appropriates all these functions. So that's one part of the mind. Now we have 19 mouths. 5 sense organs, 5 organs of action, 5 pranas, and the mana, buddhi, chitta, hankara, the 4 functions of the mind. 19 mouths. And with these mouths, what do we eat? Sthula bhuk. We experience the gross objects of the material world. Here it means sights, forms, sound, smells, taste, touch. These are the things which we experience from the world outside. Now, the word used here is Vaishwanaraha. Vaishwanara refers to the cosmic aspect. Remember 2 aspects, us the individual and the cosmic aspect, God with the entire universe as God's body. The physical body, let us say, of God. Imagine a consciousness associated with all our minds and all our bodies. Not only what is there now. Remember, all beings who existed in the past, all beings who exist now, and all beings who will exist in the future. All of it together united into one tremendous cosmic being. That is this Vaishwanara. There are different names for it. Here the name is Vaishwanara. Another name is Virat. Literally means the vast. Another name we come across is in the Bhagavad Gita, 11th chapter, Vishwarupa, the world, the cosmic form. Somebody yesterday was asking, isn't the 11th chapter what Arjuna saw? He asked Krishna, can I see I believe you that you are an avatar of God. You are saying that, I believe you. But can I actually experience your cosmic form? Because right now you look like a human being. But can I experience you in your cosmic form? And by the grace of God, Arjuna had that experience for all the good that it did him. He was absolutely scared, terrified. What did he see? In the 11th chapter of the Gita, you get a tremendous description. Some of the most grand poetry that you can imagine. As if 1,000 suns rise in the sky together. Imagine the brightness, the blazing radiance of that. 1,000 suns rising in the sky. When the first atom bomb exploded, the great scientist, Oppenheimer, he was a Sanskrit scholar too. He quoted from the Bhagavad Gita when he saw the unearthly radiance of that atomic explosion. He said, I come, time, the destroyer of worlds, with a radiance of 1,000 suns. Grand description. What did Arjuna see actually, and what scared him? Imagine, one of the things which is scary is public speaking. So why we get nervous when you're in front of everybody? One anthropologist said, see, it's an animal reaction. When you stare at a dog or a cat, it will look like that. The dog or the cat will look back at you, and after some time, if it's an aggressive dog, it will bark at you, or it will try to bite you, or if it's more timid, it will just walk away or run away from you. Fight or flight. Staring is a sign of aggression in the animal world. Normally you see when 2 people are speaking, they will look at each other and look away, look here and there, again look at each other. But if you're constantly looking, your boss is angry at you, constantly looking at you. So that's sign of aggression. Or your mom gets mad at you, constantly you know you're in trouble. Imagine in public speaking, you're sitting and 200 people are constantly looking at you. Now they're not mad at you, they just want to listen to what you say. But the animal part of the brain reacts. So this is what social psychologists say. Why is this stage fright? Why do people get scared in front of an audience? So 200 people looking at you. The biggest audience I ever saw was in India, in one place, 13,000 people, 14,000 people. So a huge audience. Now when they are staring, that was also not the most scary audience I've faced. The most scariest audience I've faced was a gathering of the monks of our order. As a young monk asked to say something 2 or 3 minutes, And here you have about 600 monks, all senior to you, all looking at you like this. So, now imagine Arjuna's condition. Imagine all, not 100 people, 600 people or 13,000 people. Imagine 7 billion people in this world. And all the living creatures, from a little cat to a killer whale, or all kinds of creatures in this world. All of them together. And if there are demons in hells and gods in heavens, all of them together. In one being. And suddenly that being turns and looks at you. Just the thought of it. Arjuna says, every hair in my body is standing on its end. The earth shakes when you walk. It talks to Krishna in that form. So that's the Vaishwanara, the Virat. Ourselves, but magnified billions of times. You say, that's all very nice. Sounds like a superhero tale or something like that. Why should I believe it? You don't have to believe it, don't worry. Because Mandukya Upanishad is not about that also. It is just the cosmic in the waking state. Mandukya is something deeper. The connection is like this. Imagine the ocean out there. Thousands of waves. Each of us is like a wave in this ocean of the universe. The entire ocean is like God, Virat or Vaishwanara. But what Mandukya is talking about is neither the wave nor the ocean. It's talking about something deeper and more powerful than both. Water itself. Why is water greater than ocean or wave? Because neither waves nor ocean can exist without the water. It is the water alone which appears as the wave and the ocean. The wave and the ocean both depend on the water for its existence. So, Vaishwanara. Now, I'll come back to what I'd left. Saptanga, 7 limbs. So this 7 limbs is a description. See, the ancient rishis of the Upanishads tried to conceive of this cosmic person. Can you think of this enormous universe as a being? So they made an effort. That is the 7 limbs. What is the 7 limbs? This Vaishwanara or Virat, the cosmic person, God's physical body's appearance, has 7 limbs. What are the 7 limbs? The head is the heaven. The heavens are the head. And the wind is the breath. The eyes are the sun. And the mouth is fire. And the middle portion of the body is the sky. And the oceans are the bladder. And the earth is the feet of this cosmic person. So it's an imagination. It's trying to capture the idea of a cosmic being, the entire universe as a person. 7 limbs, head, the heavens, breath, the wind, eye, the sun, mouth, fire. Mouth is fire. And then the middle part of the body is the sky, and the bladder is the ocean, and the feet are the earth. So these are the 7 limbs. The description you find in the Chandogya Upanishad. So it's borrowed from there. Saptanga. So in this description, you find the waking state from our perspective and from the cosmic perspective. What's the point? No point at all. Just drawing your attention to what is known to all of us, this waking state. Keep it in mind. Now we go to the next one, the dream state. All they're trying to do is to show us the gold. They're telling us, look at the necklace. Okay? Now look at the tiara. Okay? Now look at the bracelet. Alright? What's common? That's what they're trying to do. Now let's go to mantra number 4. If you like, you can repeat after me. Swapnasthano, Swapnasthano, Antapragya, Saptanga, Ekonavingshati Mukhaha, Ekonavingshati Mukhaha, Pravivikta Bhok, Taijaso, Dvitiya Padaha, The second aspect is the dream state. When we fall asleep, we dream. And in the dream state, the same consciousness, which was called Vishwa in the waking state, is now given a new name. Taijasa. Congratulations, you have a new name now. When you dream, that consciousness which you are is now called Taijasa. Literally, Tejasa means the fiery one. So, in dream, what happens? We have 7 limbs, 19 mouths. I will not go through the list again. It's tedious. What it all means is that the physical world we lose sight of. We have lost contact with the world. We have pulled down the shutters. Our senses are shut down. Our body is sleeping. Only the mind is active. But in our dreams also, we have a body. And we see people with other bodies. And there is a world of dreams, which we realize to be a dream only when we wake up. But during the dream, it seems to be pretty real. There also we have a body. And they are also all constructed by the mind. In the dream, there are no bodies and roads and cars and worlds. Nothing is there. It's just constructed by the mind. That body in the dream constructed by the mind also has the same 19 mouths. And that cosmic person in the dream also has the 7 limbs, which we talked about. What it simply means is the dream world in many ways is a shadow, a replica of our waking world. Very naturally, because it's constructed out of the impressions of our waking world. Swapnasthanaha, the dream state. There our attention is drawn inwards. Antapragya. Antapragya means drawn inwards into the mind. Inwards into the mind. Not outwards to the senses into the world. Inwards into the mind. With the 7 limbs, 19 mouths, what do we enjoy there? What did we enjoy? What did we eat in the waking state? Form and smell and taste and sound, the gross material universe. Here, pravivikta bhuk, the internal objects. Whatever we experience in the dream world is also generated by the mind. It's the mind which generates. If you eat something, you are not eating food in the dream world. It's a imagination of the mind. If you meet people and talk to them and see things and hear music, it's all generated by the mind. It feels very real when we are there. So, pravivikta bhuk, we enjoy objects, internal objects generated by the mind in the dream state. When we talk about this, inevitably in the class, there will be one or more people who will start talking about their dreams. I dreamt this. What is the meaning of this? I dreamt that. I saw this in the dream. So what does the Upanishad say about it? Let me tell you, it may shock you. The Upanishad, Vedanta, is not interested in your dreams. It's interested in you. The consciousness to whom the dreams appear. It's not interested in the contents of the dreams. If you're interested in the contents of the dreams, you want to know more about them, your therapist is there. He's willing to listen for a price. He's willing to listen to all your dreams. But Vedanta is not interested. I'm saying this, I'm adapting it from a very interesting little anecdote of somebody who went to a Swami in the Himalayas and was telling the Swami about his sorrows. I have this problem, I have that problem. And the Swami, very as if cruel and abruptly said to this person, I'm not interested in your problems. How cruel. I'm not interested in your problems. I'm interested in you. Thereby opening up a gap between me and my problems. I am not defined by my problems. You are not defined by your problems. Notice something. None of our problems stick to us. Very great fact. This simple fact can free us from 90% of our sorrows. Think of the worst sorrows we have, a human being can have. How long does a person think of the loss or the pain or suffering? 24 hours a day? No. A time must come when the person will fall asleep and it's all gone. Even when you are awake, at that time, do you think about the problems all the time? No, they're bound to be breaks. Was this problem there all throughout your life? No. There was a time when the problem was not there. And there will be a time, inevitably, when the problem will not be there. No problem lasts throughout our lifetime. No problem lasts throughout our day even. It's not experienced throughout the day. No problem is carried over into deep sleep. It may be carried over into dreams. You may have nightmares about something. But in deep sleep, no problem. Nothing sticks to you. You're super Teflon. Material, nothing. Pure consciousness, nothing sticks to you. Everything that changes must come and go. One Swami there's a place called Ashram near Rishikesh. So there's this Swami, he passed away a few years ago, Ram Sukh Das Ji. He was a wonderful Swami. He passed away at the age of 104, but he had wonderful insights. He said, between you, the unchanging consciousness, and the world which is changing, there can be no relationship. Between the moving and the unmoving, there can be no relationship. What does he mean? Just imagine, something is running around. If you catch hold of it, try to establish a relationship with it, either you will be pulled along or that will stop. Something is moving and you are not moving, you cannot hold on to it. You cannot have a relationship with it. The world is continuously changing. The body is continuously changing. The mind is continuously changing. If we are this fourth pure consciousness, unchanging, we cannot have any relationship with this. Movie after movie can be played on the screen. And the movie depends on the screen. You cannot play a movie without the screen. But the screen has no relationship with the movie. The greatest of, like a firestorm may come out in the movie, the screen will not be burnt. A great deluge storm may come in the movie, the screen will not become even a little bit wet. Shankaracharya says, the greatest of tragedies in the world do not touch you, the Atman. You illuminate it. Because of you, they exist. All the dramas of the world are played out on the stage which you are. But you are not affected by it. You survive even the greatest of crises. It's a fact. You may not believe it right now. The time will come. I'm not being morbid. The time will come one day when this all will still be there and there'll be other groups of yogis. We'll be gone. But at that time, when the body goes, you will say, one thing is true. The Swami was right. I'm still here. The body is gone. He was right. It doesn't touch me. So, in the dream state, we experience objects which are generated by the mind. And this is the second aspect of the self. Here too, there are two. Individual and cosmic. Individuals, we are called Taijasa, each of us. And imagine a dream state in which all the minds are linked together. God is dreaming, let's say. All our minds together, a cosmic mind. The name for that is Hiranyagarbha. We come across it again and again in Vedanta. Consciousness plus cosmic mind, Hiranyagarbha. Consciousness plus one mind, your mind or my mind, Taijasa. So this is the second state. Now let's do the third one and the final one, deep sleep. You might think deep sleep is uninteresting. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Huh? But according to Vedanta, deep sleep is most interesting. So the Upanishad gives 2 mantras for deep sleep. 1 mantra for waking, 1 for dreaming, and 2 mantras for deep sleep, 5th and 6th. Let's read through it. Yatra supto na kanchana kamam kamayate. Yatra supto na kanchana kamam kamayate. Na kanchana swapnam pashyati. Na kanchana swapnam pashyati. Tat sushuptam. Sushuptasthana. Shuptasthana. Ekibhutaha. Prajnanaghana. Evanandamayo. Hyanandabhuk. Chetomukha. Prajnastritya padaha. Let me just explain this one. Defines deep sleep. What is deep sleep? A negative definition. Yatra supto na kanchana kamam kamayate na kanchana swapnam pashyati. Where in deep sleep, that consciousness does not desire anything. Here it refers to wanting things of the world through the sense organs. That means it's not awake. It's not experiencing anything in the world through sense organs. Na kanchana swapnam pashyati. Neither does it dream. So no dreams are also seen. In deep sleep, the body is not active, the sense organs are not active, the mind has gone to sleep. So we neither dream and nor do we certainly experience anything in the world outside. Tat sushuptam, that is sushupti, deep sleep. Sushupti is the word for deep sleep. Jagrata, waking. Swapna, dream. Sushupti, deep sleep. So that is defined as deep sleep. What are its characteristics? Sushupta sthana eki bhutaha. There all is merged into one. Notice, in waking and dreaming, we have the difference of subject and object, knower and known. I know you all. Waking. In dreams, I know things in my dream. But in deep sleep, there is no I and no object to be known. Why don't we say it's just a blank, nothing? There is nothing there. No. Even that nothing is also experienced. When we wake up, we say we slept happily. I slept happily. I did not know anything. This I did not know anything. How did I know that? There must be some kind of basal experience there. Otherwise, you know what would happen? Suppose deep sleep was not there. There was no awareness at all in deep sleep. Suppose. Then what would happen is, I would be awake, I would fall asleep, I would dream, and the next thing I would know is I'm awake. But we all have the intuition that when I was sleeping, there were some dreams and there were times of no dream. How do we know that? We would have no feeling at all about it. So there is a kind of deep recollection, not a memory recollection, because there is no individual experiencing something. So there are discussions about it. How is it recorded if the mind is not functioning at all? So, eki bhutaha, subject, object are merged in one. As if pragyana ghana, it's a mass of cognition. All of this is cognition, subject, object, cognition. But if the cognitions were all mushed together, like a seed, when it sprouts, you can see the roots and the stem and the leaves and the branches and the fruits and flowers. But in the seed, it's all together. It's in a potential form. Deep sleep is the seed state. Everything is there. Oh, the same person, your annoying neighbor or roommate is still there. But at that time, blank. It doesn't seem to be there. But when you wake up, same annoying person who comes back again. So all the details are still there, but all merged together. Pragyana ghana. Anandamayaha. It's a blissful state because it's a state of rest. What do you eat there? It's a figurative way of putting it. Ananda bhuk. We experience bliss or rest. Absence of any trouble at all. Cheto mukhaha. It is the source of waking and dreaming. Imagine, waking state and dream state have disappeared into the deep sleep. And from that door it emerges again. From the deep sleep comes back dreams. From the deep sleep comes back this waking. So it is the door of awareness, as it were. Cheto mukhaha. And we have a name there. Pragyaha. Our name in deep sleep is Pragya. We have been introduced to a range of Sanskrit terms. In waking, don't worry, you don't have to remember it. It's not like Tapovan Swami's class. You will not be turned away if you can't recite it all in the next class. No. Waking, our name is Vishwa. In dream, our name is Tejasa. And in deep sleep, our name is Pragya. But there is a cosmic, not just individual. God also has a kind of cause. We won't say that God is in deep sleep. A causal state, an unmanifest state. So that is called Ishvara. The causal state of God, where consciousness exists with Maya. That is talked about in the 6th verse, 6th mantra, which we will read and stop. You can repeat if you want. 6th mantra. Esha Sarveshwara, Esha Sarveshwara, Esha Sarvagya, Esha Sarvagya, Esha Antaryami, Esha Antaryami, Esha Yonis Sarvasya, Esha Yonis Sarvasya, Prabhavapyayo hi Bhutanam, Prabhavapyayo hi Bhutanam, Esha Sarveshwara. Now you're talking about the cosmic aspect. Consciousness with the merged condition of all beings. It is the Lord of all, because it's associated with Maya. It is all-knowing, Esha Sarvagya. So in deep sleep, we do not know anything. And in that state, God knows everything. That's the difference between us and God. Esha Sarvagya, Esha Antaryami. It is the inner controller of all beings. Yoni Sarvasya. It is the source of all beings. Prabhavapyayo hi bhutanam. It is the source of the emergence and the disappearance of all beings. Just as our deep sleep is the source of our waking and dreams, and the place where our dreams and waking disappear. Similarly, God's deep sleep, let's say, is the source from which the entire universe emerges and into which the entire universe disappears again. See, this is the idea of God in all the religions, the creator of the universe, from which all beings emerge. Now, the way Mandukya conceives it, it's like us, our deep sleep, waking and dreaming. What is the creation of the universe? It's like God waking up. What's the destruction of the universe? It's God taking a nap or going to sleep. The entire universe disappears back into God again. So all this may sound strange and new. It is not. It's actually, the Upanishad is actually trying to describe our waking, dreaming, deep sleep. To what end? We will see tomorrow. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. So we will start with the peace chant. You can join me if you like. Let me get it back here. Alright, we can start. Om Bhadram Karnebhi Srinuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyem Akshabhirya Jatraha Sthirairangai Stushtvagam Sastanubhihi Vyashema Devahitam Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vriddhashravaha Swasti na Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarksho arishtanemihi Swasti no brihaspatir dadhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So we have seen the waking and the dreaming and the deep sleep. The investigation was into the self, into who am I or what am I. And the way the investigation is being carried out is, the self has four aspects: waking, dreaming, deep sleep. The waker and the dreamer and the deep sleeper. And what the Upanishad claims is the real self. That will be the fourth one. So now we are ready to investigate the fourth one. This will be the seventh mantra. We have these karikas, these verses which we are going to skip. Karika up to 9, yes. And now the seventh mantra, yes. So mantra number 7 is the climax of this Upanishad. Some of you are looking puzzled. What did we just skip? Don't worry, we didn't skip anything. I've explained whatever was there in those karikas. Those are explanations of the waking, dreaming and deep sleep, various aspects of that, what we have taken a look at. Now, the Upanishad wants to point out that we are pure consciousness underlying the waking, dreaming and deep sleep. Transcending them, underlying them. Immanent and transcendent. It's like, suppose a person doesn't understand what gold is. You want to point out that the reality of the ornaments, the necklace, the tiara and the bracelet, the reality behind them is gold. You want to point it out. How do you do that? You have now introduced them to the necklace. You've shown them the necklace. You've shown them the bracelet. You've shown them the tiara. Now, how are you going to explain what gold is right there? So that is the task taken up by the seventh mantra. I personally consider it's not only the climax of this most powerful and shortest of all the Upanishads, but I think it is one of the highest expressions of Vedanta philosophy in all the Upanishads, found anywhere throughout the Vedantic literature. Extraordinary, very powerful. If you wanted to speak about the ultimate reality, about the absolute, this is the most that could be said. Beyond this lies only silence. I met this person at Harvard. There's an institute called the Harvard Yenjing Institute, which is an institute for Chinese studies. And there's this scholar who said, come to my presentation tomorrow because I'm going to talk about silence. Talk about silence. So his subject for this PhD thesis is silence in Buddhism, in Buddhist philosophy. And his guide was telling us, this scholar, he's from Taiwan, he is doing 2 PhDs simultaneously. There are people who have done one after another, but 2 PhDs simultaneously, and that level at Harvard also. And he was encouraging other scholars, if any of you have any spare time, maybe you could consider one more PhD. And they all went, no, we don't want one more PhD. But anyway, so he said in his presentation, when you have expressed in words the maximum that you can, the most profound thing that you can, beyond that lies only silence, whether in Vedanta or in Buddhist philosophy. So this is the most that can be said. But remember, this is a pointer. It's pointing out, like that story I told you, this is the Harvard Business School. Like that, it's pointing out to our real self. We have to catch what is being said here. 3 steps to understand this. First, what does the Upanishad say? The exact teaching. And then second, do I understand it? Do I get it? Number 3, is it true? Is it real? So when I say, there is a paper in my hand. What did I say? There's a paper in my hand. Do I understand it? Yes, the Swami said there's a paper in my hand. Is it true? Let me check. Let me take a look. Yes, he is holding a paper in the hand. Similarly, check within oneself. What are they trying to say? And see if we get it. Alright, enough advertisement. We'll go into it now. Please follow with the chant. I'll chant and then you chant after me. Nantah pragyam na bahish pragyam. Nantah pragyam na bahish pragyam. No bhayatah pragyam na pragyana ghanam. Na pragyam na pragyam. Na pragyam na pragyam. Adrishyam avyavaharyam. Agrahyam alakshanam. Agrahyam alakshanam. Achintyam abhyapadeshyam. Ekatma pratyasaram. Prapanchopashamam shantam. Prapanchopashamam shantam. Shivam advaitam. Chaturtham manyante. Sa atma sa vigyeyaha. What does it mean? We're talking about the 4th. You keep saying that our real nature is pure consciousness. But what is this pure? What does it mean, pure consciousness? By the way, pure consciousness does not mean a very good, a nice consciousness. It means consciousness without any object. Consciousness as it is. So what does it mean exactly? How am I to understand it? Here. It says, what is this 4th? What is gold? It's saying, Nantah pragyam. It is not the consciousness turned inwards, which means it's not the dreamer. It's not the dream consciousness, what we experienced as the dreamer in the mantra number 4. Not that. Na bahish pragyam. It is not the externalized consciousness either. That means the waker. It's not the dreamer. It's not the waker. Na ubhayata pragyam. It's not something in between. Some might think, you're talking about waking, dreaming, deep sleep, but there are other states too. Altered states of consciousness. So someone could be high on drugs or something like that. So that's also a kind of experience. Why is that not mentioned? It's mentioned here. Ubhayata pragyam means in between. There are many kinds of different kinds of experiences. Whether it is induced by drugs or maybe by illness or by higher practices of cultivating different states of mind, whatever it is, that ultimate reality about ourselves, pure consciousness, is not it. Is none of those. No bhayata pragyam, na pragyana ghanam. It's not the deep sleeper either. So it's not what we experience as the waker, not the dreamer, not the deep sleeper, not something in between. So, is it the consciousness of God? Are we talking about the all-knowing God consciousness, with consciousness, that the awareness that God has, knowing everything, omniscience, are you talking about that? Na pragyam, no, not even that. So no consciousness at all? Like some insentient matter? No consciousness? Na apragyam, not even that. So what was said here in the first line? It's not the waker, not the dreamer, not the deep sleeper. I think what waker, dreamer? Our own experience as waking and dreaming and deep sleeping. None of those. It's not something in between. It's not some omniscient consciousness of God, not the omniscient mind of God. It's not non-conscious either. It's not unconscious either. What is it? Why is this happening? Shankaracharya in his commentary says, look at how the other three were introduced. How was the waking introduced? When the consciousness is extroverted, functioning through the mind and the sense organs and experiences the external world. That is waking. How was the dream consciousness introduced? When the mind turns inwards and experiences objects within itself. That was dream. So why not say outright what is the fourth? Notice how the fourth is being introduced. By denying the other three. This is the process of neti, not this, not this. Because it cannot be said directly. It cannot be said directly. It has to be denied. It's like you're having shown the necklace and the bracelet and the tiara. Now you want to teach what is gold. Suppose a person does not understand what is gold. You want to show what is gold there. The way to do it is, you've seen the necklace, but gold is not the necklace. It's there, but it's not necklace in itself. Gold is not a bracelet. Gold is not a tiara. But it's there. What's common to all of them, leaving out what's different among each other? What's the underlying reality of all of them? That is gold. Because if you directly point to a necklace and say, this is gold, what will happen? The person will take the ornament as gold. And suppose next time the necklace is melted and made into a bracelet, the person will say gold is gone. Because I can't see the necklace anymore. How do you make the person see the background? It's like one of the Swamis gave a very nice example. I like this very much. It's like this, like a movie screen. This person, he goes with his little son from the village to the big city to show the son, the child, a cinema. And on the way, he tells the child that cinema is a big screen and there is light on it and there's pictures on it and of course there'll be sound and that's a cinema. And they go, and when they enter the cinema, the film theater, the film has already started. And that's important because when we enter life, the film has already started. We don't see it from the beginning. That would have solved many mysteries. We see it when the movie is already happening. Mom and dad are there and the world is there and school is there and all of those things are there. They sit down and the child gets engrossed in the movie. I sort of think it could be the Mahabharata movie or something like that. And after some time, watching the movie for some time, the child starts whispering questions to his father. Father, where's the screen you mentioned? It's like after living life for some time, then we start asking questions. What's going on here? Wait a minute. It's all nice, but what's going on here? So where is the screen? You said there is a screen. And the father says, it's there, right there in front of you. Oh, you mean maybe it's the Mahabharata when Arjuna and Krishna is telling the Gita to Arjuna, something like that, maybe a movie like that. Oh, you mean Arjuna? No, behind him. Just behind. Oh, you mean Krishna? No, behind Krishna too. Oh, you mean the chariot? No, behind the chariot. You mean the battlefield? No, behind the battlefield. Oh, the sky is the screen. No, behind, just leave all of it out. Oh, you mean the screen is nothing? No, the screen is not nothing. The whole thing is the screen. Oh, you mean the screen is the battlefield and Arjuna and Krishna and the chariot together? What will the father point to? Because whatever points to, there is a picture there. And the child takes the picture to be that reality. And that's the problem with the Upanishad and enlightened people when they want to point out. Here, look, Here is Brahman. Here is the ultimate reality. We say, oh, you mean this table or this person? Or you mean the sun and the earth? No. Leave it all out. Oh, you mean Brahman is nothing? No. All of it. Oh, you mean a collection of these things? No. None of these. How do you point it out? The method is this. Not this. Neti. So neither the waker, nor the dreamer, not the deep sleeper, not in something in between, not omniscience of God, not unconscious either. The awareness itself without any object. Then the next part. And there's an awfully long word there. You can see that? Yeah, I broke it up for you. The way to pronounce it is actually together. You believe it or not, you should read it together. It goes like this. Adrishyam avyavaharyam agrahyam alakshanam achintyam avypadeshyam ekatma pratyasaram prapanchopashamam shantam shivam advaitam. Should read it. The whole thing is to be read at one go. But when you explain it, you break it into the component words. This is also neti, but what's happening here? What is this Brahman? What is this ultimate reality? Is it something that we can see? Adrishyam. It's not. Literally it means invisible, but it means it's not an object for our sense organs. So this reality we're talking about, the fourth, you cannot see it, you cannot hear it, you cannot touch it, you cannot smell it, you cannot taste it. That's the meaning of adrishyam. Not an object to our senses. Sometimes silly questions come. Oh, if this precious Brahman or ultimate reality of yours exists, why can't I see it? Because it's not seeable. It's like saying, oh, if your atoms exist, why can't I see atoms? Because atoms are too small to see. And therefore you cannot see them. But that doesn't mean they don't exist. They do exist. And the fourth, this pure consciousness, it's not an object of vision. Therefore, you cannot see it with the eyes, or smell it, or taste it, or touch it, or taste it, or hear it. Is it an object to my organs of action? Can I walk to it? Maybe I can go to Benares, the holy city, or Mecca, or Jerusalem, and then I can get the ultimate reality there. Can I grasp it, hold it with my hands? No. I'm skipping one word. Agrahyam. Agrahyam means it is not an object to my organs of action. You can't walk to it on a pilgrimage. You can't catch hold of it. No. It is beyond any transaction. Avyavaharyam, the word in between which I skipped. Avyavaharyam means it's beyond any transaction. Gold, for example, to be useful, you make it into an ornament. But if without the ornament, name, form, there is no use to it also. Pure consciousness in itself does not enter into transactions. It's only through the mind and the senses that you can see things, hear things, smell things, taste things. You can think, you can remember, you can understand, you can desire or hate. It requires the mind. But consciousness in itself is not something that sees, hears, smells or tastes. It's not something that enters into transaction. Ultimate reality is the most useless thing of all. But it underlies all use. See, gold in itself, you can't wear it as a necklace or put it as a bracelet. But once it's made into a necklace, being a necklace or a bracelet, it depends on the gold. Without the gold, no necklace, no bracelet. You can't put a pretty ornament on your wrist or on your neck without the gold. Similarly, without this underlying consciousness, this fourth, everything else is not possible. Everything else means seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, thinking, desiring, understanding, Vedanta. None of it is possible without that underlying consciousness. But in itself, it does not enter into any kind of transaction. So, avyavaharyam. Alakshanam. It cannot be inferred. It's a technical use. Lakshana here means it cannot be inferred. Inference is by seeing something, you understand something else. So the classic example is there is a fire on that hill. I can't see the fire, but I can see the smoke. So there must be a fire. By seeing the smoke, I infer the fire. So by seeing something, by noticing something, can you infer that fourth, the ultimate reality, the pure consciousness? That also is not possible. Achintyam avyapadeshyam. Avyapadeshyam means beyond name, beyond language. And achintyam means beyond thought. We often hear this again and again. The ultimate reality is beyond language. Language cannot express it. But what do you mean? Why can't words express it? Why can't language express it? That scholar I was talking about, who is doing his PhD on silence, somebody joked that that's an awful lot of things to say about silence. Big thesis about silence. Avyapadeshyam. Why do you keep saying that the ultimate reality is beyond language? Why cannot words express it? And remember, you are using words to express it. After all of this is words. The Upanishad is words. So this has to be understood. Shankaracharya, he explains it beautifully in his commentary. Why is this ultimate reality, the fourth, Brahman, the ultimate reality of this universe, why is it beyond language? What can language do? Shankaracharya, he asks there, how does language work? Language requires these 5 things to work. Any one of 5 factors, if it is present, language can work. And all of this is based on Shankara's commentary. He says, first of all, jati. Jati means class or species. So if an object belongs to a set or a class, then you can use that to refer to that language, to that object. You can use language. So example he gives is cow. So this animal is a cow because there's a set of animals called cows, and this animal shares those characteristics. You can put it in that set and use the name to indicate this object. So a car, anything that is a part of a set, a boat. It could be a small boat, it could be a huge cruise ship, but you can call them all boats because they belong to a set of boats. So can you talk about Brahman like that? No, because there is no class of ultimate realities. There's only one. So you cannot use language as a class to designate Brahman. Here is an ultimate reality. There are lots of these ultimate realities, Here's one of them. But no, there's no lots of ultimate realities. It's not a class of things. Another way language functions is by quality. So there are flowers there. And if I say, bring me a red flower, immediately you know, white flower, yellow flower, red flower is there. The Swami wants a red flower. You pick out the correct one and bring it to me. How did you know? How did language work? I use the quality red to distinguish that flower from other flowers having different qualities. So some have white color, some have yellow colors, but some have red. And you used that quality to distinguish it from everything else. That tall person, call him. How did you know whom to call? You looked at who's the tallest one among these people. A quality. So quality can be used to designate something. Language works sometimes through quality. In Sanskrit, guna, quality. But you immediately know Brahman is beyond all qualities. It is called nirguna, beyond all attributes. So Brahman has no quality of its own. All of quality belongs to something in waking, dreaming or deep sleep, but not to Brahman. So you cannot use quality. Another way language functions is through action. Action. Compliment the cook. The dishes are wonderful. Now, how do you know whom to compliment? The one who cooked these dishes. Cooking is a function. Call the boatman. The passengers are ready to depart. How do you know whom to call? The one who drives the boat. So, function. One way language works is through function. If something or someone is doing something, use that action to designate that person. But Brahman, the ultimate reality, pure consciousness, has no function. It just is. It's isness. It just is. It shines. That's all. It's not a function. You cannot use function to designate that fourth, the ultimate reality. Then there is another way language functions is, language functions. There's another way that language functions is relationship. Sambandha. The guru is a guru only when there is a student. Without any students, you can't call the guru, the teacher, a teacher. The father is a father only if there is a son or daughter. So there is a relationship. And relationship requires two. You can use language through relationship. But relationship requires at least two terms. There cannot be two terms because the ultimate reality is non-dual, without two. So therefore you cannot say language, you can use relationships to indicate Brahman or Turiya. It has no relation with anything else. Why? Because nothing else exists. How can it have a relationship? It's like saying the screen. What relationship does it have with the character of the movies? Nothing really. They don't exist. Only the screen exists. But the other way is not true. The characters in the movie itself depends on the screen. The world entirely depends on Brahman. But Brahman does not depend on the world. Brahman has no relationship with the world. The classic example of snake and rope. So, you know the example? By mistake sometimes a rope is taken to be or mistaken to be a snake. In the darkness maybe you see something, oh it's a snake. Sometimes the opposite happens. So you have to be careful. They say, oh it's a rope. It must be a rope. The Swami keeps talking about rope and snake. What did he say? The snake is actually a rope. Okay. But sometimes it turns out to be a snake. Whatever it is, a mistake is made. What it is not, you take it to be that. So it's not a snake, but you take it to be a snake. It's a rope. Now, between the real rope and the imaginary snake, what relationship is there? If you catch hold of the rope and put him and interrogate the rope, hey, you, what's your relationship with that nasty snake? And the rope will say, what snake? It's your problem. I see a snake there, it's your problem. I'm not a snake. So similarly, if you ask Brahman, what's your relationship with the world? Brahman will say, what world? You think there's a world. There's no world. There's only Brahman. So it has no relation with anything else. You can't use relation to indicate Brahman. And the last one is called convention. Convention is very simple. It's like when you name a baby, you call a baby Ram or Sita, and say from now on this child will be called Ram or Sita. How did you know? How do you use language? You pointed out this child, and from now on it's called Ram or Sita. Why can't we use a name like that? After all, you are using names. You are saying Brahman, Atman, whatever, the ultimate reality, the absolute pure consciousness. You are using so many names, Swami. But does it work like that? How does this naming, this convention work? You must point out the person. This person is Ram. Then only it works. If I don't point out and I say this person is Ram, you will be at a loss. Which person? Who are you talking about? If I don't point it out. Designation is important. This is called, X is called Y. You must point out what is X and then you understand, oh, this is called Y. But if you don't point out, if you simply say X is Y, nobody knows what are you talking about. Similarly, even when we are using words, Atman, Brahman, Turiya, the fourth, ultimate reality, absolute, none of us are any wiser because it's not been pointed out. It cannot be pointed out directly, physically, that you can't point out, this is Brahman. Here, from now on, we'll call this Brahman. So now you know, oh, a table is Brahman. It's not. But because it cannot be pointed out, this conventional method of naming, that from now on, let's call it this, it can't work. The 5 ways in which language works do not apply to Brahman. The ultimate reality, the 5 ways do not apply. Jati, class or species, won't work. Because Brahman there's no class of Brahman. Guna, quality, won't work. Because Brahman has no qualities, nirguna. Action, kriya, won't work. Because there's no action in the absolute reality. There's no change. Sambandha, relationship, won't work. Because Brahman is non-dual. There's no second thing. It has no relation with anything else. And then, last one, conventional method in Sanskrit, it's called Rudhi. Conventionally, can you name it? No, you cannot name it because you cannot point it out. You cannot separate it from everything else and say, this thing is If you try to point it out, what happens? It's like that father trying to point out the screen in the movie. You'll immediately mistake a picture from the screen. So none of these work. That's why it is beyond language. And all of this explanation which I gave to you now, the philosophy of language and why it will not work, why you cannot indicate the ultimate reality through language, all of this Shankaracharya says in half a phrase. Shabda pravritti nimitta rahitatvat. Because the ultimate reality is devoid of the how do I translate it? The instigators of the activity of language, let's say this way. The 5 factors which instigate the use of language, those are not there in the ultimate reality, and therefore it cannot be designated by language. Abhyapadeshyam. Beyond thought, you cannot conceive of it. Consciousness is what reveals thought. Thought does not reveal consciousness. Consciousness reveals thought, and thought is about the world. Thought reveals the world. By my mind, I understand my body and my senses, and through the body and senses, I experience a world. But mind does not reveal consciousness itself. It's rather consciousness which reveals the mind. Achintyam, it cannot be thought of. So up to this point is still neti neti. Have you noticed? The first line was, so this whole thing you can divide into 3 parts. One part is, it starts with nanta pragyam and ends with na apragyam. The first line. There, by neti neti, the knower is denied. Waker, dreamer, deep sleeper, no. And by the next part, from the big word here, adrishyam, from there up to abhyapadeshyam, halfway through. That's the second part. The second part denies the knowables. Notice what is here. Anything that you can experience with the senses, anything that you can grasp with the organs of action, anything that one can infer, anything that one can talk about, anything that one can think about, anything that you can, inference. So all of these things, they work on the world, objects, and none of them are Brahman. So they are knowables. What we did in the first 3 aspects of the self. Remember, we had 2 things. Knower and known. Waker and waker's world. Dreamer and the dream world. Deep sleep and the darkness of deep sleep. Knower, knowables. These 2 pairs are denied. These 2 pairs are denied in the neti neti. The knower is denied in the first part, and the knowables, the waking world, dream world, deep sleep, potential world, they are all denied in the second part. Now, having said it's not this, can you at least indicate what it is? You have told us what it is not. But can you give us some idea of inkling of what it is? And the next part, the third part, indicates, not directly, because words cannot denote it directly. It points at what that ultimate reality is. Remember, nothing weird or nothing far off. It is us. It's our real nature. It just cannot be expressed in thought and language, but it can be pointed out. So the pointing is given here in the third part. Ekatma pratyasaram. Ekatma pratyasaram. By following, by tracing this cognition of I. All the time we have this feeling. The cognition itself is the ego. It's a function of the mind. I. But it refers to something. It's pointing out something. If you follow, this was the entire method given by Ramana Maharshi. So the central method that was taught by Ramana Maharshi was follow that who am I. Whatever you ask him, he will say who is asking. Find that out. So that's a shortcut solution to all problems. I am in great suffering, find out who is in suffering. So who am I? That's what's being pointed out here. Ekatma pratyasaram. If you follow the I thought back to its source. There's a funny story about, and later it was confirmed that it's true. It actually happened. Somebody who was very devotional by nature, who did not like this path of knowledge, this who am I business, But he went to Ramana Maharshi anyway, because Ramana Maharshi was so famous in the south of India at that time. This great sage who lived on the mountain there in Arunachala. He went there and asked Ramana Maharshi, I know you're going to tell me, find out who am I, but I don't like that method. It's so dry, it's so intellectual. I love God. I have great devotion to God, Narayana, a great devotion to Narayana. Is that all right? Ramana Maharshi said, yes. It's all right, yes. So if I have great devotion to Narayana, after death, will I go to the abode of Narayana, to Vaikuntha, the abode of Narayana? Ramana Maharshi said, yes, you will. I will, yes. And there will I see Narayana? Will I behold my beloved Lord? And Ramana Maharshi said, yes, you will. Oh, I will see God, yes. And will Narayana see me? Will he see me? Yes, he will. Will he speak to me? Will he speak to me? Yes, he will. What will Narayana say to me? What will Narayana say to me? He'll say to you, find out who am I. So the whole method was ekatma pratyasaram, tracing the I to what is beyond the I. The classic Chinese metaphor of finger pointing at the moon. So this ekatma pratyasara, this is not a definition of the ultimate reality, but it's pointing to the ultimate reality. When you use a finger, what is the moon? I'm pointing to the moon. This is not the moon, but you have to follow this and then see for yourself what this is pointing towards. Similarly, these words are pointing towards something within us which we have to catch ourselves. What is the another way of saying it? Prapanchopashamam. A very beautiful word. Prapanchopashamam means the cessation of the universe, the silence of the universe. What a beautiful, powerful expression. That absolute is the silence of the universe. The entire universe falls silent. What is the universe? According to, in the language of Mandukya, the universe is our waking universe. This one. Whatever you can see, hear, smell, taste, touch, this is the universe. But it's also the internal universe of our dreams. Whatever we dream about, whatever we think about, whatever we remember and conceive of and love and hate and want internally. The first person experience of the mind, that is also the universe. And it is also the potential universe of deep sleep. So the universe has these three aspects. The waking, the dreaming, and the deep sleep. Everything that is in the waking state, everything that is in the dream state, that means the internal universe, and everything that is in the deep sleep state, together is called universe. The word here used here is prapancha. It needs some explanation. Prapancha stands for, in most Indian languages you come across this word, prapancha. Pancha means five. Prapancha means the five in detail. What five? The ancient cosmology of five elements, the sky and the air and the fire and the water and the earth. So in ancient not only in India, in China, even in Greece, and so they thought of the world as made of these five elements. Panchabhuta, the five elements. So the universe is made of these five elements. And there's a logic to it. Why these five elements? One is a simple way of looking at the universe. So you find the sky, space, and you find heat, fire, you find water, and you find earth. So you find these five elements here. There is a more philosophical, deeper way of understanding these five elements. The way we experience a world is through our five senses. And these five elements provide, what do the five senses experience? The five senses experience, eyes experience form. And skin experiences touch. The nose experiences smell. The tongue experiences taste. The ears experience sound. Now these five objects of our experience, form, sound, taste, touch, and what was the other one? Smell. These five, they are properties of five elements. So sound is taken to be the property of space. And form is taken to be the property of fire. And touch is taken to be the property of air. And taste is taken to be the property of water. And smell is taken to be the property of earth. So the 5 elements, they have these 5 properties, which is how we experience the world. So this is the logic behind the 5 elements constituting the world. It means the world, notice it's very subjective. So it's the world of our experience. Alright. Just by the way, somebody might ask, but you just talked about the human senses. There are animals with other kinds of sense. Someone might have an electric sense or an infrared or something like that. So remember, this is the entire technology of the Upanishads is meant to give us liberation. So the whole thing is imagined, is constructed around us, our experience of the world. That's why 5 senses. So 5 elements constitute the world. The 5 in detail. The 5 are the 5 elements. 5 in detail, world. In Sanskrit, prapancha. Pancha, 5. Prapancha, the 5 in detail. Funny story, but I'll see if I can make it work. It works very well in Hindi. It has to be. It's a story about monks in the Himalayas. Imagine high up in the mountains, 10,000, 15,000 feet up in the mountains there. In the winter, it gets very cold. It's covered in snow and ice. And there are no heating facilities except for if you build a fire. That might be it. So, there are pilgrimage sites where monks congregate, and in the summer, pilgrims from the plains of India go there. But when winter falls and the snow starts coming down, everybody goes away and the pilgrimage sites shut down for the winter. There's nobody there. But a few hardy monks, they remain. They remain in caves and in huts, even now. And when these pilgrimage, so this is the place where these monks get food. The pilgrimage sites, they are called annakshetras, where food is given to monks. And when the food distribution centers shut down for winter, before shutting down, they call all the monks and give them some provisions for the winter. Some amount of rice, some amount of fuel, maybe some amount of cereals or whatever, what they might use for the next 5 or 6 months before everybody comes back and the centers reopen. So all this is background to the story. Now, at one point, some monks were called to the center before it closed down for winter, and they were all given things, including a block of, in Hindi it's called gur, molasses, jaggery, molasses, like sugar. So that's your sugar for the next 6 months. It's like a brick. And the monks, they packed it and they took it back to their huts. So these 2 friends, they were monks, they're going back to their huts with their supplies, including the brick of, it's like basically sugar. It's the molasses. And this monk goes to his hut and he unties the packet and breaks off a little bit of it and tastes it. Oh, nice. Very sweet. Eats a little bit and then packs it up, and then you have to hang it from the ceiling because there are rats. If you keep it on the floor, the rats will come and eat it. So he hangs it from the ceiling with the rope and then puts out the lamp and goes to sleep. Now when he's sleeping, he feels, I could have eaten a little more. And he said, all right, let me just take it just a little more. And he lights the lamp and he brings it down from the ceiling and he unpacks it and breaks off a little more and eats it. And then packs it and ties it up and hangs it on the ceiling, puts out the lamp, goes to sleep. But no sooner than he has maybe just a little more. And then he gets up again and repeats it. Next morning his friend comes and he finds the rope hanging from the ceiling and the packet is empty. There's no more molasses. And he asks, what happened to it? He says, oh, that I wiped out the prapancha. Prapanch ko mita diya in Hindi. What it means is, I wiped out the universe. This universe of temptation which was there in front of, which means he ate the whole thing, 6 months applied throughout the night. I knew it wouldn't work. I saw this interview on YouTube of the Dalai Lama by a Western journalist who tried a joke on His Holiness. It didn't work. It went terribly wrong. The joke is a very famous one, especially in New York. Somebody goes to a place where pizzas are given. Pizzas are sold. And he says, how do you want it? And the customer says, make me one with everything. One pizza with every topping. Or make me one with everything. The united with the, yes. So the journalist thought he would try it on His Holiness. And you can actually see it on YouTube. He asks, so there's this guy who goes to the pizza shop and he asks the pizza guy, make me one with everything. And he looks at the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama says, pizza is good. Yes. And the journalist says, I knew it wouldn't work. But anyway, prapanch ko mita diya. That means I have wiped out the prapancha, the universe made of 5 elements, which means that actually the sugar which was tempting him. Prapanchopashamam, the real way of wiping out the prapancha of the universe is Vedanta, where in the fourth there is no universe. Where is the universe? In the waking, here. In the dream also, there is a subtle universe. And in deep sleep, there seems to be nothing, but everything is there in a seed form. Because it comes back. The moment you wake up, it all comes back again. So the universe is there in a manifest form in the waking and the dreaming, and in an unmanifest form in deep sleep. But in the fourth, neither waking, nor dreaming, nor deep sleep, in the fourth, there is no universe. There is no snake in the rope. It's like this. The classic example which Shankaracharya uses is a pot. Why a pot, you might say? Because I'm sure there were lots of pots around there's the most common thing. When you excavate an ancient civilization, what's the first thing that you come across? Pottery, basically. If you go to a museum, you will find, among all other things, lots of pottery will be there. So pot. He says, take an example of a pot. Now, a pot, you take a pot, clay pot, and then you examine it. You find that it's made of clay. So then now you have two things, clay and a pot. But when you examine the clay pot, you find the top is clay, the bottom is clay, inside it's clay, outside it's clay. It's clay through and through. Every bit of it, what you touch is clay. What you weigh is the clay. So this is clay. Where is the pot? You have used 2 words. One is clay, one is pot. The clay is this thing. Then what is the object corresponding to the word pot? There is no separate object corresponding to the word pot. The word pot actually means a shape and a use. But the material is clay. Now once you understand this, there is no reality called the pot. In the clay, it's clay only. There is no separate reality called the pot. Similarly, when we understand the fourth, this pure consciousness, you realize all that we thought are the knower and the known, the universe, waking universe, dream universe, deep sleep, potential universe, all of this is nothing other than that fourth, other than yourself. Just like the pot is nothing other than the clay. There is no separate reality called pot. There is no separate reality called universe. That is the silence of the universe. When one realizes this, even with eyes open, even when you are experiencing the universe, you can honestly say, what universe? This is just Brahman shining forth. Every bit of it is that pure awareness which I am. All names and forms, waking, dreaming and deep sleep, depend on this pure awareness for their very existence. They have no separate existence. It's just that reality which I am. When we realize this with eyes open, when you are experiencing everything, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, you can still honestly say, all of this is awareness only. And with eyes closed in meditation, when you're not experiencing anything, it's still that pure awareness. Whether manifest or unmanifest, it's still that pure awareness. In waking, dreaming and deep sleep. This is prapanchopashama. That means the silence of the universe. What it also means is, remember the whole goal of all of this, way we started, overcoming suffering. an attainment of bliss. That is the goal of Vedanta. This prapanchopashama, this realization of the silence of the universe, is overcoming suffering forever. Think about it. There is suffering only because we think of a separate universe, something apart from us. If it is all me, it's all me. I alone, the pure consciousness, I the pure consciousness, not I the body. I alone appear as all of this. Then what is it here that I need to gain, to achieve, to earn, to acquire? Nothing. I'm all of that. What is it that I have to get rid of? What is it that I hate? I can't hate anything. I can't get rid of anything. All of it is me. And all of it is not. Only I, the pure consciousness, am. So this is prapanchopashama, the cessation of the universe. Very, very deep concept. One kind of cessation of the universe is in deep sleep, no experience. In nirvikalpa samadhi, universe is not experienced. But this is while experiencing the universe, you can honestly say it is not. I alone appear in all these forms. Prapanchopashamam. Because of this prapanchopashamam, shantam, peace itself. Your real nature is peace itself. It's not peaceful. It is peace itself. Shantam, your name is peace. It's not that you are peaceful. Your name itself is peace. When the mind is peaceful, you are peace itself. When the mind is active, you're still peace itself. Shantam. Even when the mind is restless, you have the deep knowledge that I am peace itself. Shantam, beyond all suffering. Shivam. Shivam here means auspiciousness. That Atman, that the fourth is bliss. Its very nature is not only existence, not only consciousness, but ananda. It's bliss. There are discussions to be had on this, but I won't go into it. Just suffice it to say, the question which arises here is, this bliss, is it something that you experience? You experience all kinds of happiness. So is it a special kind of happiness that you experience? No. It is that which is experienced as happiness in the world. In itself is not a kind of feeling or a kind of, a kind of thrill. Not like that. It is rather, you can say, infinitude, wholeness, completion, purnatvam. There is no sense of any lack there. It's completion, let's say, infinitude, no limit. So Shivam, it is Ananda. Advaitam, non-dual. It's non-dual. Non-dual in what sense? Non-dual means not two. Apart from it, there is no second thing. Think about it this way. The gold example is a good example. Apart from, how many are there? Necklace 1. If you count the ornaments, necklace 1. Bracelet 2. The tiara 3. And the fourth one, when you say gold, you might think that there are 4. Well, how are you saying that there is not 2? There is in fact 4. No. If you count the gold, then counting the gold, how many are there? Only gold. Because the necklace is nothing but gold. The ornament, the bracelet is nothing but gold. The tiara is nothing but gold. From the point of view of gold, there is only gold. There is no second thing. Look out there in the ocean. How many waves? You see, Swami, thousands of waves. It's impossible to count them. You try to count the waves, you'll get thousands and ever changing. But if I say count water, as water, one and non-dual, the 10,000 waves are nothing other than the same water. How do you know? Take the water away, how many of those 10,000 waves will be left? 1 or 2? Nothing will be left. Those waves are not a second reality apart from water. The billions of entities in this world are not a second reality apart from you, the consciousness, apart from the fourth. It is not a fourth. That's the trick the Upanishad has played. It's not a fourth. It is one without a second. The fourth is actually one without the second. Why? Because apart from the fourth, there is no waking, no dreaming, no deep sleep. 1, 2 and 3. Waker, dreamer, deep sleeper. In Sanskrit we learned the terms Vishwa, Taijasa, Pragya. waker, dreamer, deep sleeper. And the fourth is called, by Gaudapada it will be called Turiya, which means fourth. The Turiya is not a fourth after waker, dreamer, deep sleeper. Rather, waker, dreamer, deep sleeper are appearances of that Turiya. Without, like, the ornaments are appearances of gold. The 10,000 waves are appearances of water. You, the pure consciousness, you appear now as the waker. Some are desperately trying to stay as the waker. They're making the transition into the dreamer and the deep sleeper. It's natural. Vedanta is the best soporific. So, waker, dreamer and deep sleeper are not 1, 2 and 3 with respect to Turiya. It is Turiya alone which appears as those three. Turiya is non-dual, not two. Advaitam. And the next, this little humorous, Chaturtham manyante. People think it is the fourth. Shankaracharya says, Ke manyante, who thinks so? Agyaha, fools think it is the fourth. It is not the fourth. The ultimate reality of ourselves is not the fourth. It's the one without a second. But it seems to be the fourth. Seems to be the fourth in which way? Waker, 1, dreamer, 2, deep sleeper, 3, and the real self, 4th. It seems to be that. But the first 3 are nothing but the manifestations of that 4th. So there is actually one without a second. Chaturtham manyante. People think it is the 4th. Sa Atma. So here is a manifestation of the 4th. Sa Atma. And that is the self. Sa Vijñeyaha. It is to be realized. It is to be realized. Realized as what? I am Brahman. Or it was said earlier, I am Atma Brahma. This very self is the absolute. How do you realize it? In this way. What was done earlier. Take a look at the waking, your own waking experience. Take a look at the dream, your own dream experience. You don't have to go into a dream. Just from the waking state, you recollect what was it like. And reconstruct what was it like to be in deep sleep. And notice all of them come and go to you, the pure awareness. What is common to all of them? What is not common? Waking world is not common. Your entire life, our life consisting of all of this, it totally disappears in the dream state. And our dreams, they come and go. They totally disappear when you wake up or go into deep sleep. In deep sleep, none of it is there. But what is there in deep sleep and in waking and in dreaming? What is that one awareness? Non-objective consciousness. Pure consciousness. That you are. That is the self. Once you realize that, you realize I am that all the time. Effortlessly. Choicelessly so all the time. And there is no suffering. There is only infinitude, no limits at all. And all of this is an appearance of that reality, of my own reality. Once that is realized, one goes beyond suffering, one lives on, still the waking will come, the dream state will come, the deep sleep state will come. But this will continue as what is called a Jivan Mukta, enlightened while living. And then the task is done. So this is a great statement of the fourth, so-called, now we know, so-called fourth. This is the statement about our real nature, about Brahman. Another word is Brahman, another word is Atman, another word is Turiya. Whatever you call it. The Buddhists call it the clear light of the void. A very beautiful phrase. Clear light of the void. You can see why it is called the clear light of the void. What is the void? Deep sleep. What is the void? Even waking and dreaming. They're actually the void. They're empty in themselves. So the clear light of the void is that what you are. All the time, right now. It's that. And once this is realized, forever beyond suffering. That is moksha. That is nirvana. We'll dig deeper into this in the evening session. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Shri. So please join me for the peace chant. Om Bhadram Karnebhi Shrinuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshabhiryajatraha Sthirairangai Stushtvagam Sastanubhihi Vyashema Devahitai Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vriddhashravaha Swasti na Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarksho arishtanemihi Swasti no brihaspatir dadhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. This morning we did what is the most important mantra in not only this Upanishad, which is probably the smallest, it is the shortest and the most important of the most powerful of the Upanishads. The most important mantra, which is mantra number 7. So mantra number 7, we can go ahead to that. We did this in the morning. And not only in this Upanishad, but I think this passage, this text is probably the most profound description or pointing towards our ultimate nature. So let's just chant it again. Please follow me. Nanta pragyam na bahish pragyam. Nanta pragyam na bahish pragyam. No bhayata pragyam. No bhayata pragyam. Na pragyana ghanam. Jnana ghanam. Na pragyam. Na pragyam. Adrishyam abhyavaharyam agrahyam alakshanam achintyam abhyapadeshyam ekatma pratyasaram prapanchopashamam shantam shivamadvaitam Chaturtham manyante sa atma savigyeyaha. So the self has 4 aspects, 3 of which are well known to us: the waking, dreaming and deep sleep. By the waking I mean the waker and the world that we experience, the waker's world, dreamer and the dream world, and deep sleeper and the darkness, the potential darkness of deep sleep. Those 3 aspects are well known to us. We all experience it. And what is trying to be pointed out, what we're trying to investigate and discover is this underlying reality, underlying these 3 states, that is the 4th. So it says, Chaturtham manyante, it is said to be the 4th, but it's actually not the 4th. We know this now. Many people don't understand it, because the way the 4th is spoken of, many people who have a preliminary acquaintance with Advaita Vedanta think that, alright, there is the waker and the dreamer and the deep sleeper, and there is something else, something beyond this, some separate thing called the 4th. No. It's not a separate thing. No more than gold is a different kind of ornament. Gold is the reality of the ornaments, is the material, is the substance of the ornaments. Similarly, consciousness, existence, consciousness, bliss is our foundational reality, is what we truly are. It's the screen on which the movies of waking, dreaming and deep sleep. Deep sleep is not a movie, it's like the movie switched off. And waking and dreaming are movies, they play, they come and go. But the background, the reality is what we are, existence, consciousness, bliss. What is it? This mantra, as we saw in the morning, can be divided into 3 parts. 2 parts are neti, not this, the method of negating. And the last part is a positive way of pointing out. The first 2 parts negate the knower and the known, subject and object, in each of the 3 states. In each of the 3 states, there are these pairs, knower and known. And we know that the pairs are again of 2 types, individual and cosmic, us and all taken together. Nanta pragyam na bahish pragyam. It is not the inwardly oriented consciousness, not the extroverted consciousness, which means it's not the dreamer, it's not the waker. Na pragyam. No bhayata pragyam. Nothing in between. Na pragyam. It is not the deep sleeper. It is not Na pragyanaganam, it means not the deep sleeper. Na pragyam does not mean some kind of omniscient awareness. Na apragyam does not mean that there is no consciousness, not even that. Adrishyam, not an object of any of the five senses. You cannot see it, hear it, smell it, taste it or touch it. Alakshanam, you cannot infer it. Agrahyam, it cannot be made an object of our five organs of action. Avyavaharyam, it cannot be bought into transaction. Literally, if you translate that, it means useless. That means the ultimate reality, Brahman, is useless. Remember, though in itself it is not bought into any transaction, it is the foundation of all transactions. In itself, it does not do anything. But because of that consciousness, we are able to do everything. See, hear, smell, taste, touch, think, remember, study Vedanta. All of this is in the light of consciousness, which in itself does not do these things. Avyavaharyam. Beyond language, abhyapadeshyam. You remember the five factors of language and why they cannot be applied here. Beyond thought, you cannot conceive of it. All thought is illumined by it, but thought cannot illumine it. Ekatma pratyasaram. It can be only known by inquiry into the notion of I. When the notion of I refers to body-mind, ignorance, samsara. When it refers to the witness consciousness, the fourth, then that is liberation. Ekatma pratyasaram. Prapanchopashamam. Beautiful term. The silence of the universe. The cessation of the universe. Oh, what's that? You. That's what you truly are. That's where the universe ends. Shantam. Peace itself. That's our name. Shantam. Peace itself. Beyond all suffering. Shivam. Auspiciousness or bliss, fulfillment, complete everlasting fulfillment. That's what we already are, just don't know it. Advaitam, non-dual. Apart from you, the real you, there is no second thing. Though everything appears, none of it is apart from you. None of it exists apart from you. Whatever we see in the waking world, whatever we see in the dream, and all that we do not see in the deep darkness of deep sleep, all three are not a second thing apart from you. Just as the thousands of waves in the ocean are not a second thing apart from water. So you, the real you, Chaturtham Manyante, said to be the fourth, thought of to be the fourth. Thought of by whom? Not by us. By the people who are ignorant of Mandukya Upanishad. They think there is a fourth. But we know it's the fourth only with reference to waker, dreamer, deep sleeper. But actually it is the one. Because those three are not a second apart from it. Waker, dreamer and deep sleeper are appearances in my real nature. Just as gold is not a fourth kind of ornament. There is one ornament, necklace, there's another ornament, a bracelet, there's a third ornament, a tiara. But gold is not a fourth ornament. Gold is the reality of those three ornaments. So what? All this is nice. Sa Atma, that is you. We are talking about you. Now you can't say so what. Sa Atma. Savigneyaha. This has to be realized. Realized means not only just heard about or talked about or read about or listened to about in a lecture, but we must honestly be able to say, I not only get it, but now I know it's true. I am that. Then it's done. Then it's done. Then just a question of manifesting that life. Now what Gaudapada proceeds to do, remember the text. The Upanishad itself is very short, 12 mantras. But the great teacher of Shankaracharya's teacher, Gaudapada, he wrote a set of verses on this called the Karikas. And that's in 4 chapters. So we have not looked at the Karikas yet. Now we're going to look at some of these Karikas, some of the verses composed by Gaudapada. Very beautiful verses. What is he going to do now? This 7th mantra is, of course, very important. It is the most important thing in the whole text. So you would expect Gaudapada will stop here and consider what went on. Whatever we have got now, Gaudapada is going to investigate that, is going to discuss that in the next few Karikas. So we'll go to Karika number 10, which is the next one here. The poetry is also very simple and beautiful. Karika 10. You can follow me. Nivritte sarva dukkhanam. Nivritte sarva dukkhanam. Ishanah prabhuravyaya. Ishanah prabhuravyaya. Advaita sarva bhavanam. Advaita sarva bhavanam. Devasturiyo vibhusmritaha. Devasturiyo vibhusmritaha. In this turiya, so look at he's using the word turiya now. The word turiya, which means the fourth, has not been used in the original Upanishad, but Gaudapada introduces it. So in this turiya, he says, it is indicated as the changeless and the supreme Lord. There is a cessation of all miseries. It is the one without a second among all entities. It is known as the turiya, fourth, effulgent and all-pervading. Alright, what does this mean? Nivritte sarva dukkhanam. It is the cessation of all suffering. What is the cessation of all suffering? Our real nature. If only we would know ourselves as we truly are. So in Indian philosophy, when we discuss suffering, one way is to talk about the three kinds of suffering, one classification. Adhyatmika, which refers to the body-mind, suffering which comes from one's own body-mind. Illness, physical, depression, unhappiness, mental. This is suffering from one's own body-mind. This is adhyatmika dukkha. It's one kind of suffering. The second kind of suffering is adhibhautika, suffering which comes from other living beings. In classical texts, they'll talk about the suffering caused by the mosquito and the tiger. So neither mosquitoes and tigers here, but suffering caused by other beings. Maybe this annoying person who's your neighbor, or maybe your boss in the office, or somebody who causes you suffering. So suffering caused by other living beings, human beings and other beings. And finally, adhidaivika dukkha, the suffering caused by natural factors, hurricanes and earthquakes and too much cold or too much heat or whatever. Three kinds of suffering: natural suffering, suffering from other living beings, and our own internal body-mind suffering. Of course, you may say that, isn't it true whether it's suffering caused by nature or suffering caused by other people? Ultimately, it has to come to my body and mind. It has to affect me physically too, or mentally, to make me suffer. That's true. That's true. Ultimately, suffering is at the level of the body and mind. In fact, ultimately at the level of the mind. It's only when the mind recognizes suffering, I say, I am in pain. But, just for the sake of classification, three kinds of suffering. And it says, Sarva dukkhanam, all suffering comes to an end. When we realize that we are this fourth, we are this pure consciousness. But this has to be understood carefully. All suffering comes to an end. So I'm prone to headaches. So will my headaches be cured when I'm enlightened? I'm very poor. So will my poverty all my debts will be paid off, my credit card debts and all, when I'm enlightened? Or there's certain things which I want in life, money and fame and success, and I'm unhappy because I don't get them. So when I'm enlightened, will all those problems be taken care of? No. I'm sorry to disappoint. Some of you looked expectant. Maybe. No. The Buddha put it very beautifully. He said the nature of suffering. What is the nature of suffering? He said, it's like a man hit by an arrow. Imagine the burning and the stinging sensation, you're hit by an arrow. And immediately afterwards hit by another arrow. So imagine the suffering. 2 arrows. What is the first arrow? The first arrow is what the world throws at you. Whatever happens in the world and what happens to you in the world. In your community, in your personal relationships, in your health, whatever is happening in the world, that's the first arrow. The second arrow is much worse. It's our reaction to it all. That is the real suffering. That's the real suffering. The real suffering is how we react. And the Buddha says what he is going to teach, that means the whole teaching of Buddhism, that will remove the suffering caused by the second arrow. Not the first one. Very gentleman-like he says, I cannot do anything about the first arrow. That comes by our karma. And for that, there are worldly remedies. Ill health, you can practice Hatha Yoga. If you have money problems, you can borrow. No, don't borrow. That's a very New York solution too. So there are worldly solutions for all our worldly problems for the first arrow, and none of them work. That's the thing. None of them really work. If they really worked, if I have ill health and there's some short solution, then I should be cured of ill health forever. Not at all. Nobody ever has been. If I'm hungry and if I eat, has hunger gone forever? Of course not. Afternoon, brunch, then dinner, then next morning. So it doesn't go away. There is no final solution for suffering in the world, the first arrow, and there is no absolutely guaranteed solution. There is no complete fulfillment in this world. So the first arrow is going to come. As long as we are alive, because of our past karma, the first arrow is going to come. But what we can deal with is the second arrow. Where is the maximum suffering? Almost all the suffering is caused by the second arrow. We know this. In life, we see people who have got maybe everything in life, very unhappy. Who have hardly anything in life, bubbling with joy. It's not so much what happens to us in life. There was one of the greatest scientific thinkers of our time, Stephen Hawking. Absolutely paralyzed and confined to his wheelchair. Another scientist. So this is physically devastated. Body is not functioning at all. But mind is brilliant. These are mental problems or worse. Not necessarily. There was this book and a movie, The Beautiful Mind. John Nash, the mathematician. Deeply schizophrenic. He won the Nobel Prize. Of course, for most of the work he did beforehand, but even then he continued to be productive. He was still working in Princeton University. So even with a devastated man, and all of this is not original to me. I remember I attended a medical conference where a psychiatrist, he was giving a talk, and he was saying that in spite of the worst hurdles, and he gave an example of Stephen Hawking and John Nash. One where the body is devastated, another where the mind is devastated, and they reach some of the heights of human achievement. So it's possible. And the opposite is also possible. Everything is perfect. Perfect health, youth, money, fame, and everything is there. Just ruins its life. And there are examples like that. Maybe commits suicide or something like that. So the first arrow is coming to every one of us. And the second one is what we have to deal with. In that same medical conference, a doctor was talking about pain. And he drew 3 concentric circles. Small circle, middle circle, and bigger, wider circle. He said pain, the suffering caused by pain, 20% of it is actually physical. Actually what we feel, the inner circle, 20%. The acute pain which we feel. And then the middle circle is the distress caused by pain. It's going to hurt, expecting, even before it starts hurting. Or worn down by continuous chronic pain. That is the middle circle. That's psychological. And then the outer circle is the social distress caused by it. I can't go to a function, I can't go to a party, I can't do this or that. I'm so disadvantaged by my pain. So he says, notice, 20% is actually physically felt. 80% of our suffering is mental, psychological. And he says, painkillers. He said, I'll let you into a dirty little secret of the pharmaceutical industry. Painkillers try, and unsuccessfully at that, to address that 20%. And they can never do anything about the other 80%. It's the second arrow. The second arrow which the Buddha talked about. So the real suffering is there. And when we realize this nature that I am this pure consciousness beyond all suffering. Where is suffering? At the level of the body. It's an object to me. It comes and goes. It's not me. Even when it is there, I can honestly say, yes, there is a pain, but it's not me. I can see it like a thing here. There was Swami Sivananda, one of the, in our order, he was the second president of the Ramakrishna order, a disciple of Sri Ramakrishna. So in his old age, when he was the president, he had many problems, asthma and other problems in his body. So he's the head of the order. Some monk came and one day asked him, they had heard that last night he had been unable to sleep, there was uneasiness in the body and pain and all. Next morning, one of the monks asked him, Swami, Maharaj, they say Maharaj, how are you? Oh, I'm fine. But we heard that you were so unwell, and last night we heard, oh, you mean the body, not fine at all, not well at all. You see, very naturally, I'm fine. Oh, the body, oh, it's no good. I've seen many of these examples. So you can clearly see it's not escapist. They're clearly aware of the problems in the body. And the doctors are doing their best and therapies are going on. But I'm also at a deep level, I know I'm all right. It's perfectly all right. It's the movie. It's a tragedy playing out on the screen, but the screen is not feeling tragic. So that is Nivritte Sarva Dukkhanam, cessation of all sufferings. When you realize I am that pure consciousness. How does it work? If I know that I am the witness consciousness, how does it help me to transcend pain? How does it cure the suffering caused by the second arrow? One way, three ways of looking at it. One way is the very nature of consciousness. Consider light. It's like light. Prakasha Swarupa. Light, Prakasha in Sanskrit means illumination or light. It illumines everything, but it is not affected by the things it illumines. It can illumine the water there. So much water, the light, sunlight falls on it and reveals it to you. But the sunlight doesn't become wet because of the water. It can reveal the terrible fires burning in Australia. But the light is not affected by the fires. It can reveal something very dirty, maybe water in a drain. It can reveal the pure water of the Ganges. But the light itself is not made impure by the water in the drain. It's not made pure by the water in the Ganges. No. It is not affected by what it reveals. Consciousness is like light. I'm not saying consciousness is suddenly start glowing when you become enlightened. I mean, you may look, your face may glow, but that's a different kind of glow, not like glowing in the dark radium or something like that. So that consciousness, it illumines. And what it illumines, it's not affected by it. If there is a pain in the body, it illumines, it reveals there is a pain in the body. But the enlightened person will not say, I am in pain. I am the witness of a pain in the body. You may say that's a strange way of looking at it. It's not strange. It's the actual fact. What we do normally is, we do not think of ourselves as consciousness. We think of ourselves as this. And the moment there's a pain here, ouch, I am in pain. Here's a pain, and I am this, so I am in pain. Depression, unhappiness. Oh, I am so unhappy. Are you? Isn't it that you are aware of this deeply unhappy feeling rising in the mind? Yes. Before this it was there, after this it will not be there. You, the consciousness, are you unhappy or are you aware of unhappiness? You're aware of unhappiness. But you in yourself, the awareness is not unhappy. So, because your nature is like light, in the evening, when we do the arati here, the last thing the Swami chants is, Na tatra suryo bhati na chandra tarakam. It's a beautiful mantra from the Kathopanishad. That is not illumined by the sun. There the moon does not shine, nor lightning. What to speak of this mortal fire? Tameva bhantam anubhati sarvam. That shining, everything else shines. Tasya bhasa sarvamidam vibhati. By its light, all that is here is lit up. That shining means you shining. Everything else shines. Everything else shines means your mind, first of all, your mind is lit up. Then through the mind, the body and the sense organs are lit up. And through this body-mind, you light up the entire world and you experience the world. But you shining, everything else shines afterwards. By your light, everything in this universe is lit up. Swami, you're saying nice things about me, but isn't it a bit too much? By my light? No, there's so many lights here. True. Close your eyes. Where are all those lights? They are lights only when you see them. And your seeing is also there only because your mind is behind your eyes. And your mind also works because you, the consciousness, are lighting up the mind. It's worth thinking about. Your nature is like consciousness, is like light. That's one reason why you are not affected by the things that you illumine. Just as light is not affected by the things it illumines, you are not affected by the things you illumine. Another reason why you are not, another way of looking at it, how do you transcend suffering? Asanga. You are not, nothing sticks to you. I mentioned it yesterday. Nothing sticks to you. When you reveal something, it does not stick to you. Whether it's a person, an object, a place, an experience, a pain, a pleasure, a taste, a smell, a touch, something you see or hear, none of them stick to you. They come and go. You shine. So even the worst of suffering does not stick to you. And if it does not stick to you, it has no relationship with you. It only appears, dances in your light, and disappears. When it comes, you can say hello. If it's a pain, you can't really say welcome. It would not be very honest. But you can at least say hello, there you are again. It'll stay for some time, and then it'll disappear and go, all right, let it go. You are asanga, unattached. To what? To anything in this world. That is another reason why your nature transcends pain. Another reason why, the third one, how you transcend pain, satya mithya. The reality is not affected by the appearance. The rope does not become poisonous because you imagine it, mistake it to be a snake. The desert does not become wet because the mirage water appears there. Shankaracharya says, all the water in the mirage is not enough to wet one grain of sand in the desert. That which is false cannot affect that which is real. This entire world, what is the world? Waking world, dream world, and deep sleep. None of it affects you, the witness consciousness, because it is not of the same order of reality which you are. In Vedanta, you are paramarthika reality, the absolute reality. And this world is called vyavaharika, transactional reality. It appears, shines, and disappears in your light. It cannot affect you. The false cannot affect the real. You say, no, Swami, people are traumatized by suffering. What is traumatized? The mind. The mind is traumatized. But you are the witness of the pre-traumatized mind and the traumatized mind. And in between the traumatized mind, there will be gaps and you are not aware of the trauma. And then when the traumatized mind goes to sleep, you are aware of the absolute blankness and peacefulness of the resting mind. When it wakes up, it may again remember the trauma. It wakes up suddenly aware, oh, I'm traumatized, supposed to be horrible. I'm in trauma, oh, I'm horrible. Then it starts working again. But you, the consciousness, you are not traumatized. You never were. So, because you are like light, therefore you are not affected by suffering. Because you are unattached, asanga, therefore you are not affected by suffering. Because you are real and the suffering body mind are appearances in you, therefore you are not affected by suffering. Ishana, Prabhuravyaya. So these words which are used, Ishana normally refers to God. Prabhu is another word which refers to God. But in this case, it refers to the Turiya, the pure consciousness, which we are. Shankaracharya comments, here the Lord means that one which is beyond all suffering. Because you are beyond all suffering, therefore you are the Lord, the fourth pure consciousness. Prabhu also here refers not to God, but to you, the pure consciousness. Avyaya, each of these words, very deep. Avyaya means unchanging. So traditionally there are 6 kinds of changes talked about. Shadavikara, or 6 modifications, 6 kinds of changes. One is Jayate, birth. So we are born, the body is born. And having been born now comes into existence. What was not there, I did not exist as this person, as this body. Now I exist as this person. That's another change. Jayate asti. So second change is, I come into being as this after being born. Third is vardhate, I develop. Baby and child and teenager, I'm developing, growing. The body is growing and changing. The next change is viparinamate. It reaches a plateau of development, middle age. And you continue at that level. And then begins apakshiyate, deterioration. Inevitable. I'm sorry, but inevitable. No matter how much, if you do a lot of hatha yoga and gluten free, then it will be managed. It will be managed. The decline will be a managed decline, which is good. Common sense decline, you should do that. If you have a car, why will you not take care of it? If you don't take care of it, it will fall apart faster. But we cannot stop it. Nobody can stop it. Old age will come. That which seemed effortless when you are young did not take any maintenance. Now you can still have the same thing, but it takes a lot of maintenance, a lot of work. One doctor said, Swami, now with the latest modern technology in medicine, we can almost guarantee that you will live long, but we cannot guarantee you will live well. So, an inevitable decline comes. Apakshiyate. And finally death. Inevitable. For all that is born, death is certain. So, nashyati. 6 changes. And it says, this consciousness, the fourth, is free of all of these 6 changes. It's not born. It's not that it did not exist and comes into existence. It's not that it develops. The body develops. The mind matures. But this consciousness, it's not that it develops. It's always the constant shining light. Like that. It's not that it matures. It's not that it deteriorates. And not that it dies. Free of the 6 changes. Advaita sarva bhavanam. Another profound phrase. Non-dual in the midst of dualities. In the midst of all pluralities, it's still non-dual. See, one kind of non-duality is present in deep sleep. In deep sleep, the duality of subject and object is not experienced. Here we experience a duality. Here I am, and here is the world, full of so many things which seem to be different from me. Duality, plurality. In dreams also it appears like that. In deep sleep it does not appear like that. There is no subject-object. It's all mushed together into a mass of no distinction. So it seems featureless and blank. So why do you say it seems featureless and blank? It is featureless and blank. No. Everything is still there. All distinctions are still there, but in a seed form. When you wake up, everything will come back again. So, but there is a kind of non-duality there, because there is no distinction. But the non-duality being spoken about here is the non-duality in the midst of all distinctions. The example of the ocean out there with 10,000 waves. And yet I can say there is only one without a two. What is that one without a two, the non-dual? The water. If you count the waves, 10,000 or more. If you bring in one more, water, will it be 10,000 plus one? No. It will be the one reality appearing as the 10,000. Gold is the one reality appearing as the 3 ornaments. You are the one consciousness appearing as waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and all the varieties within that. Even when we are awake, in the midst of this, the one who is enlightened, who knows himself as the Turiya, the fourth, realizes I and all of this is one reality. There is not one thing here, one person here, one event here, which is apart from me. I alone appear in all of these forms. That is the non-duality in the midst of dualities. And that's wonderful. You don't have to shut your eyes in deep sleep or deep meditation to shut out the world. You don't have to. If you want, you can. And if you don't want, if you want to be interacting with the world, you still can. The same piece of deep meditation will continue in your day-to-day activities because of this knowledge. It's wonderful. It makes you absolutely relaxed and free living this life. There is no obstruction anywhere. There's no real way of putting it. In Hindi, it's so powerful. I will try to translate. One teacher put it this way. Advait pratiti ko mitata nahi. Non-duality, this philosophy of non-duality is not for wiping out the experience of the world. When is the experience of the world wiped out? In deep sleep or in samadhi, experience of the world is wiped out. But this philosophy is not for wiping out the experience of the world. You can still be in the body and still interact with everything. What does Advaita do then? In Hindi he said, Advait to aapko nirbad bana, vyavahar mein nirbad banata hai. In action, in transaction with the world, it makes you limitless, fearless, absolutely relaxed. Neither life nor death make any difference to you. Let this body live for 100 years, let it die today, it makes no difference to you. It's an appearance. You know clearly that you are not it. So that kind of fearlessness, detachment comes to you. Devaha Turiya. The fourth, it uses the word Deva. Deva normally means God or a deity. Literally it means the shining one. The div, the source verb means to shine. Because your consciousness itself, you are called Devaha, the shining one. Vibhu, all pervading. Vibhu means all pervading. See, a kind of mistake may still lurk in our minds. All right, waking, dreaming, deep sleep, I am none of that. I am the consciousness in which they appear and disappear, and I am not affected by any of it. Good, great. And here are so many other people. They all have their waking, dreaming, deep sleep. So they all must be separate pure consciousnesses. I am one pure consciousness, one Turiya, and there must be so many others here. He says, no, there is only one. That alone appears as all of these. So we are literally, actually, in the most literal sense of the word, we are one reality. We are not separate beings. As bodies we are separate. As minds we are separate. But at our core, in depth, at the level of pure awareness, we are one. Another way of understanding this is, yes, at the physical level, at the waking level, we are separate. We can clearly see we are so many. We can count. At the mental level also we are so many. Because our thoughts, feelings, emotions, our opinions, they differ. If you take a opinion poll here, you will find on the same question people give different answers. So minds work differently. Our minds are also different. But imagine what happens in deep sleep. In deep sleep, your experience of deep sleep and his experience of deep sleep and my experience of deep sleep, they're all the same. Because in uniform blankness, there can't be any differentiation. When there's only no duality of knower and known, there can't be any differentiation. It's the same. Everybody has the same experience of deep sleep. If deep sleep, we have the same experience, imagine the consciousness beyond deep sleep. It has to be exactly the same. Pure consciousness in itself has to be the same. Vibhuhu, it's all pervading. It's not separate consciousnesses, but it's one consciousness in all beings. So that's one karika. Imagine how much he has packed into it. The next few karikas, he does a study, a compare and contrast study. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep, from 11th karika onwards. So what he's going to do, let me tell you quickly, and then we will take a look. Imagine the story of, the example of snake and rope. There are two things there, ignorance and error. We don't know the rope as rope, and therefore we make a mistake. It's a snake. Not knowing the rope as rope is called ignorance. Ignorance of the reality. And from ignorance of the reality comes the mistake, the error. What is the error? Oh, it's a snake. It's a snake. In the classic example, in Vedantic example, 3 people went by a little piece of rope abandoned in the darkness somewhere, semi-darkness. And one person said, oh, did you see there's a snake there? Oh, that thing I saw, went by it. It's not a snake. It is a crack on the earth. In the last earthquake, that place, it got a crack. It's a crack on the earth. And the third person said, no, it's not a snake. It's not a crack on the earth. It's just a old garland discarded from the temple. It's not a garland. It's not a crack on the earth. It's not a snake. All 3 are errors. The reality is it's a rope. Ignorance of the reality leads to error. Ignorance of the reality leads to error. Why am I saying this? Waker, dreamer, deep sleeper, and the fourth, pure consciousness. In Sanskrit, Vishwa, Taijasa, Prajna, and Turiya. Consider them in terms of ignorance and error. In the waking state, we have both ignorance and error. Normally, I do not know that I am the Turiya, I am the pure consciousness. Ignorance. I do not know the real nature of my real nature. And this is ignorance. And I have a consequent error. What's the error? I am this, body, mind. I am Sarvapriyananda. This is an error. I, the one pure consciousness, not knowing myself, ignorance. Next, I think of myself as a body, mind. Error. So both ignorance and error are present in the waking state. In the dream state, both ignorance and error are present. I do not know I am pure consciousness, and whatever I may be dreaming about, I am identified with that. I am this person who's being chased through the forest by a tiger or something like that. All of it is error. So ignorance and error are present in dream state also. Deep sleep. Deep sleep. There is ignorance because I don't know anything. I don't know that I am pure consciousness or anything at all. So ignorance is there. But no error. There is no error. No, I don't think anything there. Nothing right and nothing wrong also. I don't even think that I am a body and mind. If you're thinking that, you're not in deep sleep. So, in deep sleep, the deep sleeper has ignorance but no error. Are you with me here? Blank. I do not know. But I don't know anything wrong either. But Turiya, pure consciousness, has neither ignorance nor error. So this is how the study is going to be. What Gaudapada is going to say in these verses, basically if you keep this in mind, the waker has ignorance and error, the dreamer has ignorance and error, the deep sleeper has only ignorance, but pure consciousness, what he means by pure consciousness is, when you realize that I am that pure consciousness, you are beyond both ignorance and error. Alright. Karika 11. Let us, you can chant after me. Karya karana baddhauto, Karya karana baddhauto, Ishyete vishwatejaso, Ishyete vishwatejaso, Pragya karana baddhastu, Pragya karana baddhastu, Dvauto turyena siddhyata, Dvauto turyena siddhyata. Cause and effect. Cause is ignorance, effect is error. Cause is ignorance, not knowing that I am pure consciousness. And the effect is, I think I am body and mind. Now look at what he says. Vishwa and Taijasa. Who is Vishwa? The waker. Who is Taijasa? The dreamer. The waker and the dreamer are limited by cause and effect, ignorance and error. Prajna, the deep sleeper. The deep sleeper is limited by only the cause. Karana baddha is only limited by the cause. What is the cause? Ignorance. And both of them are not there. Both limitations are not there for Turiya. Both limitations means cause and effect. What is cause and effect? Ignorance and error. Let me repeat. The waker and the dreamer both have ignorance and error. Here in Gaudapada's language, both have cause and effect. Cause is ignorance and effect is error. Deep sleeper, prajna, has only cause. Cause means ignorance. In deep sleep, just nothing. Blank. Do not know. But, no, that reminds me. Did you know there's a subject called ignorance studies? I did not know either. I was ignorant of ignorance studies. It's only last year in New York there is a well-known university called the New School. And it's not very new. It's actually quite old. But it's very famous. Some of the most brilliant academics have come there and taught in different subjects. So they organized a seminar, a 2-day workshop on unknowability. So unknowability in physics, unknowability in mathematics, unknowability in social sciences, unknowability in history, and so on and so forth. Very interesting. There are some of the most brilliant scholars from all over the world invited. One of the last speakers was in sociology, I think, and she was a professor from England. And she said, she's the editor of the new edition. There's a Routledge Handbook of Ignorant Studies. I thought that, let me check up before I say this today. So in my room I Googled it. First edition already sold out, second edition is being printed. So I don't know what they do in ignorant studies. They go about saying, I don't know, or something. No, apparently it's a very serious area of study. So ignorant studies. And she was surprised when I told her, this ignorance, ajnana, is a very central topic in Indian philosophy. So ignorant studies is very old. Thousands of years old, not just now. She was not aware. She said, whom can I contact? Who will tell? I gave her a list of professors of Indian philosophy in Oxford and Cambridge and all. So, hopefully in the second edition. First edition, there was nothing included from Vedanta or any other Indian philosophy for ignorant studies. I hope in the second edition she'll do something. So, ignorance, the deep sleeper is bound by ignorance, but not by the effect of ignorance, which is error. But pure consciousness is free of both. So that's the meaning of 11th verse. Remember, what is Gaudapada doing here? All the materials which have been provided by the Upanishad, he's putting it together and trying to compare and contrast. What is the difference between waker, dreamer, deep sleeper, and trying to see how is it all different from the fourth, pure consciousness which I am, which we realize we are when we are enlightened. 12th, further down this road. 12th Karika. Natmanam na paramshaiva, natmanam na paramshaiva, na satyam na pichanritam, na satyam na pichanritam, pragya kinchana samvetti, pragya kinchana samvetti, turiye tat sarvadrik sada, turiye tat sarvadrik sada. He's distinguishing between deep sleeper and the fourth. Between pragya and turiya. Between our deep sleep condition and enlightenment. What's the difference? He says, in deep sleep, one does not know oneself. One never feels, I am in deep sleep. Never. It's not possible. You do not know anything else either. Other people, the world, or dreams, nothing is known. You don't know yourself, you don't know anything else. Na satyam, the reality that I am pure consciousness, not known in deep sleep. Na anritam, the falsity. Falsity means waking and dreaming worlds. That also is not known. Nothing is known in deep sleep. Pragya kinchana na samvetti. The deep sleeper does not realize any of these things. But turiyam, pure consciousness, that sarvadrik sada, the enlightened one shines in all states. You are always awareness. So, in waking, you are aware that you are pure awareness only. In waking, experiencing everything. In dreams, the same thing. In deep sleep, will you be aware, I am awareness in deep sleep? No. What will happen is, you know, the darkness of deep sleep, the potential state comes up, illumined by you, the pure consciousness. And when you wake up, your idea will be, I was the same unchanging consciousness in deep sleep. The mind went into deep sleep, the mind went into waking, the mind goes into dreams, and it cycles back and forth. I am the witness of it all. So that will be the experience. The waker and the dreamer, whatever we see in the waking and dreaming, they are all appearances, false in themselves. The truth is you, the consciousness, the witness consciousness. There's a story about this. The great emperor Janaka, who is a well-known character in Vedantic stories. So, one day, this Emperor Janaka, he went to sleep at night, having done his royal duties and everything, retired off to bed, and suddenly he was woken by a hammering on the door. Wake up, sir, your highness, wake up, wake up. What happened? We are under attack. The enemy has attacked us. Oh, quickly, call the generals, call the cavalry, give me my bow and arrow, my armor. So he puts on everything and goes off to fight. And there's a terrible fight. Unfortunately, poor Janaka is defeated in the fight. And the invader captures his empire and captures the king, the emperor Janaka. And he's brought before the invader. And the invader says, you are of royal blood, so I will not kill you, but you are now exiled from your empire. It's my territory now. Poor Janaka, the day before he was an emperor, now he's nobody. So he stumbles through his kingdom, his empire, then nobody will give him food or water. He's terribly thirsty and hungry and unhappy. Somehow goes to the next kingdom across the border, which leads you one to think it couldn't have been a very big empire if he can cross it in a few hours. Then in the next kingdom, food is being distributed to poor people, like a soup kitchen, and he stands there. The story is khichdi, the Indian rice and lentil soup. So he's about to get that khichdi being given to the poor people, and by the time he reaches, there's nothing left, and he says, for the love of God, give me whatever is there. I'm so terribly unhappy and thirsty and tired. And so a little bit of gruel was left at the bottom of the big pot, and that was given to the ex-emperor. And he's with trembling hands, going to sip that, when a kite circling above swoops down and knocks the bowl from his hand, and that is too much. It falls in the ground, and Janaka, he can't take it anymore. He falls on the ground weeping, and here's where translation breaks down. In Hindi it was told to me, ha ha kar karte hue, crying out ha ha. Ha ha in Hindi means exactly the opposite of what it means in English. In Hindi it means alas. In Hindi or Sanskrit, alas, I am undone, alas. So the Hindi ha-ha, not the English ha-ha. And he falls down there, and he sits up in his bed, sweating, his chest thundering. At that moment, a less philosophical person, maybe we could have said, oh, it was a nightmare, I wonder what I ate. It was a nightmare. But Janaka is a philosopher. So when he sits up like this, his immediate reaction is, was that true or is this true? Maybe I fainted. Maybe that is true. I'm lying on the ground. I fainted and I'm imagining everything is all right. I'm sitting in my palace. I might be dreaming this. And the guard rushes in. Sir, did you shout? Is anything wrong? And the emperor says, is this true or was that true? The guard is confused. He retreats. He calls the queen. The queen comes. What's wrong with the old man now? And she comes in. What's up? And he says, is this true or was that true? The queen is confused. She calls the doctor. Call the doctor. The doctor comes and takes the emperor's pulse. Your Highness, is there any uneasiness? Are you feeling anything, any pain? The emperor says, was that true or is this true? And this goes on. Next day it is all over the city, the capital city of Janaka, Mithila, where so it must be some kind of Twitter or something like that, everybody knows next morning that the emperor has gone crazy. Now the emperor's teacher, Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra comes to town and he hears that the emperor has gone crazy. So he goes to the emperor and says, Emperor, how are you today? And he sees in the court, the emperor is sitting surrounded by soldiers and the queen and the officers, and nothing is getting done. You ask the emperor to sign some important files or something. He says, is this true or was that true? Nothing is getting done. So the Ashtavakra, the great sage, comes and says, Emperor, how are you today? And the emperor says, was that true or is this true? Now Ashtavakra knows everything, what is in the mind of the emperor. He says, O emperor, when you were rolling in the dust in agony and in despair over your defeat, this glory, this power, your queen and generals and the army, any of this was there? He says, no. And now when you are sitting here, surrounded by your power and glory, that defeat, that humiliation, that terrible circumstances, any of it is here? He says, no. Then, O emperor, neither this is true nor that is true. At this, the emperor is stunned. This is not true, that is not true, is nothing true. Ashtavakra says, Emperor, that is not true, but did you see it? Were you there? Yeah, I saw it. I was there. And this is also not true, but are you seeing it? Yes, I can't deny I'm seeing it. Then, Emperor, neither this is true nor that is true, but you are the truth. You are the reality. What is that you? That Turiya, which is not affected by ignorance or by error. So, there he does not bring in deep sleep, but it's exactly the story explains what we have been studying so far. Let's do one more karika and we'll stop. 13th karika. Dvaitasya tulyam Dvaitasya tulyam Ubhayo pragyaturyayoh Ubhayo pragyaturyayoh Bija nidrayutah pragya Bija nidrayutah pragya Sachaturyena vidyate Sachaturyena vidyate. Very beautiful verse. It still continues contrasting deep sleep and enlightenment. It says, Dvaitasya tulyam ubhayo pragyaturyayo. Duality is not seen both in deep sleep and in enlightenment. But there's a big difference. In deep sleep, duality is not experienced at all. Blank. Deep sleep, blank. Duality is not experienced at all. You don't see anything. No difference. In enlightenment, it's not that duality is not experienced. You see all the differences. But you know it's false. Non-duality alone is true. So non-duality is there both in deep sleep and in enlightenment, of course in different ways. In deep sleep, there's an experience of non-duality, that there is no difference. In enlightenment, even when you are awake, even when you're seeing all this difference, you know it's non-dual. There's only one non-dual reality, which is my own reality. And then, but there's a difference. Bija nidra yuta pragya. Deep sleep is associated with non-duality, but also bija means seed. In deep sleep, the seed of duality is present because you wake up immediately and all the problems and all the issues, they come back again. But neither sleep nor the seed of duality is present in illumination. Once you realize, I am that, then after that, there is no question of any ignorance, there is no question of any error. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. So let us start with the peace chant. Om Bhadram Karnebhi Shrunuyama Devaah Bhadram Pashyemakshabhiryajatraah Sthirairangai Stushtvagam Sastanubhihi Vyashema Devahitai Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vriddhashravah Swasti na Pusha Vishwavedah Swasti nastarksho arishtanemihi Swasti no brihaspatir dadhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Over the last few classes, we have seen the analysis of the self and what a grand vision it has revealed. What are we? What is our nature? The Upanishad says there are 4 aspects to our nature, to what we are. The first aspect is the waking. So this entire world which we experience, and I the experiencer, all of this, all the people, all the creatures, all the events, whatever is going on, part of my waking world, the physical universe, all this is one aspect of yourself. The first one. And the second one, dreaming, and it's not just dreams, it's the level of the mind. At the level of the mind, there's a subtle universe, thoughts, feelings, emotions, ideas, knowledge, all of that together, not only in one mind, in all minds all together. That is the second aspect of the self. That is your second aspect. And all of this, the physical universe which we experience, and the mental universe which we experience, all of it disappears into a darkness, a potential form in deep sleep. That is our third aspect. And all of these 3, notice, they come and go. They are subject to change. There is happiness and misery. Most of it is misery. But it all comes and goes, it changes. And it all appears and disappears in you the consciousness, which is the fourth. The pure consciousness, Turiya, is the fourth aspect, and that's the real aspect. That's the reality which appears to us as waking, dreaming, deep sleep. What is this waking, dreaming, deep sleep? Remember the story of God pretending to be not God? So here is you, God, pretending to be not God, waking, dreaming, deep sleep. And this is how you engage yourself. This is a grand vision of the self, of what we are. So analysis of the self. But you will remember, the Upanishad promised one more thing. And that is an analysis of Om. Om, so two things were promised at the very beginning. That there are two things we are going to do. One was an inquiry into the self to realize what we are. Another was an inquiry into Om. So that inquiry into Om we will look at briefly this morning. Why is that proposed? It's as a support. Whatever has been said, that's central. The inquiry into Om is as a support, as a help to what we have discussed so far. This inquiry into Om, it can be understood at different levels. There is a primary level and there's a deeper level and even deeper level. 3 levels of understanding, which we will quickly look at today. But to understand, so it says that Om is Brahman. Om itself, if you remember the first mantra we read, whatever is in time, past, present and future, all of it is Om. And whatever is beyond time, Brahman, that too is Om. How do we understand this? How can this little sound, this little mantra, Om, be everything in this universe? Everything that we experience and everything that is transcendent, all of it is Om. How? It's time for a story. And it's a very nice story. It's a Ganesha story. I remember when I first came to America about 5 years ago, I was surprised to find how popular Ganesha is. I thought he would be the least likely to be popular among the Hindu gods, because he's an elephant head and a big tummy and he's short. But I asked, why is Ganesha? Everybody knows about Ganesha. I went to a school to talk about Hinduism, and then after that in a Q&A session, I said, any questions? And the students, who are all, none of them are Indians, one of them asked, the first question was, what is Ganesha? So it's something very well known. I asked an American, why is Ganesha popular? And he said, who doesn't love an elephant? Who doesn't love an elephant? So the story is this. The great god Shiva, who is the father of Ganesha, the great god Shiva and Parvati, who is the mother of Ganesha. So Shiva and Parvati were in their abode in Kailasha, in the Mount Kailasha. And the story goes, so Ganesha has a brother, Kartika. Kartika is the lord of war. He's a great warrior. He's a god too. Now one day, their mother, the divine mother Parvati, she called the 2 sons and said, hey, how about having some fun? You know, this, in 2 different versions of the story I've heard, this mango or this diamond necklace. Mango is more fun. I'll give this to you. But this is going to be a race between the 2 of you. The one who wins the race gets the mango. Okay, what kind of race is it? Remember, they are gods. So she said, the one who goes around the universe 3 times first and comes back here first, that one gets the mango. Kartika, of course, was very confident. He looked at his brother, and his brother is short and fat. This fat kid, he can hardly move around, and he's a bit of a couch potato, you know, he likes relaxing. And Kartika is fit. He's quite the divine athlete, and he's a warrior. Not only that, all of the gods have their own vehicles. They are different animals. So Durga has the lion as the vehicle, and Shiva has the bull, and so Kartika has the peacock, and very symbolic. Kartika is a bit of a peacock himself, so a peacock as his mount, whereas poor Ganesha has only a mouse. And so Kartika thought, he is fat, my brother, and his mount is only a mouse, which can hardly move around, crawl around. And if Ganesha is sitting on the poor mouse, that's it. He's not going very far. Whereas I have the peacock. Now, I don't think a peacock can fly too well, let alone around the universe. But anyway, it's a story. So I have the peacock, and I can easily fly around the universe. Let's go. And immediately hops on his peacock. He says, he just thinks the mango is already mine. And he flies off to go around the universe 3 times. And Parvati looks at Ganesha, who's still relaxing, and says, my dear, aren't you going to try? And Ganesha is like, if you insist. And he gets up, folds his hands, and he goes around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. And he says, to me, you, my mother, and you, my father, are my universe. So, and he bows down to them. And she is so pleased, she gives him the mango. You can only imagine the fury of Kartika, who comes back after circling the universe 3 times. But what it means, it's a deep, very profound truth. That there is a reality which appears as this entire universe. Just as if you understood what gold is, you have understood all ornaments. All the ornaments made out of that gold, you don't know what kind of ornament it will be, what design it will be, that's all up to Maya. But that it is made of gold, that nobody needs to tell you. Any kind of ornament made from that gold, you know one thing, that it is nothing but gold. That's right? So in the same way, Ganesha knows this entire universe is nothing but Shiva Parvati. It's the play of the Absolute and Maya. This entire universe. So he knows it in truth. What Kartika is desperately circling is an appearance. What's the meaning of the story? Om is the entirety of reality. It is reality in the essence. That's why Om is so important. Om is very important in Indian culture. It's of course the most important mantra in all of Hinduism. All mantras, when you use mantras in worship, it always begins with Om. Japa always includes Om. The Yoga Sutras clearly say, Tasya Vachaka Pranavaha. The name of God is Om. Outside Hinduism, in Buddhism, especially Tibetan Buddhism, Om is very important. In Jainism, Om is very important. In Sikhism, the name of the ultimate reality is Om. Ik Onkar in Sikhism, they say that there's one Om which is the ultimate reality. So it's all pervasive throughout ancient Indian culture or even modern Indian culture. Now I said there are 3 levels at which we can understand Om. First level, primary. Second, which is deeper and very profound. And third, which is really, really profound and stunning actually, but a little difficult to understand. So all 3 we will quickly run through before we go to the mantras themselves. Remember, up to mantra 7, from mantra 3 to mantra 1 and 2 introduces Om inquiry and inquiry into the self. And then mantra 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever we have been doing now, is the inquiry into the self, the 4 aspects of the self. And from mantra 8 to the end, which is only mantra 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, it is inquiry into Om. So we will take a look at that. But I'll give you the essence now. The first level of understanding is Om is a pratika, a symbol. You take Om, the first mantra we saw, Om is everything. Whatever is in the past, present and future, that is Om. And what is beyond time, that is Om. How? You don't have to bother. Just take it as the symbol. So Hindus are very big on symbols, as you can see. So all of them are different manifestations of one ultimate divine reality in different ways. One manifests the divine reality in the form of knowledge, Saraswati. One in the form of prosperity, Lakshmi, and so on. Some are with form, some are formless, and so on. The highest symbol is Om. So the first way of understanding Om is to take it as a symbol for the ultimate reality. Symbol for Brahman, for the entire universe and Brahman, Om is the symbol, the pratika. Pratika means symbol. What do you do with it? People worship it as the representative of the ultimate reality. When you worship Om, you are actually worshipping God. People use it because it is sound, people use it as a mantra to repeat. One of the best ways of calming our mind is to, Panchadashi says, Dirgha Pranava Ucharana, the prolonged repetition of Om, or repetition of the prolonged Om. When you chant the Om stretched out, that is a very powerful way of calming the mind. Om is taken as the name of God, as I said. It is attached to every mantra. So that is one way of understanding Om. That is the first preliminary. And it's not a small thing. That's how it is used in almost every aspect of Hinduism, for example, as a pratika. Deeper meaning. Second level. The second level is Om. The mantra is composed of 3 sounds or 3 letters. Om is composed of 3 letters. If you analyze it, it yields up 3 letters. What are the 3 letters? A, U, and Ma or A, U, Ma. Actually, if you pronounce Om, you go through the entirety of all sounds because it starts with an open mouth, A. And then you slowly close the mouth, ooh, and then all the lips are closed, Om. Now all our sounds are produced in this way, from the open mouth to the closed lips. And everything in between, the different sounds come in between. So Om is the entire range of human sound producing capacity. The entire range of language is included in Om. All names, all words which signify objects in the world, all words are included in Om because out of these sounds all the words are made. Let me repeat. From A to all sounds are included. And with these sounds, words are made. And with these words, you refer to reality. Language refers to reality. So in that sense, Om includes all reference to reality, all language, and therefore it refers to all of reality. But more specifically, if you look closely at Om, 3 central sounds are there. A, U, and And after that there is a silence. Om. The silence is also important. So now you have 3 letters, A, U, and a silence. And we just saw the analysis of the self. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and pure consciousness. Does it give you ideas? 4 letters or 4 aspects of Om and 4 aspects of the self. You think, can we match them? Yes, you can. That's what the Upanishad does. The Upanishad says, notice, Om has this very important thing which you use for worship. It's so central to your culture. It has 4 aspects. A, U, and silence after that. And the self which we inquired into has 4 aspects. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and pure consciousness. Can we match them? Yes, we can. The Upanishad will say now, match A or A, the first sound, A to the waking. What do you mean match? In our minds, associate the two. Let the entire waking experience, this waking world and I, the knower, the waker, I, the waker, and my entire waking life, give it a name. What is the name? And when I fall asleep and I'm only in my mind and I dream dreams, give it a name. Ooh. And when I'm in deep sleep, that blankness, no particular experience, no differentiation of knower and known, give it a name. Or Ma. And the reality with the 7th mantra we talked about, neither the waker, not the dreamer, not the deep sleeper, nothing in between, not the omniscient awareness of God, not unconsciousness, not an object of the senses, and so on and so forth. The seventh mantra which we saw yesterday, the real self. Let silence stand for it. Give it a name. The silence after Om stands for it. Silence is very important. I think I mentioned the scholar whom I met at Harvard who is doing a PhD on silence. He's going to write a big thesis on silence. And he was talking about a very important thesis on silence in Buddhism, in Chinese Buddhism. It is called the Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra. This is a Sanskrit name. Where the story is that the great bodhisattvas, I think 23 bodhisattvas gather, and each of them talks about their enlightenment. What have you realized? What is your realization of bodhi or enlightenment? Each of them gives his or her experience. And the greatest of them, Manjushri comes and says that the highest expression of enlightenment is silence. And then finally it is Vimalakirti's turn to say something, to talk about enlightenment. And he keeps silent. So it's almost like a rebuke to Manjushri. The highest expression is silence, but you spoke. The highest expression is silence, Vimalakirti keeps quiet. So silence is the expression or the best possible, closest expression to the highest truth. And that's what the Mandukya says. But remember, silence by itself will not work. It's only when the 23 bodhisattvas have spoken and given various aspects of enlightenment, and then you keep silent, then it makes sense. If it just had begun with silence, there would be nothing there anyway, and nobody would be any wiser. The scholar talked about a composition in Western classical music, recent composition. It's called 4 minutes and 33 seconds. I think a great composer, yes, he composed this. And what you do is, when you go to that concert, you sit for 4 minutes and 33 seconds in silence, and that's the composition. You might think that's silly. No. If you have the entire background of Western classical music, with that background, the silence makes sense. It's a kind of work of art. Just if you keep silent, it's not music. So similarly, after you have understood what is the waking experience, the deep sleep dream experience, and the deep sleep experience, after that, one is in the position to understand the non-objective, pure consciousness. After you have chanted Om, then the silence after that is significant. So the silence stands for pure consciousness. And when we chant Om and meditate upon Om, and by the way, when I said Om is A-U-Ma, don't pronounce it. Some people do that. So don't pronounce it as Aum from now on. I thought it was Om, but the Swami taught us it is Aum. From now I'm going to pronounce it Aum. Don't. That's wrong. Sometimes little knowledge is a dangerous thing. You're pronouncing it correct. It's by a happy coincidence the English O and M, Om, is a precise pronunciation of the Sanskrit Om. What happens is, in Sanskrit grammar, when you put an A and an U next to it, it joins and it becomes O. So when you pronounce it together, A-U-Ma, it becomes Om, not Aum. So Om is the correct pronunciation. So now we have got this. What do you do with it? Notice now, the entire teaching which we went through in the last few days, it's all condensed into Om. When you are chanting Om with meaning, waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and I as the witness of all of these. In me they arise, in me they play around, and into me they disappear. I am the unchanged witness, the pure consciousness, the fourth. With this meaning, when you chant Om, all of what we discussed in the last few classes, all of it is condensed into each repetition of Om. That's what it stands for. Om stands for everything that we discussed till yesterday in the evening. Now, what will happen is, so when you chant Om, you are actually pointing, you're talking about the waking universe, deep dream universe, deep sleep universe, and the witness consciousness beyond them all. It's actually a practice of what we have learned. It's a dwelling upon of what we have learned. Sort of centering yourself in what we have learned. Now when we go into the mantras, this will be the second aspect which they will talk about. There is a third aspect. There is a third level at which we can understand. First level of understanding Om, Pratika, the symbol. Just take it as representing ultimate reality. Second level, if you are interested, how does it represent ultimate reality? It's just a sound. Aum, Om, Om. How is it the ultimate reality? Well then, the second level is is waking, U is dream, is deep sleep, and silence stands for the fourth, and that is how it represents the ultimate reality. So that's the second level of understanding. Third level, as promised, the difficult stuff, but very interesting. It's not all that difficult, but it's so shocking. Notice one thing. The Upanishad does not say Om is a symbol of the ultimate reality. It does not say Om stands for the ultimate reality. It says Om is the ultimate reality. Om is Brahman. Is the waking. U is the dream. Is the deep sleep. And the silence is the ultimate reality. Not a symbol. Not stands for. It is the reality. But how? How can a sound be a reality? I say paper, and here is the reality. The object is paper, and what I'm saying is a word. How can the word be the object? It's not. They're two different things. You can use it in different languages, different sounds will be used to represent the same thing. How can a sound represent any object, let alone the entire universe and the ultimate reality? Here's how. For this, we have to back up a little and take a look at some Advaita philosophy. Let's bring back our old friend, the pot. Words refer to things. Words refer to things. So word is meaningful if there is something for it to refer to. So when I use the word paper, it refers to this. When I use the word cloth, it refers to this. When I use the word Om, it must refer to something. Now, when we consider the pot, there is the word pot and there is the thing itself. But when we look at it, we are told that yes, it's a pot, but it is made of clay. Clay is the material cause of the pot. So all right, very good. Where is this clay? Look at what you're holding. What you're touching is clay. The top of the pot is clay. The bottom of the pot is clay. Look inside the pot, it's clay. In fact, every bit of the pot is clay. Follow this step by step. Every bit of the pot is clay. Every bit of it. We go, yeah, now that you point it out, that's true. All of it is clay. But if all of it is clay, where is the pot? We have two words now, clay and pot. Now one word, clay, refers to everything there. And pot, the word pot, what does it refer to? Remember, a word must refer to something. Otherwise it's not meaningful. Word must mean something, some object. What is it pointing to? What reality is the word pot pointing to? You say that thing, but that thing is clay. It's both clay and pot. No. How can it be both clay and pot? Which one is it? So we say, you are tricking me. Pot is a name which refers to the shape and the use to which that pot is put, and that clay pot is put. So it's a clay pot. The clay is the material, and pot is the name for the form of it and the use for it. I can see some people nodding. Yeah, that's right. That's the solution. No, you're wrong again. You say, why? It's obviously a shape and a use. In Sanskrit, rupa and vyavahara, transaction and the shape of the pot. Because, why is it wrong? Because, can the shape exist without the clay? Can the shape of the pot exist without the clay? If you take the clay away, will the shape remain hanging in a ghostly way if you take the water out of the waves, out there in the ocean, how much of the waves will remain? A little bit? Nothing will remain. It will entirely disappear. The form has no existence apart from the substance. And without the substance, we cannot have any use also. You can't keep water. If you take the clay away from the pot, nothing remains. Now you can't keep water in that nothing. Nothing. It won't work. So neither form nor use have any kind of existence apart from the substance. Are you with me on this? So Vedanta is very logical. When you mean reality, you mean reality. The reality is the substance itself. On top of that, you have a form and a use. That's fine. But it entirely depends on the substance. The reality is only the substance. Only clay refers to that reality. Pot does not refer to a reality. Even if you say pot refers to a shape and a use, that's not the reality because it's dependent on the clay. So pot does not refer to an object. Pot does not refer to any real entity. Pot is a name without anything which it refers to. If you take the clay away. See, at least the clay is real? No. The clay is nothing but the earth element. And according to Vedantic cosmology. And the earth element is nothing but the water element nothing but fire and air and space, ultimately going back to the Atman, pure being. Alright. So, the word pot is now just a word without any substance behind it. It just hangs there without any reality. Because clay is the reality, not the word pot. Pot does not refer to a reality. Alright, that's about a clay pot. Coming back to Om, what good does it do us? Remember, when I said Om is A-U-Ma. A refers to the waking reality. U refers to the dream reality. And refers to the deep sleep. But we realized waking, dreaming, deep sleep are not realities in themselves. The reality is the fourth, the Atman, pure consciousness, which with names and forms appears as the waking, experienced through senses. These are all, even senses are name and form. And with name and form appears as the dreaming in a subtle level. And in potential form, it all sort of crunches back to the blankness of deep sleep. They are not realities in themselves. The reality is the fourth, pure consciousness. The bracelet and the tiara and the necklace are not realities in themselves. The reality is gold, yes. So gold is the reality. Bracelet, tiara and necklace are names. It's a kind of verbal magic that you're doing. It does not refer to any reality apart from gold. And the forms in which the necklace ornaments are made, they are all dependent on the gold. Similarly, every form in this world, in the waking world, in the dream world, all of it depends on pure consciousness, the fourth. If that is so, then just like the pot, everything in this waking world has no existence apart from pure consciousness. Therefore, all the names, man, woman, sky, earth, fire, water, all the names that we use in this world, waking world, they are empty. They do not refer to anything because the reality belongs to the fourth, not to this waking world. These names are empty. And what are these names, these empty names? All of them are included in Om because all sounds, they're all sound. Names are all sound. And all the sounds are included in the letters Om because from A to all sounds are included there. So the letter A, U and refers to all the names in the waking, dream and deep sleep experiences. And those names and those experiences are nothing but name. When I say the pot is nothing but a name pot. What are you holding, Swami? That's clay. Similarly, whatever we are experiencing here is in reality nothing but the fourth, pure consciousness, which you are. Then all the names that we use to refer to this reality, they are empty. They don't refer to anything. They're just name. And all of the names can be summarized in Om. All the names that we use for the waking world, in this waking experiences, are nothing but the sound A. And for dream, U. And for deep sleep, So everything is name, and all names are nothing but Om. In that sense, Om is the entire universe. Wait a minute, Swami, what did you do? Let me quickly run through the chain of logic. Names must refer to something. Paper, here. But when we examine this thing itself, pot, referring to this pot, we find that the name pot does not refer to anything. It's clay only. All of it is clay. And if you further inquire into clay, you will find it does not refer to anything. It is the earth element and so on. So the name becomes empty. The pot is nothing but just a name. The reality is something else, clay. Similarly, all things in this universe, waking, dreaming and deep sleep, are nothing but names. The reality is the fourth, pure consciousness. And therefore, the entire universe, and all names are nothing but Om. So the entire universe is nothing but Om. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep are nothing but Om. I hope you get the trend of what they're trying to say. It's a pretty shocking conclusion which they're drawing. It's literally, they mean it literally, that the entire universe is nothing but the sound Om. And beyond the waking, dreaming, deep sleep is pure consciousness, which we are, the fourth. How does Om represent that? When you chant Om, at the end of Om, there is a silence. Om. That silence, don't take the silence, the physical silence, as the silence. That silence appears to you, the consciousness. So the silence points to you, the consciousness, which illumines the silence. You, the awareness, which shines in the silence. The Buddhist phrase is beautiful. Clear light of the void. The silence is the void, and you are the clear light. So the silence refers to you, the pure consciousness. And in the second interpretation, but in the third interpretation, the silence is you, the pure consciousness. It's the clear light of the void. So the silence after Om is literally pure consciousness or Brahman. Not the physical silence, but the consciousness which pervades that physical silence. Summing up, A, U, Ma stand for waking, dreaming, deep sleep, but truly speaking, all the objects in waking, dreaming, deep sleep are nothing but pure consciousness. In themselves, they are only names. All names are just sounds, and all sounds are included within Om, A, U and Ma. So, Om stands for the entire manifested universe, waking, dreaming, deep sleep. And the silence after Om refers or is actually the pure consciousness which pervades that silence. So the silence is Brahman, or the self which is Brahman is also that silence. The Upanishad talks about Ayam Atma Brahma. This very self is Brahman. Okay, I'll leave it at that. It just has to be repeated until it sinks in. Now, let's quickly take a look at the mantras. 8 onwards. We come to mantra number 8. Can we go forward? Mantra number 8, yeah. What's going to go on? What's going to happen now? We're going to relate. You'll see. You will easily understand. It will relate A, U, Ma with waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and silence with the pure consciousness. That's what's going to happen now. The way it is presented is, it will tell you what to relate to what, why you should relate it, and a reason will be given. Don't worry about it. The reasoning will not convince you. It's a very ancient and different way of thinking. Remember, it was thousands of years ago. And a result will be given. If you meditate on Om in this way, then you will get this result. It's a stylistic way of presenting it. So what will you see? 3 things you will see. What is to be related to what? A to waking, U to dream, to deep sleep, and silence to pure consciousness. That's one. Second, why? Why is A the name of waking? Why is U the name of dreaming? Why? They will give you a reason, or two reasons. And then a result will be promised. If you meditate in this way, you will get this result. Mantra 8. Soyam Atma Adhyaksharam Omkaram Adhimatram Padamatram Matrascha Padam Akara Ukara Makara iti. Soyamatma, that very self. Which self? Which we discussed last few days. That very self. Adhyaksharam. If you look at it in terms of letters, what does it become? Omkara. It becomes Omkara. Omkara means Om. The mantra Om. That mantra Om, how is it the self? It says Pada Matra Matrascha Pada. The four aspects of the self related to the four aspects of, or the four letters of Om. The first three aspects, waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and pure consciousness. The fourth, related to U, Ma, and silence. So, Akara, Ukara, Makara iti. U, and Ma. Akara, Ukara, Makara means U, Ma. In English translation, A, U, and M. So, it's not the English A, it's A. And U, of course, is the U, and when it says M, it means First, mantra number 9. Mantra number 9, waking state. Jagarita sthano Vaishwanara Akara prathama matra Apteradimatvad Apnoti havai sarvan Kaman adischa bhavati Yaevam Veda. The waking state, Jagritasthana, the waking state, Vaishwanara. Vaishwanara is the cosmic form in the waking state. Remember we talked about one awareness being associated with the entire physical universe. That one, he says, please associate it with the first letter. What is the first letter? A. Give it the name A. And why should you do it? Because it is the first. A is the first letter of Om, and the waking state is where we begin, so we take the waking state to be the first, and so because they are the first, you associate them. And if you meditate on Om as this, the entirety of the waking world, what will happen? The prize they promise you is you will attain the fulfillment of all desires, the one who meditates in this way. So that's the result promised. One thing is, don't meditate. When you chant Om, the Swami promised us that I will fulfill all my desires if I associate with the waking state. And so I am doing this meditation. Don't do that. Whenever you do these meditations, it is with the entire Om. So chant Om or mentally repeat Om, but meditate on that fact that the first letter of Om stands for the entire universe, waking universe. That's the way to do this meditation. One who knows means one who meditates in this way attains the fulfillment of all desires. The 10th mantra. The 10th mantra is dream state. Swapnasthana Taijasa Ukaro Dvitiya Matra Utkarshad Ubhayatvad Utkarshati havai Jnana santatim Samanascha bhavati Nasya brahmavet Kule bhavati Ya evam Veda. The second letter, U, please associate it with the dream state, Taijasa, the dreamer, and the dream experience. That means the subtle state of the mind. All of that stands for U. U stands for all of that. Why? Because we sort of take it as in between, waking and deep sleep. In between is the dream state. And U is in between A and That's why you should associate U with the dream state. Not unreasonable. And what happens if you do that? If you meditate on U as the dream state, the entirety of the dream universe, the subtle universe, Utkarshad, you excel in knowledge. And not only that, there is no one who is not a knower of Brahman in your lineage. So if you meditate on Om as U, the entire subtle universe, or in a less ambitious way, it is said that in your lineage, there will never be a lack of knowers of Brahman. There will be some people who will always be enlightened in your lineage. So that's the result which is promised. Don't be distracted by these results. The point is to attain enlightenment, to realize that I am the pure consciousness. But this is just the way it is presented. Mantra 11. Sushuptasthanam Pragyam Makarastritiya Matra Makarastritiya Matra Miterapiterva Minoti Havaidam Sarvam Apitischa Bhavati Yaevam Veda. And the third, deep sleep. Please associate it with the end of Om. That one. And meditate on that. When you meditate on Om as the absolute stillness and quietness of deep sleep. Why would you associate with deep sleep? The logic, I don't know if I have a little bit of time. The logic here is a little convoluted. Not that it matters, but it's interesting. What it says here is, because it is the measure of all. What is the measure of all? Deep sleep, we have to understand why what is the measure, what does it mean by measure, and why is deep sleep a measure of everything. Think of deep sleep in this way. Deep sleep, from my personal experience, is where all the waking experience disappears, where all my dreams disappear into darkness. That's deep sleep. And they all pop out of that. When I wake up or when I start dreaming again, everything emerges from that deep sleep. So imagine like a big barrel, or like a barrel, everything is poured into it, waking and dreaming, and nothing, blank, deep sleep. And everything is poured out of it when you wake up or you start dreaming. If you can imagine that, now. You have to go back to not even ancient India, even in modern India, in the villages. When you go to a shop, the local grocer in a shop, and you want some rice. In modern India and in America, you go to supermarkets and you buy the packet of rice. But if you go to a shopkeeper in a village, even till today, what that guy will do is ask you how much you want, and then he has a store of rice there. He has a big measuring cup. So he pours that rice into the measuring cup. So it disappears into the measuring cup. And when it's full, he pours it out again into your bag. That's how he measures it. That cup is the measure. So notice what happens to the rice. It disappears into it and it pours out of it. And that's the example he's using here. So you have to know all of this to make sense of it. Imagine deep sleep to be like that measuring cup. Waking and dreaming disappear into it and are poured out of it. When you go to sleep, waking and dreaming disappear into it. And when you wake up, waking and dreaming seem to come out of deep sleep. And you see how it makes sense psychologically. So he says, because deep sleep is the measure of all things. Measure in that sense. How is Om, the last the measure? When you close your lips, all sounds disappear into it. That's the end. And you open your lips, all sounds emerge from it. So, that is the measure. It's like the measuring cup where all sounds disappear and emerge from that. So, I don't know if it makes any sense to you. It makes some kind of sense. So, that's why the last one, should be associated with deep sleep. And the one who meditates in this way, that person comprehends everything within, like the measuring cup, everything is comprehended within oneself. That's the result promised. Alright. Now the 12th mantra, the end of all of this. The 12th mantra. Amatras chaturtha avyavaharya prapanchopashama Shivodvaita Evam Onkara Atmaiva Samvishati Atmanatmanam Yaivam Veda. A very beautiful mantra. It says Amatra, the silence. After Om, Om. The silence, it stands for the fourth, pure consciousness. And that silence is Avyavaharya, beyond transaction, beyond usage. So when you speak, that is use of language. When you're silent, that is beyond the use of language. Like pure consciousness, in itself, it is beyond any transactions. But when it's involved, when it shines through the body and mind, all transactions are possible. What do I mean by transactions? Thinking, willing, loving, hating, perceiving, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, talking, walking, all transactions are possible to you, the consciousness, through the body and mind. But in itself, it does not do anything. Similarly, silence does not do anything. Abhyavaharya. Prapanchopashama. It is, notice it's using the same words which it used for the pure consciousness. Prapanchopashama means silence of the universe. So here in the silence after Om is the silence of the universe. Prapanchopashama. It is the end of all sorrows. Prapanchopashama is the end of all sorrows, the cessation of sorrows. Silence is the cessation of all trouble. I remember we had this Swami who was very quiet. He didn't speak much. And the problem was he was the head of a center. So people needed to speak to him, but he wouldn't speak. He would say one or two words. So one day somebody asked him, Swami, why don't you speak? And the Swami said, you see, now there is only one complaint against me, that I don't speak. If I spoke, and he left it at that, there would be a variety of complaints. He didn't say that. He just said, if I spoke, and that's it. So silence is the end of all trouble. And it is Shiva, it is auspicious. It is non-dual, because all sounds emerge from it and disappear back into it. All the sounds are non-different from that silence. Understand here, there are two kinds of silence. One silence is the opposite of noise. So I'm speaking, this is not silence. Now I stop speaking, that was silence. So this is the opposite of sound. But there is a deeper silence which underlies sound and its absence. I remember I was in an ashram in the Himalayas. It's very, very silent there. Very deep silent. And it's a kind of very profound silence which seeps into you. Which goes deep into your being. And there's a bird in that place. That place is not actually unknown to most people. If you have read the tiger hunting stories of Jim Corbett, that's where that's where the ashram is, where those tigers were there at one time. And there's a bird called the bell bird. It just goes ding dong, and it's miles away in a valley. And at night you can just hear that ding dong, and it's so silent everywhere. So deep silence. But the interesting thing is, after I left that ashram and came down to the plains of India, which as you know are very noisy, and I was in one of the noisiest cities, in the noisiest part of that city, Lucknow, and in a rickshaw, going on the street, a lot of sound. And suddenly, I felt the deep silence there too. It was a very interesting, unforgettable experience. And every hair on the hand stood on its end. You felt that underneath all this bustle and dirt and noise and movement, the deep silence of that valley where the ashram is. So it sort of seeps into your very bones, as it were. That silence underlies the presence of noise. When you are talking, hearing, music, noise, things are going on, that silence is still there. And when there is nothing, quietness, that silence is still there. That silence stands for pure consciousness. So here he says, that silence, evam onkara, in this way, om, atmaiva, is the self, is the very self. The one who knows this, ya evam veda, the one who meditates on om in this way, samvishati atmana atmanam, the self is merged in the self. You merge this self. Self means this waking self. I, this person. I realize I am that pure consciousness. Merging does not actually mean something will be merged in another thing. Often this language is used and it can be misleading. It's like sometimes they say pouring water in water, merging the self in the higher self. Actually one thing is being merged in another thing. Not so. You just realize that that's always been there. I am always that. It's not that I am now, how are you doing? I'm 50% merged with 50% remaining. I hope if I come back for one more course, then I think I can go up to 80% merger. No. You are that already. And that's what we realize. The self is merged in the self. Samvishati atmana atmanam yaevam veda. And after this there are some very beautiful karikas, which I'll leave as homework. You can take a look. So this is the first chapter of the Mandukya Karika. This is the entire Upanishad. We have happily been able to go through the mantras of the Upanishad, the 12 mantras, the shortest and most powerful of the Upanishads. But the Karikas themselves are very profound. They are there for further reading. First chapter is what we looked at, some of the Karikas. And then second chapter is only the Karikas. Third chapter is only the Karikas. And fourth chapter is only the Karikas. What happens there? Just one line. In the second chapter, what Gaudapada wants to do is, he takes up this word, prapancha upashama, silence of the universe, and tries to prove that logically. How do you say that this universe which seems so real, how are you saying it's an appearance? How do you say it's not a substantial reality? He uses logic to prove that. Wonderful chapter. Second chapter. That is called Vaitathya Prakaranam, the chapter on falsity. Not that the chapter is false. The chapter on falsity. Falsity of the universe or silence of the universe. The third chapter is on non-duality, Advaitam. He uses logic to prove that you, the self, pure consciousness, you are non-dual. Non-dual means there is no second thing apart from you. Whatever appears to be apart from you, people and objects and events, they are nothing but you appearing in that way. God pretending to be not God. But can you prove it logically? It sounds cool, but can you prove it logically? I remember, so at Harvard you have to write papers. It's really interesting. At this age, again, back to assignments and stuff. So I was writing this paper for Tibetan Buddhism course. And the professor made me do it 3 times. Once corrected and then said, do it again. And he said, what do you think this is? A temple talk? This is a Harvard University philosophy paper. So you have to give arguments. You just can't say it is not dual. What do you mean non-dual? And how? Give arguments for and against. So that's what Gaudapada does in the third chapter. Advaita Prakaranam. Chapter on non-duality. Very beautiful, very powerful again. And quite disturbing when you begin to see, actually not disturbing, very inspiring, when you begin to see the oneness of all existence. And the fourth chapter is called Alata Shanti Prakaranam, the chapter on the quenching of the firebrand. There's a meaning to that. It's a discussion of many other philosophical views. It's sort of a chapter is a sort of a miscellany. So 4 chapters. The first one is called Agama Prakarana, the chapter on the Upanishad, where the Upanishad is. Second one, Vaitathya Prakaranam, chapter on falsity of the universe. Third one, Advaita Prakaranam, chapter on non-duality. Non-duality of what? Your non-duality. Non-duality of the self. And the fourth one, Alata Shanti Prakaranam, chapter on the quenching of the firebrand. Those who know Buddhism, they know it's a motif used in Buddhism. The whirling firebrand. If you take a little bit of a coal, of a little bit of fire and you whirl it around, it looks like, not like a point, but like a circle. Anyway, so that's the Mandukya Karika. Please do read it at your leisure. It is worthwhile. It's one of the most profound depths and heights of human thought that civilization has ever reached. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Shri Ram Krishna. Om Bhadram Karnebhi Shrinuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshabhiryajatraha Sthirairangai Tushtavagam Sastanubhihi Vyashema devahitam yadayuh. Swasti na indro vriddhashravah. Swasti na pusha vishwavedah. Swasti nastarkshyo arishtanemihi. Swasti no brihaspatir dadhatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Yes, Om, peace, peace, peace. So in this final talk, instead of making it a concluding talk, I wanted to make it a continuing talk. So we have seen the Mandukya Upanishad, the 12 mantras, and a few karikas by Gaudapada. But I also mentioned that Gaudapada wrote these karikas, these verses, in 4 chapters. So what we have seen is the first chapter. And in case you are wondering what was Gaudapada up to in the other 3 chapters, some wonderful insights into spiritual life. So that's what I'll talk about this evening, so that it encourages us to investigate further, to study further, to look it up further. The second chapter. In the second, third and fourth chapters, Gaudapada carries on the same theme, but in second chapter what Gaudapada does is, when you say the world is false, the world is an appearance, what exactly do you mean? And how can you prove it? Because it seems to be really very, very real, really real to us, the world. So how can you prove it with logic? So that is the theme of chapter 2, Vaitatya Prakarana. Vaitatya Prakarana means the chapter on falsity. And chapter 3 is logical exploration of non-duality, Advaita Prakarana. Gaudapada explains how non-duality is logical. And then in the last chapter, there are various topics discussed, various other philosophical points of view. Alata Shanti Prakarana, the chapter on the quenching of the firebrand. But anyway, what I'll do this evening is pick out one verse, just one verse, from Gaudapada's second chapter, the Vaitatya Prakarana, the chapter on falsity, where Gaudapada does not hesitate to say shocking things, stunning things. So this verse, which I'll take up, it's one of the most shocking. We already know the Mandukya Upanishad, the central teaching. It's an exploration of our experience of life, of ourselves. So ourselves are understood as having 4 aspects: waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and the real aspect, pure consciousness, which is the ground of the other 3. So I've repeated it enough. By now you all know. Yes, go on. we know what you're going to say. So we are the pure consciousness in which we experience ourselves as a waker experiencing a waker's world, a dreamer experiencing dreams, and deep sleep experiencing, I'll say within quotes, experiencing the blankness of deep sleep. In another way it is put, the 3 aspects are the gross aspect, that is the physical aspect, when we experience a physical world out there, forms and sights and sounds and smell and touch. That's one. The second aspect is the subtle aspect, where everything is within the mind. Dreams are within the mind. And the third one is the causal aspect. In Sanskrit, karana. Causal aspect, the deep sleep state is called the causal state, because it's seen as a seed from which the waking and dream emerge. So cause and effect. Waking and dream are called the effect, karya. And deep sleep is called the cause, karana in Sanskrit. Or causal, subtle and gross. Karya, the karana, the causal, subtle is sukshma and the gross is sthula. So this is the way the 3 aspects of our experience, which are well known to us. And what the Upanishad said, all of these 3 are appearing and disappearing before you, the pure consciousness. Not only before you, in you, the pure consciousness. And these 3 have no existence apart from you, the pure consciousness, just as the ornaments have no existence apart from the gold which constitutes them. This much we know. In the second chapter, the verse I'm going to quote is the 32nd verse. Chapter 2, verse number 32. Chapter 2, verse number 32. It goes like this. Na nirodho na cha utpattir, na baddho na cha sadhaka, na mumukshur na vai muktaha, ityesha paramarthata. Wait for it. There is no cessation, no origination. Nobody who is in bondage, nobody who is a spiritual seeker, nobody who is liberated or seeking liberation, nobody who is seeking liberation or liberated. What's this? Such is the ultimate truth. Ityesha paramarthata. Shocking. See, the way we have understood the entire spiritual quest, Gaudapada seems to turn it upside down completely. What is the story that we know? The Buddha, for example, puts it very well. There is suffering, dukkha, first noble truth. And there is a cause of suffering, our desires, trishna. And there is an escape, a freedom from suffering, nirvana. And there is a way to do it. Spiritual practices, the eightfold way, marga or ashtanga marga. Now this is just like a doctor tells you, here is the disease, it has a cause, it has a cure, and it has a treatment. So that's basically the outline of the spiritual path as we know it. We know, we are in bondage. Here I am, here is this body, I seem to be identified, trapped with this body. It is changing, aging, disease and death and suffering are there. I am in this world, people are nasty to me, rude to me, mean to me, and I suffer. And my fortunes go up and down with the Wall Street index, the stock market. All of this happens. I seek fulfillment and I'm frustrated. Maybe I get something and that's not enough. Maybe I do not get what I want and I get what I do not want. All of these things happen in life and this is bondage, and I'm told on top of this, that this is not the only time. I have done this many times earlier and I'm yet to do this many more times. There's this cartoon I saw where this American, I think I mentioned it, American guy is talking to an Indian guy and the American guy says, I'm a born again Christian. And the Indian guy says, I'm a born again and again and again Hindu. Whether Hindu or Buddhist or all the Indian philosophies, they all believe in many lives. That we have had many lives earlier. And until we get liberation, until we get moksha, until we become illumined, we will continue to repeat this. Maybe not the exact same thing, but variations on this theme with more or less the same results. Maybe a little better sometimes, a little worse sometimes. And this will go on until we learn to realize what we truly are. There was a joke I read. When you go for this medical insurance, in America, it's terrible. Lots of paperwork and everything. You have to go for medical insurance. They'll ask you a lot of questions about your health, your previous illnesses, and so on. So there's this joke. It says, one of the questions, and if you are a Buddhist, what was the cause of your last death? Cause of your last death. So the idea is that we are in bondage. We know this is called samsara. This is what is going on and we are trapped in this. Gaudapada says no bondage. Not only this, we know that we do spiritual practices. We want liberation. We have heard of people who are enlightened, who are liberated. The Buddha is one of them and so many others. Religion promises us deliverance from suffering in different ways. Some promise heaven, some promise nirvana, some promise many ways, salvation. But in many ways, religion does promise a freedom from suffering. And we want it. And for that we do things. We practice. We do yoga and meditation and prayer and study and good works. We believe in religion, belong to churches. So many things that we do. Spiritual practice. And here is Gaudapada saying, there is no liberation. There's nobody who's liberated. And there's nobody who's a spiritual practitioner. There's no spiritual practice. But remember, at the end he adds, from the ultimate point of view. From the ultimate point of view. What is the ultimate point of view? The point of view of the fourth. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep, from the point of view of the fourth, ityesha paramarthata. This is the ultimate truth. Before we go into this, there is a mature way of handling a verse like this, and there's an immature way. The immature way is, and there are people, I have actually come across such people, who become overexcited. See, if you don't like this kind of teaching, you are safe. But if you like it, one hazard is one becomes overexcited and overenthusiastic about it. Oh, now I have the highest truth. What was I doing so long, meditating and praying and practicing? Oh, stop all that. All that's useless. Gaudapada has told me there is no spiritual practice. I am Brahman. Done. I don't know what's done, but you are done. That's an immature way of handling it. I met this person when I was in Gangotri, in the Himalayas. You meet all kinds of interesting people there. People who stay in caves and in huts, and people with long hair and dreadlocks, people who are shaven-headed, people with long beards, and people with no hair at all, and people dressed in orange or red or black or white. So all kinds of different orders, spiritual seekers of many kinds, yogis, and so many. So there was this gentleman who was staying in the hut next to mine, and he had come from a town called Dehradun. And he was the disciple of a guru. Actually, I'll tell you when I met him, he was reading Ashtavakra, and I was reading Ashtavakra too. This is the highest text of non-dualism. But often it spells trouble if you don't handle it well. It's full of verses like this. This verse which I just said, Ashtavakra is full of verses like this. So this gentleman was reading it, and then we got talking, and he said he was so happy. He said, this is the real truth. At last I've come to this. I'm the disciple of, my guru never told me about this. I said, who's your guru? And he told the name of a monk who I know is a very good sadhu, wonderful practitioner, seeker in Dehradun. I know he's very good. What does your guru do? Well, my guru, he does these fasts and these bhajans, and he worships the tulsi plant in the courtyard, and so many other things, rituals, and this is the highest truth. Rituals and all these things are not necessary. They're so low. And he never told me about this. So I asked him, does your guru know this book? So, yeah, I found it in his library. So do you think he has read it? I think he has. And after reading this also, he's doing all the rituals and the meditation and the fasting. And he said, yeah, that's true. There's an immature way of handling this, and there's a mature way. Spiritual practices. See, when we understand the meaning of this verse, we will actually have a deeper understanding of spiritual life. What is bondage? What is freedom? What is spiritual practice? And what is the desire to be free? All these things we will understand much better. What is the whole nature of spiritual quest? That we will understand. Let me take it up one by one quickly. He says, there is no origination, no destruction. Origination of the universe, neither origination nor cessation. Na nirodho na cha utpatti. What could he mean? Consider our old example. The pot. So when the potter shapes the clay into a pot, the clay pot, has a pot been produced? Our immediate reaction is, yes, of course, a pot has been produced. But think about it in terms of reality. You have this thing called clay. And now the potter says, I've produced a pot. Is it a new thing apart from the clay which has been produced? Is there a new entity? No. We know that. It is the clay alone with a new name and a new function and a new form. We call it a pot. Somebody said, well, yes, you're right, but there is both clay and pot. No, there isn't. If there was both, look at the word both, means two. Can you count two? Here is clay and here is pot. No, you can't. Countably, there is only one. So there is actually, really speaking, a real second entity, countably second entity has not been produced. There is no beginning, no origination of a new entity called pot. That's why when Advaita Vedanta says world is false and Brahman alone is real, what it means is, it's not that it's denying this experience. What Advaita means is you realize all of this as Brahman and realize what you're seeing here does not exist apart from Brahman. Not entirely relevant, but a very deep point I'll share with you. What I've been saying all along is Advaita Vedanta, non-dual Vedanta. But there are many schools of Vedanta. There is Vishishta Advaita, qualified monism. There is Dvaita Vedanta, dualistic Vedanta. There are multiple schools, several schools of Vedanta. And they have different interpretations. So just for those who are interested, a little aside. I heard it from a great scholar of dualistic Vedanta. Basically, what's the difference? Non-dual Vedanta is what we have been studying, and we know what it says. You are Brahman. And the entirety of this universe, the appearance, the differences, they are all appearance. They are not real. Only you as Brahman are real. Vishishta Advaita Vedanta, whose great teacher is Ramanuja, what's the interesting thing that he says? How is it different? He says, no, it's not that the world is false and you alone are Brahman. No. Brahman is the totality of which we are parts. You are not Brahman, but you are a part of Brahman. You are not God. You are a part of God. God is the organic unity of the entire universe. So there is one divine reality of which the entire universe is a part. So there are sentient parts like ourselves, and there are insentient parts of God, like this table and chair and the sun and the moon. All of these are parts of God. Not one with God, not identical with God. You cannot say, I am Brahman, but I am a part of Brahman. Yes. You are Brahman in the sense a ray of light is the sun. Yes, it's the sun, but it's a tiny part of the sun. What does dualistic Vedanta say? Dvaita Vedanta. It says that there is one supreme Lord. It's very similar to, say, Christianity or the Abrahamic religions. There's one supreme Lord, and we are all different from that Lord. And the Lord is our master, our ruler, like the king, and we are all subjects. We are entirely dependent on the Lord God. So God is separate from us. You cannot say that you are one with God. Sacrilege. Absolutely not. You cannot even say you are a part of God. No. God is different. That is the Lord, and we are the worshippers. We depend on the Lord. The Lord is the only independent entity, and we are all dependent upon the Lord. So these three approaches, for example. Now the interesting insight I want to share with you is this. A scholar of Dvaita Vedanta, last one, Srinivas Varkhedi, in India, he gave an interesting insight which I've never heard anywhere else. He said, to the same text, if you ask three different questions, you will get these three different systems. If you ask, what is real and what is false, what is real and what is unreal, you get Advaita Vedanta. To the Upanishad, if you ask, what's real? Brahman is real. What's unreal? Difference, the world, separation, unreal. You are Brahman. Advaita Vedanta. If you ask the question, what is the whole and what is the part? You will get the Vishishta Advaita Vedanta. Brahman is the whole of which you are all parts. We are all parts of the divine. If you ask, what is the one independent supreme authority and we are all dependent on that reality? That is Dvaita Vedanta, dualistic Vedanta. So it is his insight. Not a bad insight, pretty new way of looking at the same thing. Anyway, here we are talking about the first approach, non-dualistic Vedanta. Gaudapada, Shankara, they are all firmly in the non-dualistic camp. You are that ultimate reality. When we experience a snake in a rope, we mistake a rope to be a snake. Did a snake originate? Was a snake born? Were there eggs out of which a little snake came and then it grew and started wriggling on top of the rope? No, not at all. There's no snake there at all. It's a mistake. There's only the rope. So no snake originated. And when you became enlightened, was the snake killed? Did you chase it away with a stick or something? No. There is no origination of that snake and no cessation of that snake either. In the same way, there is no origination of samsara and there is no cessation of samsara. Here is another deep point. what is the nature of this samsara? If you ask a dualistic school of Vedanta, they will say it's real. God has created this world. If you ask Advaita Vedanta generally, Shankara for example, he'll say Brahman alone is real, but because of Maya, Brahman appears in this form. Because of sleep, you have dreams. Your mind alone appears as all the creatures in the dream. In the same way, Brahman appears in all these forms. Gaudapada goes one step further. Gaudapada goes one step further. He says, there is no samsara at all. There is no origination, no cessation. So Gaudapada's approach has a special term. It is called ajati or ajatavada, the doctrine of non-origination. Shankara's idea is nothing really originated, but because of Maya it's been projected. Gaudapada says no projection, forget the projection business. There is only Brahman. There is no, all that appears has no intrinsic reality of its own. In Gangotri I met this monk, very strong non-dualist. He passed away a few years ago, but he has been there for 40 years. So I used to go and attend classes under him, the Ashtavakra classes. He told us a story that many years ago, a television crew came to Gangotri. Gangotri is the place where the river Ganga originates, high up in the Himalayas. So Gomukh is the place where it originates actually, but it flows down into Gangotri. And Gangotri itself it's a valley, but it's 10,000 feet high in the Himalayas. Now the story is, what he told me was, a television crew came to take pictures of that place. And because that Swami had been there for 40 years, he had never seen this new technology, television. So they wanted to show him what it's like. So they rigged up a generator, and they put a TV set, and they pointed the camera at the river. And the Swami was telling us, it's childlike, he was telling us, monks in Hindi, Mahatmas, I saw everything in that little box. The river is there, and it makes a gurgling sound also. And then I asked the gentleman, the TV gentleman, could I have a glass of Ganga water from that? And then the gentleman said, oh Swami, there is nothing there. It just looks like that. And then the teacher, the master, turned to all of us who were sitting there. I still remember. A piercing look into each of us, and he says, so, my dear monks, all of this, he showed the towering mountain peaks, real giants around that. 15, 20,000 feet high. Glaciers coming down, the forests of pine forests all around, and the river rushing by below our feet. He says, all of this, it just appears. There is nothing there. There is nothing there. Then what is there? You are there. You, the consciousness. In you, all this appears. And into you, it disappears. Exactly the teaching of the Mandukya Upanishad. Once, many years ago, there's a professor, I don't know if he's still alive, but in one of our ashrams, this gentleman who used to be a professor of philosophy. And very intelligent person, extraordinary professor. Nobody ever knows him because he never wrote a book. Somebody asked him, you are brilliant. When you explain things, you're so brilliant. Why don't you publish papers or write books? And it seems, a friend of mine, a monk, asked him. And this is the answer he got. My professor has a tendency to be dramatic. He said, Swami, those who give a lot of talks, they can't write. It's like me, I think. And those who write a lot, they don't think. I think. I can think. Anyway, this professor was there in the ashram, and we had gone to visit him and some others with a very senior monk of our order who has since passed away, Swami Mukhopadhyay. He was a very scholarly monk. So when we went, we sat down to have tea, and the Swami in that ashram told the professor, well, professor, you can ask all your questions to this Swami. He's a very learned Swami, you can ask him. And we were all waiting to hear what kind of discussion would be there between the Swami and the professor. And the professor asked, how does one experience or practice Gaudapada's Ajatavada, the theory of non-origination. This absolutely crazy theory that the universe has not even originated. How is that possible? What does it mean? And the Swami gave a nice little example of what it means. He says, suppose a child has grown up in the forest and has never seen modern civilization. And then one day his father takes him to a village, and to the village headman's house. And there is a chair and a table. And the father explains, look my boy, this is a chair and this is a table. And the child looks and says, I see wood. Where is the chair and the table? I am seeing, this is wood. All of it is wood. Wherever you touch, whatever you do, it's wood. Where is the thing called the chair or the table? Now he says, Gaurapada looks at the universe in that way. Whatever you experience, hear, see, smell, taste, touch, he sees it as Brahman. Where is this thing you call the world? So he says, there is no origination of the world, there is no dissolution or cessation of the world. It is an appearance in consciousness. It's worthwhile quickly to take a look at these different theories of what is the relationship between matter and consciousness. The relationship between matter and consciousness. Before I tell you, silly joke which I can't resist. Any philosophy class, this is the first joke they will tell you. You know, mind and matter, the dualism, the Cartesian dualism between mind and matter. So the joke goes like this. What is mind? No matter. What is matter? Never mind. Stupid joke. Anyway. But really, what is the relationship? Advaita is not interested in relationship between mind and matter. According to Advaita, even mind is matter. But what is the relationship between consciousness and matter? You may look a little puzzled. What is the difference between mind and matter and consciousness? In Advaita Vedanta, the definition is very clean, elegant and sharp. You know how consciousness and matter are defined in Advaita Vedanta? Very, very clear. And all of us, we experience it all the time. Anything that you experience or can experience as an object, this is matter. Anything. This table, matter. This hand, matter. This breath, because I can experience this, matter. Thought, ideas, memories, desires, matter. Why? Because the definition says if you can experience it as this thought, I can experience as this thought, it's matter. And what experience says and what can never be designated as this, that is consciousness. What is the definition? Whatever you can experience as this, that's matter. And what cannot be, what is the experiencer and yet cannot be objectified as this, that is consciousness. And you are consciousness, never matter. But what is the relationship between matter and consciousness? There are different theories. And this description I'm going to give you in 2 minutes. It was given by a monk many years ago in India who didn't even know English, had never studied modern science or Western philosophy. But within 2 or 3 minutes, he gave such a wonderful survey of the entire field of matter and consciousness. I think even latest researchers today have not surpassed that. What did he say? These are the possibilities. Relationship between matter and consciousness. One is, consciousness has come out of matter. Consciousness has come out of matter. That's one possibility. Which is this possibility? Materialism. Materialism, it says that the bodies are matter. Modern science, mainstream science holds, bodies matter, nervous systems, brain, all matter, and they generate consciousness. So consciousness has come out of matter. If you ask, wait a minute, how does the brain generate consciousness? Then our neuroscientists will tell you, materialist philosophers will tell you, we don't know yet. Give us time, we will find out. They call it promissory materialism. Promissory materialism means I will give you a materialistic explanation, but I promise, give me 30, 40 years, we'll come to it. But surely there is some material ground for consciousness. One leading philosopher, Galen Strawson, there was a very great one of the greatest British philosophers in the 20th century, P.F. Strawson. His son is also a great philosopher, Gallant Strawson. He's in UT Texas, University of Texas, Austin, UT Austin. He said, this idea that a physical system like the body can generate subjective experiences, consciousness, he says it's the silliest thing I've ever heard. He wrote an article saying, calling it the hard problem of matter. He says it's not a hard problem of consciousness. It's a very Advaitic approach. What he says is, we make up our minds, we have already assumed world exists, body exists, brain exists. Somehow brain is producing consciousness. We don't understand how. Hard problem of consciousness. But rather the other way around. Consciousness is the first thing that we experience. To experience anything, you must be conscious. So consciousness is the first thing that we have. We are aware. So awareness is the first thing. And then matter comes into our awareness. This world, body, mind, all of it comes into our awareness. He said what requires explanation is matter, not consciousness. And he says the more we investigate matter, the more matter is disappearing, vanishing before our eyes. Modern particle physics, we've gone down to atoms and subatomic particles and quarks, and now they're talking about superstrings and whatnot. Bottomless, unable to find. As he says, matter is disappearing before our eyes. Consciousness does not require an explanation. Matter requires an explanation. Alright. So, consciousness is originated from matter, materialistic theory. And in ancient India, this was the theory of the Charvakas, the ancient materialists. Second theory, the opposite. Matter has originated from consciousness. Advaita. No. Didn't we just read? Didn't we just hear? No origination. So matter has not really originated from consciousness. No more than a pot has been really created out of clay. Matter originates from consciousness. Who says this? The theistic religions of the world. You might not think so, but imagine just recall what do they claim? All the theistic religions, the religions which believe in God, they all claim God created the universe. And if you ask them, is your God conscious or unconscious? Of course our God is conscious. He'll be upset. Of course God is conscious. God is sentient. And so God created the universe. Matter, energy, time and space were created by a sentient entity called God. But basically for our purposes, consciousness created matter. That's the second theory. The third theory is neither created the other. Consciousness and matter, Purusha and Prakriti, are parallel, are eternal realities. They interact, but they are independent and parallel realities. Sankhya and Yoga. The Yoga philosophy of Patanjali, the Sankhya philosophy of Kapila, they say consciousness is fundamental, matter is also fundamental, and they interact with each other. In fact, the latest understanding, we live in a very interesting time where this reductionism about consciousness is actually seriously being doubted. I mentioned David Chalmers earlier. David Chalmers is the head of the Consciousness Mind Brain Institute in NYU. He's the one who coined the term hard problem of consciousness. Hard problem of consciousness. He advocates a view called panpsychism. Panpsychism means this universe, matter, energy, time and space is real, but consciousness is also a fundamental reality. He says it's time to think of a crazy idea. He says it's impossible to explain consciousness through matter, so maybe we should entertain a crazy idea that perhaps just as matter and energy are fundamental, space and time are fundamental, in the same way consciousness also may be fundamental in the universe. Panpsychism. Of course, he's continuously attacked by many other philosophers and scientists. But anyway, at least some of the leading thinkers in this world today are seriously entertaining an idea which is pretty close. I was once in a discussion with... Have you heard of Deepak Chopra? Yeah, he's a famous many areas, but once in New York, I was in a discussion with Deepak Chopra in a dialogue about Vedanta at the Rubin Museum. So when I mentioned David Chalmers' hard problem of consciousness, He said to me in private, before this talk in the green room, he said, Swami, these guys, they are taking our ideas and they're not giving us credit. Hindu or Buddhistic ideas, Vedantic ideas, Buddhistic ideas, they're not giving us credit. I said, it's good that they are not giving us credit, because moment a philosopher or a scientist says, I got it from Buddhism or I got it from Vedanta, the rest will dismiss it. Oh, he's become a religious nut, not worthy of being taken seriously. But if the scientist says, I have no affiliation with any kind of religion, and this I am coming to this conclusion through sheer hard thinking, through absolutely on a scientific and philosophical basis in a modern sense, with no reference to ancient thought, then everybody is forced to take cognizance. You can't dismiss this person so easily. So it's good. We don't want credit. We just want the ideas to be to go out there and be accepted. So this is the third option. Sankhya and yoga, and today panpsychism. David Chalmers was interviewed once and about this hard problem of consciousness, and he said, he's very humorous. He's Australian. He's very humorous. He said, if you think about the problem of consciousness long enough, you will either become a panpsychist or you go into administration. Yeah. That's the third option. There is a fourth option. The Mahayana, Tibetan Buddhists, the Mahayana Buddhists, what do they say? The emptiness people. Everything is empty. They say, neither matter is real, nor consciousness is real. They arise and disappear together. One of the great Madhyamaka Buddhist philosophers, Chandrakirti, who was a commentator on Nagarjuna, he gives a very beautiful example. He says, imagine sheaves of straw, bundles of straw, and the way they are kept is they lean against each other. They're kept like this. So a lot of straw and a lot of straw tied together, you keep it like this. Now they lean against each other, they mutually support each other. And he says consciousness and matter are like that. Subject and object are like that. In waking and dreaming, you are the knower, this is known, and the two arise together and disappear together. Vedanta would say, no, consciousness is the witness of the absence of all objects in deep sleep. He would not agree. He would say in deep sleep, there is neither object nor subject. So that's their view. Both sides are empty, and they are mutually dependent. Consciousness and matter are mutually dependent. What is the Vedanta view? What has Gaudapada been saying? The Vedanta view, the Mandukya Karika view is consciousness is fundamental and matter is an appearance. You can put it this way. Matter is the dream of consciousness. The way consciousness experiences itself, that's matter. That example of God pretending to be not God. Anyway, so this is the meaning of neither origination nor cessation. In that sense, the universe has never really originated, and there's no question of it ceasing either. Na baddha, there is no bondage, and there is no freedom either. What does he mean? What does Gaudapada mean when he says there is no bondage, no freedom? I'm reminded of a classic story which the monks in the Himalayas, they talk about. From the ultimate point of view, pure consciousness is always free. There's no question of bondage or freedom. When one becomes enlightened, one does not feel that, oh, all this time I was in bondage. I was going through births and deaths and so much struggle, and finally I've got the prize. I'm enlightened. I'm free at last. No, that's not what will happen. What will happen is we realize I was free all along. I never saw it. It was all right all the time. It's not that it was horrible for many lifetimes, for millions of years. Now it's good at last. No. We will realize it was good all through. There was never really any bondage, and so there was never really any question of freedom from real bondage. It reminds me of this story, which a favorite of the monks in the Himalayas, a story about, so you have to imagine a washerman, Indian washerman, not a washing machine. So Indian washerman, what they do is, they come to your house and they collect your clothes, your laundry, and they have a donkey. So they'll put the dirty clothes on the donkey and then go off to the next house and so on and make their rounds and collect and go back. And the next day they take all the dirty clothes to the riverside and they clean it. You wouldn't want to see what they do to your clothes. The way they beat it on the rocks. But they do clean it. I think it reduces the life of the clothes quite a bit, but they do clean it. And they spread it out on the rocks to make it dry. I've seen this. It's less and less now because washing machines are coming in and all of that. But I've seen this happen. They spread it out on the rocks on the side of the river and it dries out. Then they fold it nicely. They put it on the donkey and they drive the donkey back home. Next day they go on the round of distributing your clean clothes around again. So that's the system. Now this washerman, he had of course a donkey and he loaded the donkey and went to the riverside to clean the clothes, and then suddenly with alarm he realized he had forgotten to get the rope with which to tie the donkey to the tree. And now he can't go back to his village and get the rope again. Too much time will go and the time for washing the clothes. And yet he cannot let the donkey remain just like that because if the donkey wanders off, he's a poor man. And what is he going to do? And this educated gentleman from the village is walking by and what's your problem? Why do you look so harassed? And this poor man says, washerman says, sir, what can I do? This is my problem. And this intelligent man, he says, don't worry. All you need to do is go to the donkey and pretend as if you've got a rope and pretend to tie the donkey. Let the donkey see that you're tying. Go through the motions. That's all. Yes, that's all. And so he does it. As if he's whipping out this rope and he's putting out the neck of the donkey and he's pulling the rope. There's nothing there. And the donkey is watching. Can you imagine flapping the big ears? And he ties it to the tree as if there's nothing there. And the donkey is watching. And then he takes the clothes and is walking to the river and looking back at the donkey. And the donkey is also looking back at him. But doesn't move. And he cleans the clothes once in a while. He's nervous. He looks at the donkey. The donkey is still standing there munching grass, not moving, as if he's tied. And in the evening, he has finished his work. Happily, he loads the donkey and says, shoo, let's go. And the donkey doesn't move. And he rushes to the gentleman in the village and says, sir, what trouble I am in? If it was tied, I could have untied it. But it's not tied, so I can't untie it. Gaudapada actually says this. If there was a samsara, it could be removed. There is no samsara. So it's untied. What do I do now? And the man said, it's pretty easy. Just pretend to untie it. Just go through the motions. That's all. And he goes and does that and the donkey is watching and afterwards he says, shoo, and the donkey happily moves along. Gaudapada says our bondage and liberation are like that. So if you think that, if it's that simple, you're pulling a fast one on me, a trick. In that case, I need not do anything. I know I'm not in bondage. Won't work. As long as you deeply feel that I am this body, that I am this mind, and I have so many troubles in life, we are well and thoroughly bound. Whether the rope is there or not, we are bound. And so we have to go through the process of freeing ourselves. Even if the process is just, it's an appearance. Still, the process has to be gone through. So that is the idea of bondage and liberation in Gaudapada. He says, na sadhakaha. There's no one who is doing spiritual practice. The Sanskrit word sadhaka, there are some allied words. Sadhana. Sadhana means spiritual practice. Any kind of practice is sadhana, but spiritual practice specifically. So prayer and yoga and meditation, worship, these are all sadhana. And this, what we are doing now, contemplating Vedanta, this is also sadhana. And there is something called sadhya. Sadhya means the goal. So I am the sadhaka, the one who employs an instrument, sadhana, or sadhan or sadhana, to reach a goal, sadhya. So for example, we all came here to Sivananda Yoga Ashram. This is our goal, sadhya. And what is the means we employed? We took the boat from Nassau. We took a plane to Bahamas and then the boat from Nassau. And that is the sadhana or sadhana, what the practice that we did to come here. And therefore we are sadhaka. So we have a goal to achieve and we are the practitioner of a particular practice or an instrument which will take us to the goal. none of it will get us to liberation. That's what Shankaracharya says. He says, what can be done through practice? Any kind of action. What can action do? He says action can do 4 things. One is utpadya. Utpadya, apya, vikarya, samskarya. Utpadya means produce. You can produce something. A farmer produces wheat in the field. You can produce something. Can you produce the Atman? I am not pure consciousness. I am just this little Sarvapriyananda, but I have heard there is the 4th, pure consciousness. Can I produce it by some action? No. It's either there or nothing. It's there already. You can't produce it. Apya, can I attain it? Can I go somewhere? Remember, we talked about spirituality in Advaita Vedanta not being a journey in space, not being a journey in time. You cannot go anywhere. It cannot be attained. So you can attain the Bahamas. You can fly to the Bahamas. That is apya. But your nature as pure consciousness, where will you go to attain it? One teacher put it beautifully. Here you are, sitting. Where will you go? Which direction will you move to reach there? Which direction will... Suppose I'm here and my goal is to reach here. Now which direction should I move? Whichever direction I move, I'm moving away from the reality. You cannot attain it by work, by any kind of practice. Can I change it? Vikarya. The 3rd thing you can do is change. So, for example, the example Shankaracharya uses is milk is changed into curd, yogurt, by a process. That's called vikara. So I'm this guy, Sarvapriyananda. Can I change myself into Turiya, Brahman, pure consciousness? You can't do that. And then the last one is samskarya, improvement, refinement. There is crude oil in the earth, and then it's a huge and complicated process of extraction and refinement until we get something useful. Similarly, I am an impure, sinful creature. Can I refine myself? Can I scrub myself and rub myself till I am the shiny Brahman or something like that? No, that can't be done too. None of the things which can be done by action apply to Brahman, our real nature. But here is the thing to understand. Shankaracharya is not speaking out against spiritual practice. In Shankaracharya's system, Gaudapada system too, spiritual practice has a role. Karma yoga purifies the mind. It is a practice which is required to purify the mind. Not the Atman. The Atman is ever free, ever pure. But the mind has to be purified. In the Himalayas, the monks sometimes have a greeting, the non-dualistic monks. They have a greeting for each other. The greeting is, "O monk, is the mirror clear?" Darpan saaf hai, is the mirror clear? Mirror is mirror of the mind, mirror of the heart. Is that clear? Because that's where realization happens. Purification of mind can be done by practice. Meditation, yoga, is meant for a concentration of mind. The purified mind is concentrated by yoga. But the realization of our real nature, that cannot be done by any kind of action. That is only through knowledge. It exists and we only have to uncover it through knowledge. So that is na sadhaka. From the ultimate point of view, there is no spiritual practitioner also. Na mumukshu. There is nobody the mumukshu is an interesting word. It means the desire for freedom. And it's considered to be essential for spiritual practice. The desire for enlightenment. The desire to attain moksha, nirvana. The word mumukshu comes from moksha. Literally it means desire for freedom. There's a very beautiful analysis of this. I'll share that with you. Because we do not know ourselves as Sat, pure being, which is immortal, we try to live as this body. We don't know that we are the immortal Sat, pure being, Brahman. Therefore, we try to live cling to life. I want to live. In Sanskrit, this is called jijivisha, clinging to life. I want to live in this body, and not just in this body. Somehow, and if possible, the body also should be perfect and nice. There is a shop, clothes shop called Forever 21. There's a shop. I like the name. I haven't seen the shop, but I like the name because that is such a desire of we want the body and we want to remain in this body as this body and in a perfect shape. 21 years old. Not possible. It's an ever-flowing river. It's a foolish thing to do. You are already immortal. What are you afraid of? You're afraid of getting old and dying. You will not get old and you will not die. You are older than you think you are. You're really, really ancient. But the Atman is also ever new. Purana. There's a word Purana which is used for, some texts are called Puranas, but the Atman is also called Purana, the self. It means Purapinava. Ancient yet ever new. And that's your nature, that's my real nature. Pure consciousness is ancient, older than the universe itself, and yet ever new. We try to hold on to the body because we do not know our real nature as pure being, immortal being. We do not know our real nature as pure consciousness, Chit. And therefore, we try to know things in detail in the world, thinking thereby, if I can increase my storehouse of knowledge of the world, I will be satisfied and fulfilled. This is called jigyasa, desire to know. So desire to know things in little by little. Lifelong trial of trying to get more and more knowledge ends with frustration. Who was the great scientist who said that I feel that I'm living on an island, little bit I know here in this island, and there's the vast ocean of ignorance all around me. The more I know, the more I'm beginning to understand how much I do not know. If you try to know things in detail in this universe, there's no end to it. Nobody ever comes to an end. Jigyasa, because we do not know ourselves as pure consciousness, which is the light behind all knowledge. And because we do not know ourselves as Ananda, pure bliss, we do not know that we are bliss. We are absolutely full, complete, Purnam. Not knowing that, we go around the world with a hat in hand, begging for a little happiness here, little happiness there. It's our own happiness which we have lent to objects and people and things in the world, and then we beg for it back from them. A little cookie here, a few words of praise there, a little success there, I am fulfilled. And chasing after it endlessly. It's your own happiness. It's your own bliss that you're looking for it from the world outside. This is called in Sanskrit bubhuksha, the desire to enjoy. The desire to enjoy these little sense pleasures here and there. Why? Because we do not know our Ananda Swarupam, our nature as Ananda. Because we do not know that we are Sat, there is Jijivisha, clinging to life. Because we do not know that we are Chit, there is Jigyasa, trying to know things little by little in the world. And because we do not know we are Ananda, there is this bubhuksha, desire to, this hunger, petty hunger for enjoying this, enjoying that, one after another, trying to be happy with that. In order to counter these three, clinging to life, trying to know separately this world by little, and trying to get enjoyment through senses, satisfaction through sense pleasures, in order to counteract jijivisha, jigyasa and bubhuksha, a term comes, Vedanta puts forward, mumuksha. Mumuksha means trying to get freedom from these things. Trying to get freedom from these things. When we realize what we are, we realize we always were free. So mumuksha is not necessary anymore. That's why Gaudapada says, in your real nature, there is no need for mumuksha also. Shankaracharya sings in Nirvana Shatakam, na dharmo, na chartho, na kamo, na moksha. I do not want the conventional religion, dharma. I do not want pleasure. I do not want wealth. But then at the end he says, I do not want moksha. What could he mean? Moksha means spiritual freedom. He says, I do not want that also. Why? Chidananda rupaha shivoham shivoham. Because I am of the nature of existence, consciousness, bliss. Moksha is not something that I have to attain. It is ever attained. It is my very nature. So na mumukshu, na muktaha. But always remember, ityesha paramarthata. This is the ultimate truth. From the ultimate perspective, this is our real nature. From the transactional perspective, vyavaharika, all continues and should continue. Vote unto us if we suddenly decide, I don't need any spiritual practice. No. Complete misunderstanding. Until you get the realization that you are Brahman, till that point, the pursuit should continue. Pursuit should continue. The seeking and the practice must continue. Otherwise, suffering is our lot. One more point I'll end. The Swamis there, they put it very humorously in Hindi. I'll try to translate into English. After talking about all of this, one of the teachers, masters, he said, Mr. Vedanta, in Hindi he said, Vedanta Babu, Mr. Vedanta or Master Vedanta, you have said world is false, spiritual seeking is false, spiritual practices are false, liberation is false. What about you? Are you real or false? Vedanta itself. And Vedanta has the absolute honesty to say, I too am false. I am also an appearance. And I am also to be discarded when you are enlightened. God help you. Nobody can help you if you discard me before enlightenment. At enlightenment, when you realize, I am Atma Brahma, the Mandukya Upanishad says that this very self is Brahman. At that time, you can let Vedanta go also. I pray to the Lord that enlightenment, that breakthrough comes in our lives and that we can manifest that realization in our thought, word and deed, become a blessing unto ourselves and a blessing unto humanity in this very lifetime itself. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Shri Ram Krishna.
अथ माण्डुक्योपनिषत् शान्तिपाठः भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। अथ प्रथमः खण्डः ओमित्येतदक्षरमिदं सर्वं तस्योपव्याख्यानं भूतं भवद्भविष्यदिति सर्वमोङ्कार एव यच्चान्यत्रिकालातीतं तदप्योङ्कार एव सर्वं ह्येतद्ब्रह्म अयमात्मा ब्रह्म सोऽयमात्मा चतुष्पात् इति प्रथमः खण्डः। अथ द्वितीयः खण्डः जागरितस्थानो बहिः प्रज्ञः सप्ताङ्ग एकोनविंशतिमुखः स्थूलभुग्वैश्वानरः प्रथमः पादः स्वप्नस्थानोऽन्तः प्रज्ञः सप्ताङ्ग एकोनविंशतिमुखः प्रविविक्तभुक् तेजसो द्वितीयः पादः यत्र सुप्तो न कञ्चन कामं कामयते न कञ्चन स्वप्नं पश्यति तत्सुषुप्तम् सुषुप्तस्थान एकीभूतः प्रज्ञानघन एव आनन्दमयो ह्यानन्दभुक् चेतो मुखः प्राज्ञस्तृतीयः पादः एष सर्वेश्वर एष सर्वज्ञ एषोऽन्तर्याम्येष योनिः सर्वस्य प्रभवाप्ययो हि भूतानाम् नान्तः प्रज्ञम् न बहिः प्रज्ञम् नोभयतः प्रज्ञम् न प्रज्ञानघनम् न प्रज्ञम् नाप्रज्ञम् अदृष्टमव्यवहार्यमग्राह्यमलक्षणमचिन्तमव्यपदेश्यमेकात्म्यप्रत्ययसारम् प्रपञ्चोपशमम् शान्तम् शिवमद्वैतम् चतुर्थम् मन्यन्ते स आत्मा स विज्ञेयः इति द्वितीयः खण्डः। अथ तृतीयः खण्डः। सोऽयमात्मा अध्यक्षरमोङ्कारोऽधिमात्रम् पादामात्राः मात्राश्च पादाः अकार उकारो मकार इति जागरितस्थानो वैश्वानरोकारः प्रथमा मात्रा आप्तेरादिमत्वाद्वा आप्नोति ह वै सर्वान् कामान् आदिश्च भवति य एवं वेद स्वप्नस्थानस्तेजस उकारो द्वितीया मात्रा उत्कर्षादुभयत्वाद्वा उत्कर्षति ह वै ज्ञानसन्तति समानश्च भवति नास्या ब्रह्मवित्कुले भवति य एवं वेद सुषुप्तस्थानः प्राज्ञोमकारस्तृतीया मात्रा मितेरपीतेर्वा मिनोति ह वा इदं सर्वम् अपीतिश्च भवति य एवं वेद इति तृतीयः खण्डः। अथ चतुर्थः खण्डः। अमात्रश्चतुर्थो व्यवहार्यः प्रपञ्चोपशमः शिवोऽद्वैत एवमोङ्कार आत्मैव संविशत्यात्मनात्मानं य एवं वेद इति चतुर्थः खण्डः। समाप्ता च माण्डुक्योपनिषत्। हरिः ओम्।